an unknown source, and that something will be the thing in itself. 268. In the second edition of his Geschichte Materialismus, however, Lang attempts to eliminate the very thing in itself whose existence he defended in the first edition. He now argues expressly that the limitations Kant had placed on knowledge do not allow him to assume the existence of the thing in itself. If all knowledge is limited to possible experience, as Kant had preached in the first critic, then he cannot claim that the thing in itself exists, given that the thing in itself transcends all possible experience. And so Lang writes, that there are things in themselves that have a spaceless and timeless existence Kant could not prove from his own principles, for that would be a transcendent, even if negative, knowledge of the properties of things in themselves, and such knowledge is completely impossible according to Kant's own theory. 36. While in the first edition of his Geschichte Materialismus Lang had expressly defended the existence of the thing in itself, in the second edition he came to the conclusion that Kant himself had seen the inconsistency in such an assumption and intended to remove the thing in itself. 48-49. 66. The thing in itself, Lang is now convinced, is only a limiting concept, a problematic concept. 49. Its main purpose is to show us that we cannot know anything beyond the world we create and experience, but it does not imply that there is some existing realm outside of us. Yet Lang never entirely succeeded in eliminating the thing in itself, not even in the second edition of his Geschichte Materialismus. There are other passages of this edition where, in so many words, Lang commits himself to its existence. In the final chapter of the book, for example, we learn that our cognitive powers of synthesis are limited, and that our representations of things arise from something that does not derive from our own activity, something Lang variously calls an object, non-ego, or power that cannot be resolved into the forms of knowledge. 542. If this were not enough, in Chapter 2 of Book 2 Lang re-invokes the thing in itself as an unknowable entity to curb the dogmatic pretensions of idealism and materialism. Thus he argues that it is utter dogmatism to assume that how we perceive the world according to our cognitive faculties is the only way and form in which it exists or appears. The whole point of the Kantian doctrine of the thing in itself is to point out the limiting factors of our own cognitive faculties, and to remind us that our faculties are only one of the possible ways to perceive things in themselves. 99. When a worm, a beetle, a human and an angel perceive a tree, there are 4 different representations of one tree. Each creature knows the tree only from its perspective and physiology, but none knows the tree in itself. 102-103. We should never generalize about reality in itself from our own cognitive faculties, Lang cautions, because the difference between the thing in itself and the thing for me is as great as the difference between a single factor and infinitely many factors, i.e. all the workings of physiology and the environment, behind a product, consciousness. 103. These arguments occur in the background of a more general theory according to which knowledge arises from the interaction of the subject and object, where the subject fashions the object according to its faculties, and where the object is given as the source of an objective influence on our sensibility. 98. Thus Lang, like Liebman, discovered that the thing in itself, the great stumbling block of the critical philosophy, is not so easily eliminable after all, that we are bound to postulate its existence as soon as we consider that our knowing faculties are finite, and that these faculties are only one way in which an independent reality is perceived. 7. Interpretation of Kant. Lang's naturalistic interpretation of Kant's philosophy extended to its methodology. His conception of Kant's transcendental inquiry was greatly influenced by the physiological-psychological tradition of Fries, Benach, and Helmholtz. The physiology of the sense organs was in his view nothing less than developed or corrected Kantianism. 409. It was corrected Kantianism because there were still respects in which Kant clung to the old dogmatic method of Wolff, which demands strict demonstrations and a priori reasoning, but, Lang assures us, this was a vestige of Kant's rationalist heritage, which does not represent the true tendency or spirit of his teaching. That tendency or spirit consists in its psychological-physiological research program. We can regard Kant's entire system, Lang says, as a program for new discoveries in this field, the physiology of the sense organs. 409, like Fries, Benck, and Helmholtz, then, Lang sees Kant's epistemology as fundamentally an empirical investigation into the physiology and psychology of human perception. It deals primarily with first-order questions about the causes of experience rather than second-order questions about the reasons for beliefs. This interpretation suited Lang's general interpretation of modern philosophy, which stressed its affinity with the natural sciences. With the exception of the Begriffsromantik of speculative idealism, a perverse aberration, modern philosophy is characterized by its natural scientific manner of thought. 145. Following his naturalistic conception of transcendental philosophy, Lang interpreted the a priori in terms of what he calls our physical-psychological organization. 2:30. The a priori consists in those constant, or universal, and necessary, factors in our physiological and psychological constitution that condition us to perceive the world in certain ways. This organization is a priori in the sense that it precedes our experience and lays down the necessary conditions under which we perceive it. 28. In saying this, Lang was still mindful of Mill's critique of innatism, according to which an apparently innate part of our psychology often turns out to be nothing more than an ingrained habit. While he accepted Mill's point, he did not think that it demonstrated that all the basic ways of perceiving and conceiving the world had to derive from experience. There are still parts of our physiological and psychological constitution that are inherent in our human nature and that determine the nature of our experience. It is the special task of the transcendental philosopher to distinguish between those factors that are a constant part of our human nature and those that arise only from habit and experience. 31. Though intended to give some scientific backing for Kant's theory, Lang's naturalistic conception of the a priori licensed some basic departures from Kantian doctrine. The conception of the a priori should be broadened, Lang argued, so that it extends beyond the Kantian forms of intuition, space and time, and understanding, the 12 categories. Any kind of human functioning that is inherent in, or natural to, our physiological-psychological constitution should count as part of the a priori conditions of experience. There are, for example, a priori conditions of even color perception, which consist in how our visual nerves respond to light waves. 2:28, 33. Lang also objected to the Kantian assumption that only the form of experience is a priori while its content is a posteriori. He maintained that even its content could have its own a priori dimension. For example, the law that the intensity of the consciousness of a sensation is directly proportional to the intensity of its stimulus deals only with sensations, the content of experience, though it too could be regarded among the a priori laws or factors of sense perception. 33-34. It is also a mistake, Lang held, to assume that sensation is an entirely passive factor in experience, for sensation is also a conditioning factor in determining how the forms of spatial perception are applied. 34. Though Lang advocated broadening the concept of the a priori, and though he stressed the a priori factors in sensation itself, he still maintained that Kant had been broadly correct to argue for the a priori nature of space and time. 34. Like Fischer and Liebman, Lang saw the transcendental aesthetic as one of Kant's greatest accomplishments. Although influenced by Fries, Benck, and Helmholtz, Lang did not take over their physiological-psychological interpretation of Kant unreflectively. He had his own reasons for adopting it, and he went to some pains to justify it. In a long endnote attached to the second edition of the Geschichte Materialismus, Lang explained why he introduced the term physical-psychological organization for the subject matter of Kant's epistemology. 125-127, and 25. Kant's own vocabulary of the transcendental smacked of the thing in itself, which is very problematic, given that Kant had forbidden all speculation about it. The reason Kant introduced the term transcendental was to avoid the danger of materialism, but then he fell prey to the opposite error of sanctioning speculation about things in themselves. The whole point about the term physical-psychological organization, Lang wrote, is to bring the apparently transcendental into the realm of experience itself, so that the a priori is made the subject of proper empirical investigation. 126. Lang insisted on defining physical-psychological organization in empirical terms, avoiding all reference to metaphysical assumptions. This organization was nothing more than what appears to our external senses as part of our physical organization, and which stands in an immediate causal connection with our psychic functions. 127. Whether this organization was supported by a soul or matter was simply bracketed off as having no relevance for a strictly epistemological investigation. One of the most obscure and difficult questions about Kant's philosophy, Lang believed, concerns Kant's method, and more specifically how he discovers the a priori or necessary conditions of experience. 2:28. Kant himself gave few explanations about his own methodology, leaving his progeny to piece together his few hints and suggestions dropped here and there. Lang described an apparent dilemma facing any attempt to reconstruct Kant's methodology. Kant cannot discover these conditions following either an a priori or an empirical method. 2:29. While an a priori method seems too rationalistic and dogmatic, an empirical method appears inappropriate to determine a priori conditions, which are universal and necessary and so underivable from empirical data. Yet Lang argues that this is a false dilemma. Like Fries and Meyer, he believes that it is possible to determine a priori conditions through empirical means. 67. It is one thing to discover these conditions, quite another to demonstrate them. 30. While demonstration indeed requires an a priori method, discovery involves nothing more than an empirical one. Kant's method, Lang then assures us, consists in nothing more than reflection on the facts of consciousness and normal ordinary induction. 29. Lang was well aware that Kant would often make claims for his transcendental philosophy that went beyond what any empirical method could provide. He claimed, for example, that his method ensured both completeness and apodictic certainty, though an empirical method could give at best merely piecemeal and hypothetical results. Yet Lang explained those strong claims from the residual rationalism clinging to Kant's philosophy. While Kant had been a powerful critic of rationalist metaphysics, he still had not completely liberated himself from use of its dogmatic method, namely, rigor in the use of syllogistic reasoning, thoroughness in the analysis of concepts. Indeed, Kant had explicitly endorsed this method in the second preface to the Critic, BXXXV. But, for Lang, this was Kant's great mistake, violating the spirit of the natural scientific mode of thought that was the guiding spirit of modern philosophy. If one of Kant's greatest feats was his critique of rationalist speculation, his attempt to restrict knowledge within experience, one of his greatest failures was his persistent use of the rationalist methodology. 32. Because he rejects Kant's dogmatic method and recommends an empirical one, and because he explains the subject matter of Kant's critique as our physiological-psychological constitution, there seems no question that Lang embraces a psychologistic interpretation of Kant. There are some places, however, where Lang seems to waver in this interpretation. There is a passage in the second edition of the Geschichte Materialismus where Lang states unequivocally that Kant's concern is not psychological at all. The psychological side of the question, what must I presuppose to explain the fact of experience, is not only not his Kant's chief interest, but he even attempts to avoid it, since he poses his question in such a general manner that the answer is compatible with the most diverse psychological theories. 29. What does Lang mean here? Did he recognize the limits and problems of the psychological interpretation after all? Not really. The explanation for this confusing statement appears in a footnote attached to the end of the chapter, 124, endpoint 23. Here Lang states the greatest part of the obscurity of the critique of pure reason derives from the single fact that Kant conducts what is in its general nature a psychological investigation, though he does not have any special psychological theory. Thus Lang acknowledges and reaffirms the general psychological nature of Kant's investigation. He means only that it is not psychological in any more specific sense. In other words, Kant does not intend to develop a specific metaphysical theory about the nature of the soul, namely, whether it is entirely spiritual or physical or some combination of both. Some passages in Lang's logic study however, seem to abandon the psychological interpretation more unequivocally. Here Lang often notes a basic point about Kant's transcendental discourse that seems to belie the psychological interpretation, that the transcendental conditions of experience cannot be in experience itself, the very attempt to know them through experience presupposes them. This point is taken to some remarkable conclusions at the very close of the book. Here Lang remarks that the basic laws of logic and mathematics are the foundation of our intellectual organization, and that they derive not from the region of our empirical consciousness but from the subconscious foundation of our self, together with all appearances in which this world consists. 148. We then learn that the transcendental self, which is the source of these laws, is distinct from the empirical self. The former is the condition for the experience of the latter, but because all knowledge is limited to experience, the transcendental self becomes the completely indeterminate and interminable X, of whose existence we cannot make any positive judgment. 149. Thus, remarkably, Lang had made the same discovery as Liebman, that the thing in itself is ineliminable as the condition of knowledge itself. He was also making the very points that had been the source of so much speculation in the German idealist tradition. He sees this all too well, remarking that he had stumbled across a playground for a febrile speculation. 149. This transcendental self, he writes, is like the old Averroist nous that dwelled as one and the same being in all consciousness. This opens the door to a whole new world, Lang says. But then, having seen that new world, Lang immediately declares that he will not enter into it. Having preached that knowledge is limited to experience, he realized that consistency demands restraint. It was one of the ironies of Lang's interpretation of Kant that, though he affirmed the first-order psychological nature of transcendental inquiry, he also laid great importance on Kant's reply to scepticism. Unlike Cohen, 68, Lang had fully recognized the challenge Hume posed for Kant, how it affected his intellectual development, and how it determined the shape of the critical philosophy as a whole. Thus he quoted at length Kant's statement in the Prolegomena about how Hume had awakened him from his dogmatic slumber, and about how Hume's sceptical doubts about the principle of causality had alerted him to the general problem of transcendental philosophy. 2, 39-42. Yet there is an irony here because Kant could not reply to Hume without the use of the very dogmatic or rationalist method that Lang saw as Kant's great mistake. After all, Hume would not have been impressed with any attempt to defend the principle of causality through an empirical method. We could use that method to discover that principle, but the sceptical problem concerns not its discovery but its demonstration, that is, not the quid facti about its genesis but the quid juris about its justification. Lang explained that it was a great mistake on Kant's part to attempt to provide a demonstration of the principle of causality, to attempt to deduce it from some even higher principles. 51. All that Kant needed to demonstrate is that the principle of causality lay deep within our physiology, that it is an essential part of our organization. 44, 45. In effect, he was agreeing with Fries that the ultimate response to the sceptic consists in pointing out a deep and ineradicable feature of our physiology. But that too was a premise that Hume would never have questioned. It is noteworthy that Kant had rejected justifying causality on these grounds just because it could not reply to the sceptic. Even if the principle of causality were an integral part of the working of our physiology and psychology, the sceptic would ask, does that alone give it objective validity? 69. 8. The limits of monism. As much as Lang admired the materialist's ideal of a unified worldview, of a universe completely explicable according to natural laws, he still believed it to be unattainable. We have already seen how in the first book of Geschichte Materialismus he had maintained that materialism faces an insurmountable obstacle, the explanation of sensation and consciousness. Lang returns to this theme in the second section of Book 2, especially in its second edition. 70. Now, however, His reflections on this theme are the occasion for a general discussion of metaphysics. Nowhere else in Lang's big book did he engage in such sustained metaphysical reasoning. His conclusions are important for his general worldview. In this section, Lang attempts to vindicate his original objection against materialism by taking into account the latest scientific research. Recent work in physiology and physics has shown, he argues, that the problem of explaining consciousness is as irresolvable now as it had been in antiquity. To prove his point, Lang considers a recent lecture by the physiologist Émile du Bois-Reymond, Über die Grenzen der Naturerkennens, which was given in August 1872 at the Versammlung Deutscher Naturforscher und Ärzte in Leipzig 71. As a physiologist of some renown, du Bois-Reymond's lecture carried some weight in the scientific community, and it duly attracted much discussion and aroused much controversy. The famous Ignorabimus 72 du Bois-Reymond maintains, much as Lang had held in his first edition, that the realm of consciousness remains inaccessible to scientific explanation. Even though everything in the physical world, at least in principle, can be predicted with complete accuracy, and even though we can correlate precisely events in consciousness with brain states, the problem remains that we cannot conceive how consciousness is caused by the brain states, cause, e.g. light rays and sound waves, and effect, colors and sounds, are completely heterogeneous, so that we cannot explain how one arose from the other. Lang's defense of du Bois-Reymond's thesis mainly consists in refuting du Bois-Reymond's critics, whom Lang, borrowing some Kantian lines, likens to the Scottish critics of Hume. They assumed what he had doubted, and they had demonstrated with zeal what he had never thought of bringing into question. 153. But it is not Lang's defense of du Bois-Reymond's thesis that interests us here so much as the broader conclusions he draws from it. Lang sees his thesis as evidence for a more general theory about the existence of two worlds, a natural world and a mental one. 156. These very different worlds are occupied by the same human beings, the same actions, all having the same movements and gestures. Yet in the natural world, human actions take place with no thought or feeling, as if human beings were automatons, and in the mental world, the same actions take place with thought or feeling, as if human beings were free agents. Perhaps not accidentally, Lang's dualism between two worlds here is reminiscent of Leibniz's pre-established harmony, according to which two completely different realms are perfectly coordinated by one set of laws that governs both. A little later, however, Lang reformulates his theory, so that it is less about two worlds than different perspectives or aspects of the same world. To illustrate his point, he now mentions another very different historical precedent, Spinoza. Thus he suggests that du Bois-Reymond's thesis that brain and mental events coincide, without exerting causal influence on one another, is reminiscent of Spinoza's doctrine that the mental and the physical are distinct attributes of one and the same thing. 163. Having introduced Spinoza, Lang then asks whether the conflict between idealism and materialism is ultimately only a matter of perspective. Du Bois-Reymond had speculated whether the present limits of scientific research could be overcome if one only had a complete understanding of matter. 73. Perhaps then one could say that it belongs to the very nature of matter for it to develop thinking and feeling. 158. But Lang quickly turns this around and suggests the opposite possibility, that if we only knew enough about the mind, then perhaps we could see why the natural world appears to it in the form of matter and force. 158. In this case, idealism and materialism would be only two different forms of explanation of one and the same thing. We could then have our unified worldview after all. Though Lang does not admit it, such speculation came close to Schelling's system of absolute identity, according to which all of nature is explicable either from an idealist or realist standpoint. But no sooner does Lang propose this Schellingian metaphysics than he abandons it. It is as if it were all sheer fantasy and wild speculation. He is not willing or able to envisage a complete idealistic explanation of the world any more than a materialist one. There is still the thing in itself lurking in the background, which poses severe limits on any such explanation. Monism, whether in a materialist or idealist form, proved to be an impossible ideal for Lang. Although Lang thinks that a complete naturalistic explanation of consciousness is impossible, it is noteworthy that he still finds the naturalist's paradigm of explanation, nomological explanation or mechanism, the only possible one. The limits of natural knowledge are the limits of knowledge in general. 161. Lang rejects any other possible form of explanation. Although he insists that the realm of consciousness is accessible through introspection, he is quick to add that self-consciousness alone is not a sufficient basis for scientific knowledge. 160. It is useful as a source of knowledge only if it is confirmed by, complemented with, and integrated into a general system of natural laws. While Lang denies that these laws can explain consciousness as such, he still maintains they are sufficient to explain human actions in the external world. It is interesting to note that, in this context, he refers to the debate about the Geist des Wissenschaften, an allusion not to any controversy surrounding Droysen or Dilthey, whose work was still not widely known, but to the recent appearance of a translation of Mill's logic, which had rendered moral sciences as Geist des Wissenschaften. 74. Remarkably, Lang accepts Mill's thesis that explanation in the moral sciences is in principle the same as that in the natural sciences, though he thinks that Mill has placed too much reliance on introspection. 288, and 4. We are left wondering what Lang's position would have been had he knew about the later course of this debate, which would expand greatly later in the 1880s. 75. Droysen and Dilthey had stressed the insufficiency of naturalistic explanation, and they had argued for the necessity of some form of internal or hermeneutical understanding. Lang, however, was not aware of the hermeneutical forms of explanation later advanced by Dilthey and Droysen. Lang's metaphysics, as he presents it in section 2 of Book 2 of the Geschichte Materialismus, is dualistic in its division of reality into the mental and physical. He presents this dualism sometimes as a difference of entity, sometimes as a difference of attribute of a single entity. We will leave aside these differences of formulation here, however, because they are of small moment compared to an even larger dualism that dominates Lang's philosophy. This is a dualism not within the realm of existence or reality, but a much broader dualism between the realm of values or ideals and the entire realm of existence or reality. For Lang, the fundamental division in the world is not between different forms of existence or being, namely, the mental and physical, but between ideal and reality, values and existence. It was in pointing out this realm of values or ideals that Lang believed that he found the ultimate limit of materialism. Even if the materialist could explain the entire realm of consciousness, he still would face this even greater chasm, the gulf between ideal and reality, value and existence. Thus Lang argues that idealism captures the important truth that we are not only intellectual beings who know about the real world, but that we are also creative beings who have the power to produce an ideal world. 176. 76. We go astray if we evaluate these ideas according to the criteria of knowledge. For the point of these ideas is not to give us knowledge about the world that exists, but to create norms for a world that ought to exist. 177. They belong to a completely different intellectual order from that of truth, namely, the order of value, worth. Of course, we can explain the origin of these ideas from some psychological viewpoint, but this still fails to understand their purpose and meaning. An idea distinguishes itself from an illusion through its value and not through its origin. 177. Ideals and norms set or pose values, and we have to evaluate them as such. We compare the Cologne Cathedral with other works of art, and stones with other stones. 178. It was in pointing out the sui generis realm of ideals and values that Lang anticipates the later theory of values of Windelband and the Southwestern School. 9. The new religion. As much as Lang loathed clericalism and ecclesiastical authority, and as much as he admired the materialist critique of superstition and enthusiasm, he was still reluctant to abolish religion entirely. He shared none of the materialists' hostility towards religion as such, and he feared that their critique of superstition and enthusiasm might destroy all religion. As far as he was concerned, the materialist critique was in danger of throwing the baby of religion out with the bathwater of superstition. The more one reads of Geschichte Materialismus, the more one is indeed struck by Lang's deep sympathy for religion. Several chapters of the final fourth section of Book 2 of Volume 2 are devoted to a defense of religion against its materialist detractors. These sections assign a great importance to religion in the cultural struggles of the modern era. One of the most potent forces behind the recent revolutions in Europe, Lang writes in Chapter 2, came from the ideas of Christianity, which has inspired the masses to transform the state for their benefit. 484. We then learn in Chapter 3 that the main weapon against the stultifying and stupefying forces of materialism, which would transform the world into a marketplace and a competitive scramble of self-interest, has to come from renewed forms of religion. 537 to 538. It was only religion that could inspire the masses to change their world so that it would conform to their justified moral aspirations. 557. 77. The importance that Lang gives to religion in social and political change is proto-Weberian and stands in sharp contrast to Marx. But what form should religion take in the post-revolutionary era? That, for Lang and most of his contemporaries, was the vital and pressing question. The context for his reflections about religion was set by the Free Community movement in Germany, the attempt to break with traditional religious authority, whether Protestant or Catholic, and to create new churches according to more rational and humanitarian ideals. After the 1848 revolution, there was much discussion about the appropriate forms of ritual, belief, and church organization, and many different communities arose reflecting a wide variety of views. In the final chapter of his Geschichte Materialismus, Lang discussed some of these issues. His own attitude is deeply ambivalent. Though filled with mistrust about any form of organized religion, 78, he also does not want religion to disappear or to collapse into the state. Kant's cult of humanity, which would prescribe rituals and dogmas no less than the Roman Catholic Church, was utterly repellent to him. 506 to 510. Religion, Lang explained, now faces a terrible crisis. The spread of enlightenment and the growth of the natural sciences have had a devastating effect on traditional religious belief, so that it is no longer possible to uphold the old dogmas. 547. Not only the beliefs of revealed religion, viz. The Trinity and Atonement, but also those of natural religion, viz. God, providence, and immortality, have shown themselves to be vulnerable to criticism. What, though, is to replace such beliefs? Religion now stood at a crossroad. 546. One had to choose between two paths: the complete abolition of religion, where its traditional functions in regulating moral conduct are handed over to the state, or the total reformation of religion, so that it is no longer seen as dogma or metaphysics, and so that it is recognized instead simply as poetry, a product of the activity of human beings. To go down the first path ultimately would backfire, Lang warns, because the people will resent the state dictating their religion, and they are likely to clamor for some of their old superstitions. 547. Furthermore, this path simply represses the feelings and creative forces behind religion, and fails to give them a legitimate outlet. The second path is the more hopeful. What this involves is the gradual transformation and reformulation of religion by artists and poets so that it expresses the highest ideals and values of the people. The artist or poet will now take over the traditional function of the priest. For Lang, the model for such a transformation of religion is the philosophical poetry of Schiller. His poem Reichterschitten, for example, expresses everything that one felt in the suffering and resurrection of Christ. 547 to 548. 79. The thrust of Lang's program was thus to transform religion from a form of belief into an aesthetic experience. Everything that we feel in religion, Lang wagers, is ultimately formulable in poetry without loss of meaning, and without involving all the problematic beliefs of dogma, metaphysics, or myth. Poetry has the power to express religious feeling in the form of symbols and images, which could have the same function as belief in elevating us above the world of the senses and in allowing us to feel the value or worth of the ideal. Lang's project for an aesthetic reformation of religion has its roots in the Romantic movement of the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Hölderlin, Schleiermacher, Schlegel, and Novalis all stressed the affinity between religion and art, and they too wanted the artist to take over the traditional function of the priest. The artist has the power to evoke in us the feeling of the sublime and beautiful, which give witness to the infinite in the finite, the divine within nature. We have already seen how Fries and Herbart clung to these aspects of Romantic religion. Lang follows in their footsteps. There is an important difference, however, between Lang's Reformed religion and that of the Romantics. Lang refuses to regard aesthetic experience as a form of cognition. An awareness of the sublime is not an intuition of the infinite. For Lang, as a good Kantian, aesthetic experience is strictly non-cognitive. Knowledge is the exclusive prerogative of the exact sciences. The philosophical basis for Lang's aesthetic reformation of religion is his distinction between the realms of ideal and reality, value and existence. The real core and essence of religion, Lang insists, lies not in trying to know the realm of reality or existence but in creating an ideal world that expresses our ultimate values. 547. Traditional religion had been blind to the sui generis nature of this ideal world, chiefly because of its deep-rooted tendency to hypostasize ideals, to make them into objects of belief rather than ideals for action. But, for Lang, recognizing the precise logical status of this ideal world, and placing religion firmly within it, is utterly crucial to saving religion in the modern world. If religion is understood as dogma or metaphysics, as an attempt to acquire knowledge about existence or reality, it cannot compete with science, and so it is doomed to eventual destruction. If, however, religion is seen as an attempt to create values and ideals through art, then it stands outside the whole sphere of knowledge, and thus beyond the ken of criticism. After all, who would attempt to refute a Mass by Palestrina or a Madonna by Raphael? 561. The inspiration for Lang's attempt to rescue religion ultimately came from Kant. Prima facie this is surprising because of Lang's statement, in the very beginning of his Kant chapter, that the real significance of Kant's philosophy lay in its theoretical part, and that the practical part was the changeable and perishable part of the Kantian system. 2. That makes it seem as if Lang completely repudiated Kant's doctrine of practical faith. While he indeed rejected Kant's attempt to rescue the old beliefs of natural religion, namely, the beliefs in God, providence, and immortality, he still endorsed his attempt to provide a practical or moral justification of religion. Following Kant, Lang would divide science and religion into separate spheres, and he would justify religion by practical rather than theoretical means. His loyalty to the Kantian doctrine is fully apparent from his June 2, 1870 letter to Ubierweg, where he attempts to answer Ubierweg's question of whether he follows Kant's practical philosophy in his justification of religion. The answer is no, he says, insofar as he does not attempt to justify the same beliefs as Kant, but it is yes, insofar as he too attempts to provide a practical justification for moral and religious ideas. 80 Though Lang followed some basic Kantian guidelines, he still departed from them in important ways. His distinction between value and existence was meant to replace Kant's distinction between noumena and phenomena. In providing a secure space for religion, his distinction would do the same work as Kant's, but it would not require Kant's postulate of a mysterious noumenal realm of existence. Kant, Lang argued, had failed to see that these ideals, values, and norms are created by us, and that they do not exist in some special realm of being independent of us. 61. There is no need to postulate, therefore, an extra ontological realm to account for the integrity of our ideals and values, to show their difference from the natural world. In postulating a special realm of reality or existence to place religious belief, Kant had lapsed into the very error he had exposed in rationalist metaphysics, hypostasis. Lang also refused to accept Kant's account of the content of practical faith. For Kant, that content consists in some of the basic beliefs of natural religion, namely, the beliefs in God, freedom, and immortality. But Lang refuses to recognize these beliefs as rational, whether by theoretical or practical guidelines. It is no longer the case, he argues, that morality requires the beliefs in God and immortality, because history and common experience has shown that we can be perfectly moral agents without holding these beliefs. 2, 488 to 489. Lang also pointed out that some free communities had already dispensed even with these beliefs, and that they were fully content with a humanistic faith. 496. It was Kant's attempt to prove these beliefs on the basis of practical reason that Lang regarded as the changeable and perishable side of his doctrine of practical faith. This showed Kant to be a child of the 18th century, just another disciple of Enlightenmentism and natural religion. Granted that religion falls into the realm of values and ideals, and granted that the old beliefs are obsolete, what standards determine the new values and ideals? What criteria adjudicate between conflicting views about these values and ideals? The new community movement had made this question all the more urgent and important. It was, however, a question for which Lang still had no definite answer in his Geschichte Materialismus. 81. It is clear that we cannot appeal to normal theoretical criteria, which determine only matters of fact in the natural world. Following Kant's precedent, we now have to resort to practical criteria, such as the moral law. But nowhere does Lang explain how the moral law provides such a criterion. We learn only that tolerance towards others is one measure for the possession of spirit, 2, 553, but little more. Morality seems to give at best a negative criterion to exclude ideas and values that are immoral, but it does not appear strong enough to provide a positive criterion to choose between ideas and values that are moral. Between moral ideals and values, Lang offers nothing but aesthetic criteria. He makes the following puzzling statement: to put it rather bluntly, this is a matter of taste, but, of course, the essential deciding factor is not the subjective taste of the individual, but the general cultural condition of nations, the dominant patterns of the association of ideas and, conditioned by an infinitude of factors, a certain basic attitude of mind. 497. The shift away from moral to aesthetic criteria is perfectly understandable given how Lang conceives of the creative activity behind religion. That activity he describes as poetic, though poetic in the broad classical sense as the power to produce beautiful things. The products of this poetic activity he calls ideas, though ideas in the Kantian sense, where they are images, symbols of the rational or supersensible. 2, 494. Given that religion consists in such images or symbols, it is only appropriate to measure them by aesthetic standards. Cognitive or practical standards miss their purpose and meaning. Still, Lang's move from aesthetic standards to a matter of taste remains puzzling and surprising. After all, aesthetic criteria can be, or at least purport to be, universal and necessary, and so not a mere matter of taste depending upon the general spirit of the age. Remarkably, Lang had posed the main objection to this position in the preface to the first edition of his Geschichte Materialismus. After stating his theory that the essence of religion consists in creative activity, Lang introduces an hypothetical objector who declares that this too is subjective. It leaves only aesthetic criteria, which would allow for even forms of superstition and idolatry provided that they are aesthetically pleasing. 7. Was not the Catholic Mass, after all, an aesthetic experience? Though Lang admits that this objection weighs heavily upon him, he leaves us with the baffling confession: I depend upon the correctness of the signatura temporis, as I understand it. 8. This was essentially a surrender to relativism, to the whims of the Zeitgeist. As Lang well knew, the signatura temporis, the Zeitgeist, was sending conflicting signals, given that there was the greatest disagreement in the free community movement about the best ideals and values for the new age. 10. Philosophy as poetry. In his Geschichte Materialismus, Lang was very clear that the ideas of metaphysics, viz. God, freedom, the soul, are based upon practical reason and that they have only a poetic validity. He did not explain, however, just how they are based on practical reason, or what exactly their poetic validity means. The net result, one half of the entire globus intellectualis, the poetic half, and its relation to the other scientific half, had been left in darkness. Lang finally confronted these issues in an unlikely place, in a chapter for a book on Schiller's philosophical poetry. He had worked on this book for nearly a decade but never published it, even though parts of it were already in proof stage. The book was eventually published posthumously by his biographer, A.O. Ellison, as Einleitung und Kommentar zu Schillers philosophischen Gedichten. 82. A book on Schiller's philosophical poetry seems an implausible place for reflection on such issues. All the more so when we consider the book's purpose, to serve as a teacher's guide to help gymnasium students read Schiller's more difficult philosophical poems. For Lang, however, the introduction to this book was the best occasion to raise just these philosophical questions. Schiller had always loomed large in his philosophical thinking, and on just these issues. Regarding the relationship between practical reason and the ideas, Lang told his friend Ubierweg on June 2, 1870, that he was more a Schillerian than a Kantian. 83. In the preface to the first edition of the Geschichte Materialismus he stated that the Kantian who came closest to his own views was Schiller, and he regretted that he did not have space to explain the philosophy of the great poet, v. In general, Lang held up Schiller's philosophical poetry as the model for where philosophy should go after it renounces its traditional metaphysical pretensions and realizes the crucial tasks that lie before it, the aesthetic education of the nation. The first chapter of Lang's Einleitung und Kommentar, titled Philosophie und Poesie, 84 contains his most detailed account of the relationship between the two halves of the intellectual sphere. He first identifies these halves with the realms of truth and beauty. They are distinct, Lang explains, because truth and beauty impose different demands upon us. The scientist has to determine the truth, even if it is ugly, the artist has to create the beautiful, even if it means ignoring the imperfections and particularities of reality. 1. Of course, we want the two to be united, we hate beautiful lies, we prize elegant exposition. Still, the standards of these realms remain distinct, and the idea of their unity is only a fiction. 2. Why, exactly, are they different? Lang provides no explicit explanation, but his underlying presuppositions are plain enough. Truth and beauty are for him the objects of science and art, which are distinct kinds of activity. All science strives for knowledge, which is limited to the world of experience, where an object is given to us through the senses. Art, however, simply creates its own object, it can transcend experience, and is not limited to reproducing something given to us. We confuse these realms, Lang warns us, if we assume that the beautiful is something that exists, as if it could somehow be an object of knowledge. To make such an assumption would be to hypostasize our own creations. 5. The most striking feature of Lang's map of the intellectual sphere is that it is dualistic, divided between the demands of truth and beauty, science and art, leaving no place for the realm of morality. Lang is implicitly departing from Kant's own topography, which divided the whole intellectual sphere into three realms: truth, beauty, and goodness. 85. Lang was subordinating the moral realm to the aesthetic one, a not unnatural move for someone who had devoted much of his early career to Herbart's psychology. Why, though, this subordination of morality to art? Lang was simply taking some Kantian doctrines to their ultimate conclusion. First, he holds that the ideas of reason, the ideas of God, freedom, and immorality that play such a central role in morality are only our own creations, and that if we assume that there is some reality corresponding to them we indulge in hypostasis, the basic fallacy of pure reason according to the transcendental dialectic of the first critic. Second, like Kant, Lang thinks that moral principles are constructions, that the principles to which we are subject as autonomous agents should be also the principles that we create for ourselves as rational beings. Why, though, does the production of these principles not conform to sui generis moral standards? Nowhere does Lang explicitly address this question. But the answer seems to lie in his rejection of Kant's deductions of moral principles. As we have already seen, 86 Lang does not think that we can provide an a priori deduction of a moral principle that will show it to be valid universally, necessarily, and for all times and places. The historicist strand in his thinking made him reject moral absolutes, the empiricist strand made him want to base moral principles upon sentiment, just as Smith had done. Justifying moral principles on sentiment brings them closer to the aesthetic sphere. Whatever its ultimate rationale, Lang's subordination of the moral to the aesthetic realm has an important result for his conception of practical reason and how it justifies metaphysical ideas. At first Lang seems to accept Kant's practical justification at face value. It means that although we cannot know the ideas are true, we are still allowed to proceed as if they were, or that we are permitted to think that they are true for the purposes of moral action. 4. On this account, the practical justification of the ideas is based on morality. The ideas are justified when we show that believing in or acting upon them is necessary to fulfill the demands of moral principles. Thus, regarding the idea of freedom, Lang says that though we cannot know we are free, we are still justified in thinking that we are so for the sake of moral responsibility. 4. Yet a little later Lang gives practical justification a very different twist, one that reflects the domination of the aesthetic in his thinking. Kant went astray, he argues. When he attempted to provide a logical deduction of the ideas from practical reason, a procedure just as illusory as that of the old metaphysics. 8. There is indeed a necessity behind the ideas, Lang assures us, but it is not a logical but a strictly aesthetic necessity. 8. What justifies the Kantian ideas, in other words, is not their morality but their beauty, or better yet their sublimity. It is ultimately the idea of the sublime, Lang argues, that proves to be the real standard and justification for the Kantian ideas. Even if one does not want to place Kant's system under the idea of the beautiful, it still belongs all the more surely under the idea of the sublime. 8-9, where do we put philosophy on Lang's intellectual map? It seems to have no place at all because philosophy is neither natural science nor art. Traditional philosophy was metaphysics, which pretended to be a kind of science through pure reason, a demonstrative knowledge of the objects falling under the ideas. We know now, however, that metaphysics is illusory, partly because it hypostasizes its own creations, and partly because it attempts to transcend experience, which determine the limits of knowledge. So Lang has a clear place for metaphysics on his intellectual map, since it is not a form of knowledge, and since it creates its own objects, it is really a form of art rather than science. 8. More simply, metaphysics is poetry, Dichtung. 8. Lang does not draw the conclusion, however, that all philosophy is a form of art. He makes a distinction between two kinds of philosophy: critical philosophy, which is science, because it involves methods of empirical investigation, and positive philosophy, which is a form of art or poetry. 7-8. Positive philosophy takes over the task of traditional metaphysics. It attempts to provide us with a general worldview, but rather than pretending to provide knowledge of apparent supersensible objects, it is self-conscious poetry. Lang's conception of positive philosophy came with a drastic deflation of the ideals and claims of traditional metaphysics. Metaphysics could no longer pretend to provide a worldview having universal validity. Since positive philosophy is a form of poetry, and so subject to aesthetic standards, there is no single form it should take, there is no single system of philosophy that will be valid for everyone alike, for there are all kinds of ways of constructing a system of philosophy, and which system we adopt will be a matter of taste. 6. There is an obvious non sequitur involved in such reasoning. Just because we apply aesthetic standards does not mean we are limited to personal taste. Why not universal aesthetic standards? For reasons best known to himself, Lang does not accept that possibility. The realm of universal validity is for him coextensive with the realm of knowledge. Perhaps one reason he does not believe in the possibility of universal aesthetic standards is because of his historicism, his belief that philosophy, religion, and art are subject to the zeitgeist, that they are the expression of the values and ways of life of a particular nation. This historicism appears clearly when he writes that the principles of positive philosophy change with the times, that they differ from one generation to the next. 8. We have already seen how the choice of religion is determined by the signatura temporis, the same now seems to be the case with philosophy itself. The final result of Lang's reflections on the relationship between philosophy and poetry was a harsh dilemma, either hard science or poetry. There is no other legitimate form of intellectual discourse. Traditional philosophy, which was neither empirical science nor poetry, had been squeezed out, eliminated from the globus intellectualis. What Lang termed critical philosophy was really nothing more than a branch of empirical science, fully in accord with his conception of transcendental philosophy as psychological and physiological research. In short, Lang was making philosophy redundant, dissolving it into empirical science or poetry. This proved a severe challenge for his successors. The young Hermann Cohen and Wilhelm Windelband were determined to uphold the traditional conception of philosophy, to keep a place for philosophy between empirical science or poetry. We shall soon see what came of their efforts. 10. The battle against pessimism. One sources of pessimism beginning in the mid-1860s, the Neo-Kantians began to turn their attention to a new disturbing phenomenon on the cultural horizon, pessimism. There were two thinkers behind this phenomenon, two major champions of pessimism, Arthur Schopenhauer and Eduard von Hartmann. Schopenhauer's main work, Die Welt als Wille und Vorstellung, first appeared in 1819 and, though ignored for decades, it had been rediscovered in the 1850s and had virtually become a cult classic by the 1860s. Hartmann's chief work, Die Philosophie des Unbewussten, which was first published in 1869, was a huge and immediate hit, going through many printings and spawning a flood of polemical literature. The success of Schopenhauer's and Hartmann's work spoke for a new cultural phenomenon. Pessimism was now the zeitgeist. This was a challenge the Neo-Kantians could not afford to ignore. They soon rose to the occasion. Almost every major Neo-Kantian had something to say about pessimism. From the mid-1860s until the early 1900s, Kuno Fischer, Otto Liebmann, Jürgen Bohnemeyer, Friedrich Paulsen, Rudolf Heim, Alois Riel, Johannes Volkelt, Hermann Cohen and Wilhelm Windelband wrote articles, essays, or book chapters about it. Such, indeed, was the interest in Schopenhauer that Fischer, Heim, Volkelt, and Meyer wrote some of the first monographs on him. By the late 1870s, pessimism had replaced materialism as the Neo-Kantians' bête noire. Where there was once Buchner, Moleschott, Cholby, or Voigt, there now stood Schopenhauer and Hartmann. But why were the Neo-Kantians so troubled by pessimism? And why did it become so popular? Neither question is easy to answer. Why pessimism should be a threat to Neo-Kantians is not so obvious. Prima facie, a good Kantian should not be especially concerned by Schopenhauer's or Hartmann's version of it. The central thesis of their pessimism is that life is not worth living because it brings far more suffering than happiness. A good Kantian, however, is a stoical soul who never expects life to bring him much happiness. He need not even contest the claim that life is not worth living if it is measured in eudaimonic terms. Instead, he insists that the value of life has to be assessed in moral terms. So, even if life is suffering, the good Kantian still finds meaning in it by performing his moral duties and striving for the highest good. Progress towards a better world redeems all suffering and makes life worth living. This simple point should be enough, it seems, to disarm the threat of Schopenhauer's and Hartmann's pessimism. Yet, on a deeper level, Schopenhauer's pessimism was very disturbing for the good Kantian. For there was a quietistic message behind it that made all human endeavor meaningless, even when measured in strictly moral terms. The implication of Schopenhauer's argument in the final chapters of Die Welt als Wille und Vorstellung is that all striving for a better world is pointless. No matter how much we struggle to improve it, we make no progress towards the highest good. We are like Sisyphus pushing his rock up the hill only for it to roll back down again. Rather than striving to create a better world, we should renounce our will to live and attempt to escape the world in religious and aesthetic contemplation. It was chiefly this quietism, for reasons we shall soon see, that so troubled the Neo-Kantians about pessimism. The reasons for the popularity of pessimism are even less clear. The public obsession with pessimism puzzled Neo-Kantians themselves. Fischer and Meyer offered the explanation that it expressed the spirit of the times after the defeat of the Revolution of 1848. 5. After the failure to achieve such basic liberal ideals as constitutional government and national unity, we are told, people lost faith in the old optimistic philosophies, which rested upon the hope of progress in history. Now that the forces of reaction had the upper hand, there seemed no way forward, so that idealism gave way to cynicism. This is how Fischer described the spirit of the times. After the shipwreck of the attempts at national unity, after the days of Bronzil and Omitz, after the restoration of the alliance in Frankfurt am Main, there came the satyr song with its elegiac mood, "Oh, du lieber Augustin, everything is lost. The only consolation went, ergo bibamus." 6. So, on this reading, pessimism was a philosophy of disappointment and disillusionment, capturing a mood especially prevalent in the 1850s and 1860s. This interpretation cannot explain, however, why pessimism continued to be so popular in the 1870s, a decade which saw the fulfillment of liberal dreams. With the 1870s came the founding of the new Reich, victory over the French, the growth of representative government, and much technical and social progress. So, if political disappointment could explain the origin of pessimism, it could hardly account for its persistence. It was precisely the continuing popularity of pessimism, however, that puzzled Neo-Kantians. Johannes Volkelt, a young Neo-Kantian in Vienna, suggested this explanation for the phenomenon, the failure of social and political institutions to provide for the rising expectations of the masses. 7. Who can blame the spectator for lapsing into pessimistic reflections, Volkelt wrote, when he sees the specter of mass poverty. Volkelt, it seemed, had hit the nail on the head. For at least one prominent pessimist agreed with him. Agnes Taubert, the wife of Eduard von Hartmann, admitted that disappointment among the masses was indeed one reason for pessimism. 8. She disagreed with Volkert, however, that one should try to encourage optimism, to give the masses hope to change their situation. Pessimism was the best remedy for the disaffection of the masses because it would teach them to limit their expectations and to restrain their desires. These expectations and desires had become unrealistic, increasing far beyond any social, political, and economic means of fulfilling them. From pessimism, at least the people could learn that suffering and misery is a constant of human life, and that it prevails as much in the nobleman's palace as in the peasant's hut. Taubert's reactionary views reveal one crucial feature behind the controversy about pessimism, its political dimension. 9. Many Neo-Kantians were suspicious of pessimism, because they saw it as more of a doctrine of reaction than disillusionment. They regarded it as a reactionary weapon for keeping in check the hopes and ideals of the masses, who believed that they could make progress and change the world through political organization and action. What better way to take the wind out of their sails than to tell them there is no progress in history, that life is inescapable. Suffering, that it is futile trying to change the world, which always remains the same. Schopenhauer probably never had these political intentions in mind in formulating his pessimism in the early 1800s. But it was also no accident that his pessimism later conveniently served reactionary ends. For Schopenhauer's political convictions were decidedly reactionary, and he had sided with the monarchy during the 1848 revolution. 10. A clause in his will gave money to soldiers wounded in battle with radicals and workers in Frankfurt. Against Schopenhauer's reactionary views, the Neo-Kantians still upheld the old liberal faith, the old hope in social and political progress. It is in recognizing this political dimension behind pessimism that we can begin to see the motivation for the Neo-Kantians' battle against it. That battle was directed primarily against Schopenhauer's quietism, which undermined all motivation to change and reform the world. The Neo-Kantian struggle against pessimism reveals one of its central and characteristic features as an intellectual movement, its faith in human autonomy, the power of human beings to change their world. We misunderstand this feature if we confuse it with optimism, which is for the Neo-Kantian the belief in inevitable historical progress, the thesis that the laws of history are moving towards greater freedom and equality. For the Neo-Kantian, optimism commits the same mistake as pessimism, by having us believe in the inevitability of progress, in the necessity of historical development. It undermines the motivation of the individual to change his world. Optimism and pessimism are the two extremes to be avoided at all cost. The middle path between them is political realism, the recognition that each individual human being has the power and responsibility for political action to change his or her world. To a scholar of Kant's philosophy, this political realism is not likely to seem Kantian at all. Kant's later writings on history make him into a cautious historical optimist, someone who believes that nature herself will bring forth a republican constitution. But, as we shall soon see, when it came to politics, the Neo-Kantians were more Neo-Fichtian than Neo-Kantian. The revival of Fichte in the 1860s was a crucial force behind the revival of Kant himself. We shall examine the meaning of this Fichtian revival in section 3. Our task now will be to examine the Neo-Kantian battle against Schopenhauer's pessimism. 11. We need to know the arguments as well as the motivations behind it. This will involve a survey of the highlights of the Neo-Kantian polemic against pessimism. To the polemic against pessimism, it was a bleak picture of human life that Arthur Schopenhauer painted in the fourth and final part of Die Welt als Wille und Vorstellung. The central thesis of his pessimism is simple: all life is suffering. 426, 56. 12. This suffering is inescapable, constant, and unbearable. That is the hard fact of life, though few are willing to recognize it, because they are so caught in the snares of their desires that they never ask themselves where they lead, why they pursue them, and what is the point of it all. The major premise of Schopenhauer's pessimism is his most basic metaphysical principle, that the heart of reality, the thing in itself, consists in the will, which consists in a blind, ceaseless striving without end or purpose. 13. This will determines, and appears in, all human thoughts, deeds and desires. Because we are forever willing, we are forever desiring, but all desire is by its very nature suffering, because it consists in a felt need or lack. To free ourselves from this pain, we struggle to satisfy our desires, but the satisfaction never lasts very long. No sooner have we satisfied one desire than we have another. While desire is long, satisfaction is short, lasting only for a moment. And while pain is a reality, a positive quality, whose presence is all too keenly felt, pleasure is only a privation, a negative quality, the momentary relief and release from suffering. So life is caught in a constant cycle of desire and desperation, a cycle whose only purpose is to prolong itself. Should this cycle pause for a moment between desires, then we suffer an even worse fate: boredom. 428, 57. Boredom makes our very existence unbearable, and so we struggle to escape it. How? By restarting the cycle, of course. So, according to this grim picture, life is a grim struggle for existence, where existence serves no value or purpose at all. Life is ceaseless torment, inescapable suffering, only occasionally and briefly relieved when we satisfy our desires. No matter how many cliffs we avoid in the course of our struggle to survive, there is one we know that we cannot avoid, and that is the worst of all: death. 429, 57. As bleak as this picture was, Schopenhauer still held out the prospect of salvation. He painted life in such dire terms only in the hope that we, or at least a few among us, would see through it, renounce it, and finally escape it. Although he taught that all our thoughts, actions, and feelings are manifestations of the will, he still held that we can stand outside and above the will through acts of intellectual insight which reveal to us the futility of desire and the source of suffering. 14. Once we gain such insight, we have the power to deny the will, to renounce all its promptings and urgings, and to lead an ascetic life of contemplation. Such a life will be serene and peaceful, Schopenhauer promised, I. 529, 68. This was his version of the Stoic ideal of atarxia, of the Christian concept of rebirth and grace, of the Buddhistic doctrine of nirvana or enlightenment. Of all these variants, Schopenhauer preferred most the Buddhistic one. According to Fischer, Schopenhauer was deeply serious about his Buddhism, which he hoped would become the new religion of the West. 15. He saw himself as its sage, his book as its gospel. The Neo-Kantians' response to Schopenhauer's pessimism could not have been more negative. 16. They scrutinized its every premise, presupposition, and conclusion, and rejected them all. Such hostility is prima facie surprising, given that good Kantians are not prone to celebrating the joys of life, and given that they are ready to concede that the world is a miserable place when measured by eudaimonic standards. What motivated their animosity, though, was less Schopenhauer's bleak portrait of life than the conclusions he wanted to draw from it. For political and ethical reasons, the Neo-Kantians were utterly opposed to the very ethic that Schopenhauer wanted to promote: denunciation of the will, renunciation of life, resignation about the ways of the world. For the Neo-Kantians, this was tantamount to surrender to the evil forces of this world. The point of our lives was not to escape the world but to change it. Since so much was at stake, Schopenhauer's pessimism would have to be defeated, eradicated root and branch. And so, nearly for 4 decades, stretching from the 1860s until the early 1900s, the Neo-Kantians would fight Schopenhauer on many occasions, whenever energy and time permitted. 17. One central strategy in the Neo-Kantian campaign against Schopenhauer's pessimism was to undermine its claim to scientific or philosophical status. In one form or another, Windelband, Paulson, Liebman, Meyer and Riehl all followed this strategy. 18. They contended there could be no proof for Schopenhauer's doctrine, either empirical or a priori, and that it was ultimately more a statement about his personal attitude than a genuine metaphysical fact about the world. According to this line of argument, whether life is worth living is a question of value, and so it is a matter for each individual to decide on the basis of his or her own experience. Who was Arthur Schopenhauer to tell everyone that their lives are pointless or worthless? In advocating his pessimism as if it were some kind of deep metaphysical truth, Schopenhauer had made a fundamental confusion between fact and value. Questions of value cannot be determined on the basis of pure reason alone. We can use all kinds of ends or criteria to assess the value of life, all of which are perfectly rational. Which conclusions we reach depends on which we apply. Windelband, who developed this line of argument most fully and rigorously, 19, contends that there could be only one way to make an objective thesis about the value of existence. If we knew the purpose for which the world was created, then we could tell whether it was good or bad. It would then be a matter of simply seeing whether the world fit its purpose or not. But there is no way of knowing, Windelband argued, what the purpose of life is in itself, because metaphysics is impossible. As Kant rightly taught, we have no means of knowing reality as a whole. One variation on this strategy, which was pursued by Paulson and Meyer, 20, is that Schopenhauer's pessimism could be scientific or philosophical only if there were a kind of hedonic calculus, that is, a method of comparing the pleasures and pains of this life and determining which outweighs the other. Although they knew that Schopenhauer never claimed to be in possession of such a calculus, they still maintain that it is a presupposition of his argument, because it is only by showing the predominance of suffering over happiness, of pain over pleasure, that he can justify his claim that life is not worth living. But such a presupposition, Paulson and Meyer argued, is absurd, for the simple reason that it is impossible to make such comparisons. Pleasures and pains are very heterogeneous, and to determine their value we have to assess not only their quantities but also their qualities. Paulson pointed out that it is impossible to determine for even a single ordinary day in a person's life whether pleasures or pains predominate. For that to work, we would have to assign numerical values to the most heterogeneous pleasures and pains. But how do we measure, Paulson asked, the pleasure of a good breakfast against the displeasure from eating burnt soup for dinner? And how do we determine the pleasure of reading a good book against the displeasure of hearing disturbing background noise? If we cannot calculate the sum of pleasures and pains on a single day, then how are we to do that for a whole human life? And then for human life in general? In his defense, it has to be said that Schopenhauer never intended to provide empirical justification for his theory. 21 His argument on behalf of pessimism was supposed to be a priori, based on general facts about human life, desire, and pleasure. The case for pessimism rested for him more on metaphysics than on ordinary experience. It also has to be said, however, that the Neo-Kantians were aware of Schopenhauer's intentions on this score, which they duly countered with a priori objections of their own. Schopenhauer's pessimism, Paulson, Meyer, and Foucault contended, rests on a faulty understanding of pleasure as well as desire. Schopenhauer assumes that pleasure is extrinsic to action, as if it were a reward attained at the end of an activity. But this fails to see that pleasure is often intrinsic to action, that it derives from its very doing. 22 There is a very big difference between the pleasure of gratification, which comes at the end of an action, and the pleasure of doing, which comes from acting itself. The sensation of satiety after a full meal, the feeling of rest after exertion, are pleasures of gratification. The enjoyment of playing the piano, or of reading a good book, are pleasures of doing. So Schopenhauer's concept of pleasure is too narrow, derived entirely from pleasures of gratification, as if they were the sole kind of pleasure. This mistake is a crucial premise to his pessimism, however, because it assumes that the active pursuit of pleasure has to be painful, a source of suffering, when it can be entirely enjoyable. Schopenhauer also goes astray. Windelband, Riehl, Paulson, Meyer and Foucault charged, 23 in attributing solely a negative significance to pleasure, as if it were nothing more than freedom from the pain of desire. Schopenhauer's argument for this thesis is insufficient. The mere fact that desire attempts to eradicate some need does not mean that its satisfaction consists only in the removal of the need. There can still be some positive feeling in the satisfaction of the need. And, although we feel pleasure more intensely when we free ourselves from pain, we still have feelings of pleasure when we have not felt privation beforehand. Are there not pleasant surprises in life? The most weighty objection against Schopenhauer's a priori argument for pessimism concerned the chief concept behind it, the will. The Neo-Kantians doubted that this pivotal concept could be given any definite meaning at all. Schopenhauer's will did not have any definite motive or purpose. But what kind of will is that, Otto Liebmann asked, that does not have a motive or end? 24 If I have a will, I have to will something, my will needs a specific object. Liebmann found it strange that Schopenhauer's will is the source of the human body, when all the desires he ever knew presupposed the existence of the body. For his part, Meyer could not understand Schopenhauer's claim that the essence or inner nature of a human being consists in the will. We are supposed to know this through some kind of immediate intuition of ourselves. But though it is true that we are always conscious of ourselves as acting, it does not follow that this acting is always a form of willing. It might consist in thinking or feeling as much as willing. 25 Many years later Alois Riehl pressed home these kinds of criticisms. 26 He maintained that the concept of a will is only an abstraction, which we derive from particular acts of will, every one of which depends on a motive or purpose. In depriving the will of motives and ends, Schopenhauer was confusing it with simple desire, because though desires have no conscious purpose, the will must have one by its very nature as a distinctively human form of volition. 27. No less problematic was the metaphysics Schopenhauer based on his theory of the will. He had claimed that the will is the inner nature not only of human beings but of all things, whether animate or inanimate. Whoever knows that the will is his inner nature, Schopenhauer said, will want to generalize this for everything else, so that their inner nature too consists in the will. 28. For Liebman, Meyer, Heim and Real, however, this was a speculative leap of astonishing proportion. Never have the basic limits of speculation been treated with more nonchalance than with this inference, Liebman wrote. 29. This was a tightrope walker's leap over a metaphysical chasm. For his part, Meyer found Schopenhauer's inference to be bolder than anything undertaken by the Naturphilosophien. 30. And Real held Schopenhauer's concept of will to be so mysterious that he could not understand how it could explain the entire world. This was a true explanation obscurum per obscurius. 31. Fischer, Meyer, Heim, Real, and Folkelt were quick to point out the main difficulty in Schopenhauer's theory of redemption. 32. Schopenhauer had maintained that the will is the guiding force behind the intellect, which is essentially only a tool to determine the means for its ends. 33. But if this is so, how does human knowledge, which derives from the intellect, free itself from the will and allow us to stand above human striving? Somehow, the intellect is both bound by the will yet liberates us from it. Keenly aware of this difficulty, Schopenhauer tried to address it at the close of Die Welt als Wille und Vorstellung. 34. But his solution simply begged the question. He merely restated his conviction that knowledge could change the direction of the will, I. 547, 70. How it could do this was the very question at issue. In the end, Schopenhauer seems to put his trust in all the reports and stories about Christian and Buddhistic spiritual life. But it never seemed to have occurred to him, as it later did to Nietzsche, that even this apparently ascetic life could be just another subconscious form of the will, the ultimate expression of the will to power. Given this difficulty, it is hardly surprising that the Neo-Kantians were skeptical whether, on Schopenhauer's premises, there could be any deliverance from suffering, any redemption from the striving of the will. All that we have said above is an abstract of just some of the Neo-Kantian polemic against Schopenhauer's pessimism. The polemic was much richer, subtler, and more nuanced than we can recount here. We must keep in perspective, though, the secondary importance of this polemic. Ultimately, it was only a means to an end, undercutting Schopenhauer's quietism, his attempt to sabotage the effort to change the world. Just why the Neo-Kantians were committed to undermining this quietism, just how and why their own philosophy was deeply activist, is a question that we must now address. Only when we understand the sources of their activism will we be fully in a position to understand the motives and rationale behind their attitude towards pessimism. 3. Neo-Kantianism. As Neo-Fichteanism scholars of the 19th century tend to think of pessimism as a phenomenon peculiar to that century, one that begins in the 1860s with the rehabilitation of Schopenhauer and the publication of Hartmann's Philosophie des Unbewussten, 1869. But pessimism was very much a problem of the 18th century too. Its most powerful spokesman was Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who, in his first discourse, 1750-35 had put forward the provocative thesis that the progress of the arts and sciences is not improving but corrupting morals. That thesis was a great challenge to the Enlightenment, whose first article of faith had been that the progress of civilization, the growth of the arts and sciences, would improve life and morals. Among those philosophes and Aufklärers shocked by Rousseau's thesis was Kant himself, who was devoted to the cause of enlightenment. Though it is only implicit, Kant's response to Rousseau's pessimism is central to his mature philosophy. If Kant were to defend the cause of enlightenment, and indeed the value and authority of reason itself, he had to respond to Rousseau's pessimism. Since the Neo-Kantian critique of Schopenhauer's and Hartmann's pessimism in the 19th century grew out of Kant's response to Rousseau's pessimism in the 18th century, we first need to take into account Kant's attitude towards Rousseau. Kant's critique of Rousseau appears in his famous 1784 essay on world history, Idee zu einer allgemeinen Geschichte in weltbürgerlicher Absicht 36. Although Kant never mentions Rousseau in this essay, its thrust and content become fully meaningful only when we take into account its intended target, Rousseau's pessimism. The nub of Kant's critique is that the mechanism of nature leads inevitably towards the ideals of freedom and equality of a republican constitution, which is a better condition for mankind than the state of nature, where human beings never develop their natural powers. Kant's response is based upon his teleological theory of nature, according to which everything in nature works towards the full realization of all the natural capacities of man. The mechanism by which nature achieves this end is the unsocial sociability of mankind, which consists essentially in competition among individuals for power, property, and prestige, Herrschaft, Habsucht, Ehrsucht. Such competition forces people to develop their natural capacities. In competing for power, property, and prestige, people are compelled to work hard, to use their wits, and to learn new skills and tools, all of which develops their natural powers and intelligence. Kant admits that without this mechanism man would live an Arcadian pastoral existence of perfect concord, self-sufficiency and mutual love, which is the perfect portrait of Rousseau's state of nature. But in that idyll they would not develop their natural powers, so that they would be as docile as the sheep they tended. So, though the price of civilization is the loss of pastoral happiness, the reward is the development of our natural powers. Kant pressed home his argument against Rousseau by claiming that the very same mechanism would eventually lead to the creation of a republican constitution, a state devoted to the ideals of freedom and equality. Sheer self-interest inclines everyone towards a republican constitution, because it alone gives everyone maximal freedom to pursue property, power, and prestige without the interference of others. The republican constitution is for Kant a regulated or managed form of unsocial sociability, which naturally leads to the maximum development of human powers. Thus Rousseau's lost freedom and equality would be regained through political means, through the creation of a republican constitution, which was the greatest task facing humanity. And so, with a brilliant twist of the dialectical knife, Kant had turned Rousseau's argument against him. The very mechanism that Rousseau saw as a source of civilization's discontent, competition, and the workings of amour-propre, Kant saw as the source of its beneficence. Implicit in Kant's argument against Rousseau is the concession that happiness would be lost with the progress of culture. Kantian agents would be more perfect, rational, and self-realized than Rousseauian noble savages, but they would not be happy. This was not so much a lacuna in Kant's argument but the reflection of an important underlying principle. For Kant had disputed whether happiness is the proper measure of the value of life and existence. If nature gave us reason so that we could become happy, he had argued, then it has chosen a very ineffective instrument indeed, because we would actually be happier if we ran our lives by instinct alone. 37. An argument for pessimism based on eudaimonic considerations alone, Kant was saying, would reduce human beings down to animals and fail to see the true purpose of their reason, acting not according to laws but for the sake of laws, that is, for the sake of moral principle. 38. For Kant, then, the measure of the value of existence should be not eudaimonic but moral. Or, as he famously put it, the purpose of life is not to be happy but to be worthy of happiness, that is, to live our lives for the sake of moral ideals. 39. There is one ideal to which all human beings have a duty to contribute, the highest good, the perfect proportion between personal happiness and moral merit. This ideal went hand in glove with Kant's ideal of a republican constitution, which would enshrine principles of distributive justice, which apportion reward with desert. The moral duty to realize the highest good, to strive for the ideals of a republican constitution, would seem to make political action the final answer to the Rousseauian pessimist. Kant seemed to be saying against Rousseau, if we only strive for the ideal of a republican constitution, we will achieve, or at least approach, the freedom and equality of the lost state of nature. Life will have a purpose after all, and all our struggles can make a difference, making life worthwhile after all. Yet, as much as Kant seems to imply this, he had placed severe constraints on human political action. He did not believe in the powers of coordinated political action, in human beings coming together and achieving through their own efforts grand republican ideals. 40 Success in political endeavors depends too much on fortune, on the beneficent guiding hand of Providence. That the Republican Constitution will eventually come into being depends not on us, Kant held, but the mechanism of nature, which ultimately involves Providence, the divine design behind nature. In the end, then, Kant's response to pessimism rests on religious faith, the belief in the power of the Creator to guide human beings towards their final end. Philosophers in the Neo-Kantian tradition shared Kant's basic optimism, even if they did not accept the details of his theory of history. They reaffirmed his belief in progress, his hope that humanity, through constant striving and effort, could at least approach, if not attain, the ideals of a republican constitution. They were less willing to accept, however, Kant's teleology and theology. Not ready to rest their faith in providence, which they saw as a residue of the old theology, they believed instead in the power of the human will and the efficacy of direct action. Man had to take control over his own fate, and he could not wait for providence or nature to do things for him. If people would only work together in political associations, they could transform the political order and make progress towards Kant's grand ideals. The locus clas sicut for this activist response to Rousseau's cultural pessimism is the fifth of Fichte's famous lectures on Die Bestimmung der Gelehrten, 41, which he delivered in Jena in 1794. Here Fichte argued against Rousseau that we should see moral corruption as the result of a specific culture and state, that of the Ancien regime, and not as the result of culture and the state in general. While Rousseau pined for the lost golden age of nature, where men lived in peace, justice, and harmony, he should have realized that this is achievable only in a republican constitution. What he saw behind us in the past, Fichte declared, we should now put ahead of us in the future as a goal for human striving. Fichte's remedy for Rousseau's pessimism was thus political activism. His lectures closed with the rousing call to political action: act. Act, that is what we are here for. 42 No one believed more passionately than Fichte in the powers of the human will to transform its world. It was Fichte's radical Promethean faith, not Kant's belief in providence, that entered into the mainstream of the Neo-Kantian tradition. 43 The deep strain of Fichtean activism in the Neo-Kantian tradition first became apparent in the early 1860s. It was in the beginning of this decade that several prominent Neo-Kantians, Kuno Fischer, Jürgen Bohne-Meyer, Rudolf Heim, and Eduard Zeller, celebrated Fichte for his political activism on behalf of the liberal national cause. The occasion for their celebration lay in their own need to reassert their liberal and national ideals, which had been defeated in 1848, but which had forever remained in their hearts. After Kaiser Wilhelm I came to the throne in 1861, it was imperative to remind the new monarch of his potential future role in creating German unity. Who better than Fichte to remind His Majesty of his duties? For in his Reden an die Deutsche Nation, Fichte, still very much the firebrand of 1794, called upon Germans to resist their French occupiers and demanded the creation of a single German nation. 44 In the early 1860s that Fichtean ideal seemed more timely than ever, especially for those liberals who never lost faith in German unity. Given that Fichte was the right messenger, the only question was when to call upon him. What better opportunity than the centenary of his birth, May 1862? Speakers could affirm their liberal national cause through Fichte without raising the suspicions of censors. And so, on March 3, 1862, the Berlin chapter of the Deutsche Nationalverein, a liberal national organization of some 25,000 members advocating German unity under Prussian leadership, resolved to celebrate the centenary of Fichte's birth, leaving it to other local chapters to organize their own events. Those other chapters were more than happy to follow suit. Thus on May 19, 1862 there were celebrations of the Fichte centenary throughout Germany. 45 Some 2,500 individuals participated in the Berlin celebration alone. Among the Neo-Kantians, Fischer, Meyer, and Heim gave speeches. 46. The Fichte of 1862 was of the greatest importance for the rehabilitation of Kant, who piggybacked on Fichte's success. 47. For it was made clear through the many speeches that the father of Fichte's liberal ideals, and the founder of his philosophy, was Immanuel Kant. It was Fischer who spearheaded this Fichtean interpretation of Kant, for he had argued in the third volume of his Geschichte der Philosophie that Kant's philosophy was completed through Fichte. 48. This was true not only with respect to Kant's theoretical philosophy, Fischer argued, but also with regard to his practical philosophy. Just as Fichte eliminated the thing in itself from the theoretical philosophy, so he removed the last vestiges of religious hypostasis, namely, the belief in providence, from his practical philosophy. Fichte's great advance over Kant was in seeing that we could change the world through our own actions, and that we did not have to rely on or wait for providence. As Fischer described Fichte's activism in his centenary address, Kant had reformed philosophy, Fichte wanted reform through the Kantian philosophy. 49. It was with this optimistic Fichteanism that the Neo-Kantians would confront the phenomenon of pessimism in the 1860s. Just as Fichte had refused to accept Rousseau's pessimism, so the Neo-Kantians would react against Schopenhauer's and Hartmann's fashionable Weltschmerz. For all the differences between Rousseau's pessimism and its 19th-century German variants, there was still a common denominator, the belief that political action is futile, that we cannot remove the sources of human calamity through striving. The real problem with Schopenhauer's pessimism lay for the Neo-Kantians in its quietism, its belief that it is necessary to resign to the evils of life because they are inescapable and irremediable. We now need to take a closer look at that quietism and see how the Neo-Kantians reacted to it. For critique of quietism, abandon all hope. You who enter here would have been a fitting motto for Die Welt als Wille und Vorstellung. For in every possible way Schopenhauer undermines his readers' hopes of making a difference to life and improving the world. In Book 4 of his pessimistic masterpiece, Schopenhauer builds his case, piece by piece, for why the only appropriate response to life lies in resignation, in the denial of the will to life. Why is all hope futile? Schopenhauer gives several reasons. First, even if we created the perfect state, there would still be many evils intrinsic to life itself, I. 478, 62. The only purpose of the state is to prevent people from harming one another, but it cannot provide them with happiness. And even if all conflicts between people were resolved within the state, there would still be conflicts between states. Second, virtue cannot be taught, because it rests upon inner disposition and innate character rather than external behavior. All the constraints of the law and all the inducements of education act only upon external behavior. 50. This means that all attempts to create virtue through political reform and education cannot succeed. Third, there is no progress in history, but everything stays the same. The motto of history should be idem sed aliter, the same but in a different way. 51. The Hegelian doctrine of reason in history, the thesis that history conforms to ends and progressively realizes them, rests upon a confusion of the contingent realm of fact with the necessary truths of reason. Fourth, cosmic justice does not consist in an ideal world where happiness is in proportion to merit, but in the real world just as we see it before us. Whatever happens is right just because the will wills it, and whatever the will wills is just because it wills it. I. 480, 63. Hence world justice is the course of the world itself. Rather than judging the world by moral standards extrinsic to it, we should learn to adjust to its own immanent standards of justice. We should resign ourselves to whatever happens, however horrible, because it is just, a manifestation of that cosmic will which is the source of all justice. Schopenhauer's quietism was essentially a rehabilitation of the old Christian and Buddhistic ethic, which preached salvation by self-denial and renunciation. No one was more aware of the historical provenance of his doctrine in this regard than Schopenhauer himself. The true spirit and core of Christianity, he wrote, lay in the recognition of the nothingness of earthly happiness, the complete contempt for it, and the turning towards a completely different, even opposed existence. 52 In the penultimate chapter of Die Welt als Wille und Vorstellung Schopenhauer went out of his way to stress the affinity of his teaching with the old Christian ethics. 53 No, Schopenhauer did not believe in God or the kingdom of heaven, but he did expressly rehabilitate the concepts of sin, grace, deliverance, and redemption, where redemption lay in withdrawal from the world and renunciation of all striving of the will. 54 Nothing could be more opposed to this quietistic Christian ethic than Fichte's Prometheanism. Rather than resigning oneself to the world and attempting to escape it, Fichte preached rebelling against it and striving to transform it. The very will Schopenhauer wanted to renounce, Fichte wanted to enflame. While Schopenhauer saw the striving of the will as the chief source of mankind's problems, Fichte viewed it as the sole means for its redemption, because only through that striving could it achieve the ideals of a republican constitution. Nowhere is Fichte's opposition with the Christian tradition more apparent than in his claim that the unification of all striving Fichtean agents would be nothing less than God. 55 Of course this is an ideal these agents would never reach, but they could make progress towards it, approaching it if not attaining it. This Fichtean Prometheanism was the ultimate motivating force, the guiding spirit, behind the neo-Kantian critique of Schopenhauer's pessimism. While it is constantly present and presupposed, it is not always made explicit. There are places in the neo-Kantian polemic, however, where it emerges explicitly and unmistakably. One of these places appears in one of the earliest reviews of Schopenhauer's Die Welt als Wille und Vorstellung, Herbart's justly appreciative yet highly critical review, which appeared in Hermes in 1820. 56 At the close of his review, Herbart focuses on Schopenhauer's controversial remarks that optimism is not only an absurd but a pernicious way of thinking because it makes light of the inexpressible suffering of humanity. 57 To this declaration Herbart responds with one of his own, that he regards himself as an optimist, not of the dogmatic theoretical kind that Schopenhauer rails against, but one of a more practical kind. He confesses that he is an optimist by disposition, Durchgesinnung nach, which means that, though the world is a bad place, he is disposed to do as much as he can to make it a better one. This practical optimist believes that the physical sufferings of humanity are bearable, but that the real source of human unhappiness lies in social relations, which it is the duty of all humanity to address. Herbart then likens the fate of humanity to something very mundane that he has seen lately, an untended bean garden. The beans are growing out of the earth in great profusion, but because their growth is wild, only a few of the plants prosper, preventing others from growing to their full height or even suffocating them from lack of light. If these less fortunate beans had consciousness, they would become Schopenhauerian pessimists. They would whine about the useless urge to life, they would pity one another, and then they would find solace in the denial of the will to life. But, Herbart asks, is their situation really so hopeless? What these beans are lacking is a few good gardeners who know how to place poles to direct their growth, so that all can grow to a great height. The moral is clear, what humanity needs is just a few good reformers who know how to regulate its affairs through wise laws and institutions. Though by the 1820s Herbart had long since outgrown Fichte's metaphysics, his response to Schopenhauer betrayed his lingering Fichtean activism. For his response was precisely that of a Fichtean educator of humanity, who believed that the world could indeed become a better place if we reformed its social and political institutions through the education of its youth. That old Fichtean faith never died in Herbart, and it dictated in no small measure his reaction to Schopenhauer's pessimism. Another revealing neo-Kantian response to Schopenhauer's quietism appears in Meyer's illuminating 1886 essay Weltlust und Weltleid 58. Meyer explicitly considers the quietistic implications of Schopenhauer's pessimism. What would most people do, he asks, if they were faced with the option of ending their life with all its burdens? They might choose to end it all, just as Schopenhauer predicts. But, Meyer then adds, they would also probably be like the overburdened man in the fable, as soon as he saw death approaching, he quickly picked up his load again. His one fervent wish is only for a little help in lightening his burden. The moral of the story is plain enough, there is nothing intrinsically insufferable about life. If people only help one another, they will find life bearable. Writing in the late 1880s, Meyer finds the persistent popularity of pessimism puzzling. He notes the great achievements of the times, the creation of national unity, victory on the battlefield, technical and social progress. These are no times for a dark lament about the world, he claims, because we can now all have faith again in the moral world order. But Meyer makes it clear that this faith ultimately rests not on the workings of providence, still less the laws of history, but in the power of our own individual actions. His Fichtean activism reveals itself loud and clear when he declares that we should now create this world order through our own deeds. Man is not born to suffer evil, to lament misery or to resign himself to the evils of the world. Rather, the purpose of life is to fight evil and misery. Our greatest happiness lies in striving to create and promote the welfare of humanity through service to the ideas of the good, beautiful, and true. We can even derive pleasure from this striving, so that one day we can declare with Posa, life is still beautiful. The Neo-Kantian attitude towards Schopenhauer's quietism is illustrated most beautifully and simply by a late essay of Otto Liebmann's, Trilogie de Pessimismus, which appeared in his Gedanken und Tatsachen 59. The trilogy tells the story of three pessimists: Hegesias, an ancient philosopher, who teaches suicide as the only solution to life's problems; Timon the misanthrope, who, after becoming the victim of fraud and treachery, retires from humanity and decries its evil nature; and Buddha, who preaches renunciation of desire and the value of withdrawal from the world. Liebmann finds all these attitudes understandable but ultimately too extreme. Life is neither a heaven nor a hell. But we should not pretend to play the role of the ancient gods and to look down upon it as if it were a tragedy or comedy. Rather, we should fight and we should act. 262. The pessimists and optimists of this world fail to see that life or existence in itself is neither good nor evil. These are relative qualities, depending on the attitude of human beings to things. And whether things are good or bad depends not only on how we look at them but upon what we do with them. 266. Although there are other instances of this Promethean faith in the Neo-Kantian polemic, the examples we have chosen here make it especially clear, striking, and piquant. By now it should be fully clear that the battle between Neo-Kantianism and pessimism was indeed ultimately won between Fichtean activism and Schopenhauerian quietism. This is not to say, however, that this was the only source of friction between the Neo-Kantians and Schopenhauer. One final issue remains. While this issue does not strictly concern Schopenhauer's pessimism, it does concern his politics and his relation to the post-Kantian tradition in general. Since this issue has been important for the reception of Neo-Kantianism, it is important that we discuss it here. 5. University philosophy. In the late 1840s, Schopenhauer wrote an essay for his collection Perurga und Paralipomena on philosophy in the universities, Über die Universitätsphilosophie, 60, in which he called into question the whole practice of teaching philosophy at universities. Schopenhauer criticized professors of philosophy as servants of religion and the state, as modern sophists who were more interested in living from philosophy than living for it. Schopenhauer's chief targets were Fichte, Schelling and Hegel, but he also did not hesitate to take aim at some early Neo-Kantians, most notably Fries and Herr Barth. Although Schopenhauer did not live to see the rise of the Neo-Kantian movement in the 1860s, there could be little question what he would have thought of its members. Since most Neo-Kantians were professors at universities, they too would have been victims of his wrath. Thanks to its malicious tone and ferocious wit, Schopenhauer's essay proved very popular and became highly successful. Neo-Kantianism has been living under its shadow ever since. Schopenhauer's essay helped to solidify the reputation of Neo-Kantianism as a conservative movement which endorsed the social, political, and intellectual status quo. 61. Schopenhauer's criticism of university philosophy, which was later endorsed by Kierkegaard and the young Nietzsche, 62, has also been very influential in forming the conception that creative, innovative philosophy in the 19th century took place outside the university. To many, Such philosophy seems to have been the work of Schopenhauer, Marx, Nietzsche, and Kierkegaard, who were not academics. These are the grand revolutionary thinkers of the 19th century, we are told, and they are enshrined today in the textbooks, 63 and written about ad nauseum. Since the Neo-Kantians, as university philosophers, have fallen out of this scheme, they have been almost entirely neglected. Because of the influence of Schopenhauer's essay, we do well to consider its claims and contents, and, in the interests of fairness, we should see what Neo-Kantians had to say about it. Schopenhauer's essay is for the most part a screed, lambasting and lampooning the university philosophers, who are chiefly Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel. Schopenhauer refers to their work in the most scurrilous and derogatory tones. Since he condemns it wholesale and never subjects it to a detailed examination, it would be pointless to give any weight to his diatribes. The reader learns nothing about what is problematic in the philosophy of Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel. What is obvious to all is Schopenhauer's motives in making this criticism, which he makes painfully apparent in several passages. 64. Desperate for literary fame, Schopenhauer feels that the university professors have completely ignored his work and that they have refused to give it the recognition it deserves. He writes as if there were a conspiracy against him, as if the whole academic establishment were scheming to deny a fair hearing to his writings. This raises the hypothetical question, what if Fichte, Schelling, or Hegel had written favorable reviews of his work? In that case, would Schopenhauer have railed against them? It would be a mistake, though, to dismiss Schopenhauer's essay as a failed polemic. 65. For all its bombast, vitriol, and wounded vanity, it put a finger upon a real problem with university philosophy. Schopenhauer's main point is that university philosophy is hopelessly compromised because it cannot teach anything contrary to religion and state. The philosopher is the employee of the state, which can exert censorship over him. We cannot expect the state to do otherwise, Schopenhauer argues, because it is not in its interests to employ someone to criticize, either implicitly or explicitly, its policies or its official religion. However, philosophy requires, Schopenhauer rightly insists, complete intellectual freedom, the right to take an investigation wherever it might lead, whatever the consequences for conventional morality, religion, or state. Philosophy simply cannot serve two masters, truth, and the world. In making this point, Schopenhauer was taking on the mantle of Lessing, who had argued for such freedom of inquiry in the 18th century. But he was taking Lessing's campaign on behalf of free inquiry a step further, pointing out that the dangers to it lay as much in the university as in press censorship. It would be foolish to underrate the importance of Schopenhauer's criticism, which points out a danger that continues to exist in state universities to this day, especially in Germany, where every professor is a civil servant. Granted that there is some merit to Schopenhauer's criticism, the question remains whether it applies to the Neo-Kantians. Were they university philosophers as Schopenhauer portrays them? It has to be said that Schopenhauer's portrait was not only unfair but contemptible. Schopenhauer writes as if all university philosophers were obedient and obsequious servants of the state, who would write their philosophy to suit government policy and religious dogma. Against this, we have to consider the harsh and blunt reality, that from the 1820s to the 1860s, the formative years of Neo-Kantianism, most Neo-Kantians were persecuted or even prosecuted by the state. They stood by their convictions and writings, and they were punished for it, often at great personal cost. This was the case for Fries, Benneck, Fischer, Zeller, and Lang. What was the Neo-Kantian reaction to Schopenhauer's essay? Though they did not know the essay itself, the early Neo-Kantians knew well enough the views that went into it. Even before its publication in the 1850s, Schopenhauer's tirades about Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel were well known, sprinkled as they were throughout Die Welt als Wille und Vorstellung. As critical as they were of Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, the early Neo-Kantians never once endorsed Schopenhauer's diatribes. They felt that his remarks went beyond the pale of civilized criticism, and that they were simple ventings of envy and sour grapes. The young Benck censured Schopenhauer's diatribes as unworthy of a philosopher, and Herbart went out of his way to show how Schopenhauer's ideas resembled those of his old teacher, Fichte. That the world is the self-consciousness of the will, Herbart pointed out, was a central theme of Fichte's later philosophy. Three later neo-Kantians, Heim, Paulson, and Fischer, responded explicitly to Schopenhauer's views on university philosophy. In his Arthur Schopenhauer, 66, one of the first monographs on the philosopher and surely one of the most savagely critical, Heim scoffed at Schopenhauer's claim that his essay was the greatest invective since Cicero's In Verrem. This piece was nothing more than arrogant bluster, a series of noisy insults. 94. Heim reaffirmed Herbart's and Benck's points about the uncivilized manner of Schopenhauer's diatribes. Never before and since had there been such unabashed rudeness in literary discourse. Schopenhauer's crudity is pure, positive, and undisguised crudity. 89. The tone in which he expressed his views about Fichte, Schelling, Herbart, and Hegel was that in which sailors, coachmen, street ruffians and fishermen's wives cursed one another. This animosity had nothing to do with his opposition to their ideas but had everything to do with his personality, especially his arrogance, his belief in his own genius and the admiration it deserved. 91. Schopenhauer's diatribes were at their most shameless when it came to his attacks on Fichte. Heim reiterated Herbart's point that Schopenhauer had failed to acknowledge his great debt to Fichte. After Plato and Kant, no philosopher influenced Schopenhauer more than Fichte. 54-55. Heim implied that one reason for the bitterness of Schopenhauer's polemic against Fichte and Schelling is that he felt threatened by them. He knew their ideas were similar to his own, and to protect his originality he declared his contempt for them. 93. Rather than agreeing with Schopenhauer about the dangers of university philosophy, Heim averred that nothing would have helped Schopenhauer more than employment at a university. 87-88. If he had remained at the university, he would have learned to clarify and develop his ideas, because he would have to make his philosophy more comprehensible to students and to respond to the objections of colleagues. He would also have learned more about the different sciences, and would have adapted his ideas to the latest research. Instead of learning in these ways, Schopenhauer responded to university life with scorn and turned inwards and isolated himself, repeating over and over again the same ideas he had in his early years. Paulson and Fischer took the response to Schopenhauer's diatribe to a new level. Their target was not the philosophy but the man. This approach, already implicit in Heim, was developed by Paulson in an 1882 essay Arthur Schopenhauer, which was later republished as part of his 1901 book on pessimism. Schopenhauer, Hamlet, Mephistopheles 67. Only when we consider Schopenhauer's pathology, Paulson argued, can we begin to make sense of some of his opinions, especially those concerning university philosophers. 53. No one can take seriously Schopenhauer's belief that there was a conspiracy of university professors against him. 48-49. This belief becomes comprehensible only when we consider the two dominant characteristics of his personality, an extraordinarily high opinion of himself and his craving for recognition, especially through literary fame. What, Paulson asks, did Schopenhauer really expect from these professors? Reviews, citations, refutations. Hardly. What he wanted was admirers, disciples, and acolytes, people who would pay homage to his genius. 51. The university professors, whose very intellectual independence he doubted, were in fact much too independent to give him the discipleship he wanted. While Heim thought that an academic career might have done Schopenhauer some good, taking off the rougher edges of his testy personality, Paulson thought that Schopenhauer knew himself well enough not to persist in a career so unsuitable for his nature. 32. Never would he have settled for the stuff of academic routine, setting exams, grading papers, and sitting on committees. He thought too much of himself to bother with such routine and petty matters. Behind all Schopenhauer's contempt for university philosophers, Paulson perceptibly said, lay his class consciousness, his patrician self-esteem, which made him look down upon those from a lower social stratum who had to make their money from publications and lectures. 21. Kuno Fischer treated the problem of Schopenhauer's character in a short tract published in the 1890s, Der Philosoph des Pessimismus. 68. It is fair game to consider not only Schopenhauer's philosophy but also his character, Fischer argued, given that he saw himself as the leader of a new sect of Western Buddhism, 416 to 417. He pointed out the great discrepancy between Schopenhauer's personal life and his own pessimism. Here was a man who preached the value of asceticism, but who lived the life of a bon vivant. And here was a man who prized humility and self-denial, but who was obsessed with his own literary fame. The discrepancy between Schopenhauer's philosophy and character disappear, however, if we measure his life by aesthetic rather than ethical standards. For Schopenhauer, as a child of the Romantic age, saw himself as a genius, and this was a role he played throughout his life, 420 to 421. In his larger monograph, Schopenhauer's Leben, Werke und Lehre, 69, Fischer applied the same kind of approach to Schopenhauer's views on university philosophy. Here he points out two very revealing discrepancies between Schopenhauer's life and philosophy. While these discrepancies do not undermine the validity of Schopenhauer's criticisms of university philosophy, they do cast serious doubts on his motives. The first discrepancy concerns Schopenhauer's own desire for a university career. Schopenhauer was himself a university philosopher, and on several occasions flirted with the idea of a university career, Fischer points out. Though he lectured for only one semester in Berlin, he remained inscribed as a dozent for 10 years, even making use of that formality to impress a prospective British publisher. Since Schopenhauer was no success as a university lecturer, and since he also sought, but failed to attain, a position in Heidelberg, it seems that his spleen about university philosophy was motivated by envy and resentment. The second discrepancy is more serious. In his essay, Schopenhauer portrays himself as the 19th-century Lessing, whose fundamental ideal is freedom of inquiry. Yet when the reaction came in the 1850s, Schopenhauer was beside himself with joy when left-wing university professors had their venia legendi revoked. 70. To his reactionary mind, the materialists, the left-wing Hegelians and the liberals all got what they deserved. Rather than championing academic freedom and liberty of press, Schopenhauer turned out to be champion of censorship. Fischer had an understandable reason for pursuing these ad hominem criticisms. For Schopenhauer's rant about university professors had impugned not only their integrity but also his own. He pointed out that insinuations about servility were completely unfair when it came to thinkers like Ludwig Feuerbach, David Friedrich Strauss, Theodor Vischer, Bruno Bauer, and Arnold Ruge, who had all been victims of state persecution, and who had all abandoned their ambitions for a university career because of their convictions and writings. 71. Fischer might well have included in that list two of his neo-Kantian contemporaries, Eduard Zeller and Friedrich Lang. Last but not least, though he was too modest to mention it, he could have added himself. While Schopenhauer did note that Fischer had been banished, 72. This hardly satisfied Fischer, who rightly believed that Schopenhauer's portrait of his contemporaries was a scandal that made light of the fact of their very real suffering and persecution. But let us leave aside all these ad hominem points, which do nothing to address the main philosophical issue. In one of the few philosophically valuable passages of Schopenhauer's Screed he complains that the university philosophers have been ignoring, for the sake of theology, the most fundamental question of all, the question of existence or whether life is worth living. 73. This complaint was later made by Karl Elwith against the Neo-Kantians, who, he had argued, had lost sight of this problem, which later became so important for Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, and the Neo-Hegelians. 74. We will soon see that there is some justice to this complaint, because the Neo-Kantians originally defined philosophy as the logic of the sciences, leaving out of account its traditional ethical concerns. 75. It is necessary to add, however, that the Neo-Kantians themselves became aware of this shortcoming and revised their definition accordingly. If in the 1860s and early 1870s they saw philosophy as nothing but the logic of the sciences, in the 1880s and 1890s they broadened the definition of philosophy to include ethics and the question of the value of life. Philosophy should no longer be simply science, the Neo-Kantians believed, because it also had to be a worldview. For the Neo-Kantians, then, no less than Schopenhauer, Kierkegaard, and Nietzsche, the question of the value of existence eventually became a central issue. But they differ from these 19th-century giants in one important respect. For them, the problem of the value of existence is fundamentally a political problem. Though the state is no remedy for all human suffering, the creation of a just state, based on principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity, does make life much more bearable and so much more worth living. Schopenhauer, Kierkegaard, and Nietzsche, in their view, had made suffering an eternal part of the human condition, neglecting the importance of society, the state, and history in shaping the fate of human beings. The Neo-Hegelians would make similar criticisms of these Lebensphilosophen, who they regarded as insufficiently historical. But the Neo-Kantian position also differs from the Neo-Hegelians in one important respect: it denies the Hegelian faith in historical inevitability and the rationality of history. For the Neo-Kantians, the only thing that will make the world more rational is our own actions, taking the responsibility for our world into our own hands and striving to create better laws and institutions. The rise of Darwinism in Germany. Writing at the end of the 19th century, John Theodor Merz, Nestor of 19th-century intellectual historians, remarked, "Germany may be said to have produced Darwinism in this century as France created Newtonianism in the last." Merz's remark proved entirely accurate. Germany indeed became the homeland of Darwinism. It was in Germany where it was first established, where it spread widest, and where it struck deepest roots. Quite justifiably, Darwin himself saw Germany as the best hope for the triumph of his theory. Thus he wrote his friend Wilhelm Preyer in March 1862, "The support which I receive from Germany is my chief ground for hoping that our views will ultimately prevail." Darwin succeeded beyond his wildest dreams. Had he lived until the end of the century, he would have been astonished to learn the results of a readers' survey conducted by the Berliner Illustrierzeitung in 1899. Asked to list the three greatest thinkers of the 19th century, readers named Helmuth von Moltke, Immanuel Kant, and Charles Darwin, in that order, but they deemed the most influential book of the century to be The Origin of the Species. 3. Why had Darwin become so popular in Germany? There is no easy answer to this difficult question, and we can only indicate some central factors here. 4. Social and political factors played a major role. Darwin meant different things to different political factions in Germany, and he was used to justify both right and left-wing views. But if we ask about the social and political factors behind his initial reception, the reasons he first became popular, then we must consider his strong appeal to left-wing intellectuals. The collapse of the liberal and nationalist cause in the Revolution of 1848 had led to consternation and frustration among left-wing intellectuals, who would now have to fight for their cause through intellectual rather than political means. What they could not achieve through the barricades or ballot box, they would now attempt through science and philosophy. Left-wing intellectuals were intent on creating a humanist, secular, and materialist worldview, one which would support human autonomy and democracy. Central to that objective was undermining the traditional alliance of throne and altar, whose ideology seemed to rest on hypostasis and heteronomy, the alienation of human autonomy through belief in supernatural forces. Darwin's theory, in eliminating the need for supernatural intervention in the universe, seemed to confirm the left's worldview, and so to be a useful weapon to undercut the alliance of throne and altar. Although it is alien to our present understanding of Darwin, 5. The early German Darwinists associated Darwin's theory with social and political progress. What Darwin saw in nature the increasing perfection of a species through the struggle for existence they saw in social and political life. Darwin seemed to make social and political progress into a natural law, so that greater autonomy and democracy would inevitably triumph. Nowhere is this line of thinking more evident than in Ernst Haeckel's famous and influential lecture Über die Entwicklungstheorie Darwins, which he gave in Stettin on September 1863 at the Versammlung Deutscher Naturforscher und Arztes 6. At the close of his lecture, Haeckel makes clear the political meaning of Darwinism for him, and later much of his generation. Do we find the same law of progress as found in nature active everywhere in the historical world? Quite naturally so. For also in civil and social relations it is the same principles of the struggle for existence and natural selection that drive the people irresistibly forwards and gradually to higher culture. Regression in state and social life, in moral and scientific life, which the self-serving efforts of priests and despots in all periods of world history have been intent on producing, can indeed temporarily hinder this universal progress or apparently repress it, but the more unnatural, the more anachronistic, these reactionary strivings are, the more quickly and forcefully will they create progress, which will follow hard on their i.e. the despots' and priests' heels. For this progress is a natural law, which no human force, neither the weapons of tyrants nor the curses of priests, can ever repress. Only through progressive movement is life and development possible. Even standing still is a retreat, and every retreat carries the germ of death in itself. The future belongs only to progress. 7. There were also, of course, intellectual factors behind the triumph of Darwinism. Darwin's seed fell on fertile and well-prepared soil in Germany. In the 1840s the biophysics program of Helmholtz, Theodor Schwann, 1810–1882, Ernst Bruck, 1819–1892, and Émile du Bois-Reymond, 1818–1896, had advanced the cause of a purely mechanical explanation of life. And in the 1850s the rise of German materialism had gone a radical step further in maintaining that all life and consciousness consists in nothing more than matter in motion. Voigt, Buchner, and Moleschott had been especially active and successful in promulgating and popularizing the materialist cause. Indeed, in 1851 Voigt had published a translation of Robert Chambers' Vestiges of Creation, an amateurish harbinger of Darwin's theory, which had appeared in Britain in 1844. 9. The biophysicists and materialists were, on the whole, extremely receptive of Darwin's theory, which seemed to provide strong empirical support for their views. 10. Even though Darwin himself was reluctant to express materialist views, the German materialists were not so hesitant in enlisting him for their cause. Soon enough, Darwinism and materialism became closely associated among the German public. Darwin would never create scandal and shock in Germany as he had in England, because the materialists had already prepared the public for him. As Frederick Gregory puts it, once Germans had been told that man's mind could be compared to urine, it came as no shock that man was now supposedly related to apes. 11. With these political and intellectual factors in its favor, Darwinism spread rapidly in Germany. Within weeks of the publication of On the Origin of Species in Britain in 1859, Heinrich Georg Braun, 1800–1862, professor of zoology at Heidelberg, offered to translate it into German. 12. His translation appeared in 1860, and then was reprinted in 1862. At first, the reception of Darwin was rather slow and cautious, leading Huxley to remark, "Germany needs time to consider." 13. The real breakthrough for Darwin came with Haeckel's 1863 lecture. Speaking with all the zeal of a new convert, Haeckel inspired the public, sweeping it along with his enthusiasm. The Stetinger Zeitung for September 20, 1863 noted its effect on the assembly, stating how Haeckel captivated the audience and how a huge applause followed this exciting lecture. 14. But Haeckel was only the first of many talented and spirited spokesmen for Darwin. In the 1860s Alfred Brehm, Karl Voigt, E.A. Rossmüller, Fritz Müller, Wilhelm Preyer, Friedrich Ratzel, and Ludwig Buchner all rallied to advance Darwin's cause. Such was the swift ascent of Darwin that, by the late 1860s, he dominated discussion in the life sciences. Writing in 1875, Friedrich Albert Lang stated in the second edition of his Geschichte Materialismus that the dispute over materialism had now morphed into a dispute over Darwin. 15. The old German materialists faded into the background, Lang said, so that a new edition of Buchner's Kraft und Stoff no longer created an outcry, and so that old Molschott was nearly forgotten. Now all attention was focused on Darwin, and one had to be either for or against him. It has been estimated that, already by the middle of the 1870s, Darwinism had triumphed in Germany. 16. The Darwinians were growing in numbers and influence. Haeckel and Karl Gegenbohr were now professors in Jena, and they had control over major journals, such as Ausland and Cosmos. The ranks of the anti-Darwinians, who belonged to an older generation, were dwindling in number and energies. Only Adolf Bastian, Albert Wigand, and Rudolf Virchow mounted a rearguard action on behalf of the weakening anti-Darwinian cause. 17. Commenting on the rapid rise of Darwin in 1875, Otto Liebmann reckoned that, apart from religious bigots and a few crackpots like himself, almost all intelligent opinion in Germany was now on the side of Darwin. 18. Sir Charles, as he now needed to be called, had so grown in prestige that he received institutional recognition. In 1867 he was made a Knight of the Prussian Order pour le Mérite, and in 1878 he was elected to the Berlin Akademie der Wissenschaften. 19. It is a remarkable fact that the rise of Darwinism coincides with that of Neo-Kantianism in Germany. Both movements came into their own in the 1860s, and both became dominant forces in the 1870s and 1880s. The relationship between these movements very much depends on whether Darwinism was associated with materialism. Some Neo-Kantians wanted to make a sharp distinction between Darwin's theory of natural selection and materialism, while his theory was founded on observation and experiment. Materialism was a more general philosophical worldview that drew unfounded conclusions from it. If Darwinism meant simply the theory of natural selection, then the Neo-Kantians were happy to endorse it. They encouraged the naturalism and mechanism of Darwin's theory, which they saw as a crucial step forward in the progress of the sciences. If, however, Darwinism was associated with materialism, and especially with the doctrines of Ernst Haeckel, the Neo-Kantians were ready to fight it tooth and nail. They saw Haeckel as a disguised materialist, who needed to be exposed and refuted. There was no party line in the Neo-Kantian response to Darwinism. The three Neo-Kantians of the 1860 generation who were most active in responding to Darwinism, Friedrich Albert Lang, Jürgen Bohne-Meyer and Otto Liebmann, had very different reactions to it. While Lang was completely enthusiastic, Meyer was totally skeptical, and Liebmann was lukewarm, ready to meet it only halfway. While Lang and Meyer were happy to see the end of the Aristotelian tradition, Liebmann was bent on preserving it and tried to combine it with Darwinism. Though very diverse, these reactions to Darwin are still describable as Kantian insofar as each emphasizes different aspects of the Kantian legacy. Lang represented Kant's naturalism and mechanism, Meyer his skepticism, and Liebmann his dualism. It is only at the end of the century that the relationship between Neo-Kantianism and Darwinism began to sour. The publication and popularity of Ernst Haeckel's Die Weltratzel in 1899 alarmed the Neo-Kantians. Here was a very successful book which was, its author's disclaimers notwithstanding, essentially materialist, and which claimed to be based upon Darwin's theory. For some Neo-Kantians, Haeckel represented a resurrected materialism with a Darwinian face. Two later Neo-Kantians, Friedrich Paulsen and Erich Adickes, were moved to write polemics against him. It is with Paulsen's and Adickes' polemics that another side of the Kantian legacy comes especially to the fore, its anti-materialism. The rise of Darwinism, its remarkable success as a scientific hypothesis about the origin of species, raised a very important question for Neo-Kantianism: can biology be a science? Kant's own negative verdict on this question seemed to be antiquated by Darwin's success. Kant had denied that speculation about the origin of species could remain within the limits of experience, and biology hardly fit his own mathematical paradigm of science. The great challenge to Neo-Kantianism in the second half of the 19th century would be in responding to the rise of the new sciences. Somehow, it would have to reconceive its paradigm of science to match the de facto progress of the sciences. Not to do so would be to relegate Kant's philosophy to an older scientific age and to undermine its credibility as a 19th century philosophy. We shall see in this chapter how Neo-Kantians responded to this challenge with regard to biology. Our task now is to examine the Neo-Kantian response to Darwin's theory, first in the 1870s in the work of Lang, Meyer, and Liebman, and then in the early 1900s in the polemics of Addicks and Paulson against Haeckel. 2. Lang, the naturalist. The first Neo-Kantian to discuss Darwin at length and in detail was Friedrich Albert Lang. He wrote about Darwin in the first edition of his Die Arbeiterfrage, which appeared in 1865, 20, and he did so again in the first edition of his Geschichte Materialismus, which was published in 1866. 21 in the second volume of the second edition of his Geschichte, which appeared in 1875, he added much new material about Darwin, so that the original 12-page discussion evolved into a 44-page chapter devoted to the topic of Darwinismus und Teleologie. 22 in some retrospective passages from the second edition, Lang noted that Darwinism was a novel theme when he had discussed it in the first edition. 240, 23 The battle lines had not yet formed, Darwin's friends had still not organized themselves, and his foes had not fully absorbed the meaning of his teaching. By the time of the second edition, however, Darwin dominated the field. All discussion in the life sciences centered around his work. The debate had so advanced that Lang felt it necessary to go into much more detail if he were to say anything worthwhile. Of all the Neo-Kantians to treat Darwin, Lang was by far the most sympathetic. All his materialist leanings, which are usually implicit in his Geschichte Materialismus, 24 become fully explicit in the case of Darwin. For Lang, Darwin was nothing less than the Empedocles of the modern world, 25 the greatest contemporary spokesman for scientific naturalism. Lang saw the theory of natural selection as the triumph of that naturalism, because it finally demonstrated that naturalism could explain the organic world as well as the inorganic. While Liebman would later object to Darwin's theory on philosophical grounds, and while Meyer would quarrel with it on empirical grounds, Lang endorsed it both philosophically and empirically. Philosophically, Darwin had taken a great stride forward in creating a naturalistic worldview that could satisfy heart and intellect, 243. And, empirically, his theory pulled off that rarest of feats. It was a unified explanation of the world not falsified by any facts, 243. While Lang realized that many parts of Darwin's theory were hypothetical, he was fully confident that, with more research, confirmation was forthcoming. Darwin's influence on Lang first appears in his political theory. In his Die Arbeiterfrage, a classical text of early German socialism, Lang gives a central role to the Darwinian theme of the struggle for existence. Lang takes this theme directly from Darwin's Origin of Species, this epoch-making book, which he cites at length in his first chapter. 5 years before Darwin's Descent of Man, 26 Lang maintains that this theme applies to human beings as much as it does to plants and animals. He sees the struggle for existence taking place chiefly in the marketplace of civil society. 8. Just as in nature individuals of the same or different species struggle against one another for their survival, so in civil society workers have to compete against one another to earn the means of their subsistence, and just as nature produces an abundance of seed to create a single plant, so there is an enormous supply of workers where only a lucky few get a living wage. Natural selection and the struggle for existence mean that the strong will rule over the weak not only in nature but also in society, so that there will always be an elite to dominate the masses. 66. Lang even imagines that if the present class differences persist for millennia, they will create racial differences between workers and bourgeoisie. 70. Unlike Haeckel, then, Lang does not think the Darwinian mechanisms lead to greater progress and perfection, rather, he argues the very opposite, they will result in oppression and misery. It is a grim picture of human social life that Lang portrays in Die Arbeiterfrage, one so dire that he does not even allow his reader the little consolation that Darwin provides at the close of Chapter 3 of Origin of Species. 27 Man knows the terrors of annihilation that await him, he feels oppressed by the unrelenting struggle for survival, and there is no assurance that the virtuous survive and multiply. 12. So far Lang might sound like an early social Darwinist, that is, someone who believes that society should be organized on the principles of natural selection, as if the elite few who win out in the struggle for existence have a right to their social position on the grounds of their natural superiority. But Lang's use of Darwin is motivated with the very opposite intention, to show the plight of the workers and the need for drastic social and political reform, whose purpose is to cancel the effects of natural selection. Unlike the social Darwinist, Lang regards neither natural selection nor the struggle for existence as an inescapable fate. Mankind can and should struggle against these natural forces to correct or ameliorate their effects through institutional and political means. There are two conflicting forces at work in Lang's social and political universe: natural ones, which work towards inequality and domination through the struggle for existence, and spiritual or moral ones, which strive towards equality and freedom for all. History consists in the eternal battle between these forces. If these conflicting forces appear to reflect Kant's dualism between the realms of freedom and nature, it is necessary to recall that Lang had questioned that dualism in his Geschichte Materialismus, placing all moral acts in the phenomenal world. 28. One might well question, however, how Langian man escapes the struggle for existence, how he can cancel its effects, without that dualism. Arguably, in his social and political theory, Lang presupposes the very Kantian dualism that he brings into question. In the hope of collaborating with Marx and Engels, Lang had sent them copies of Die Arbeiterfrage in March 1865. They took issue with the book, however, chiefly because of its Darwinian theme. In a long letter to Lang written March 29, 1865, 29 Engels explained that the problem of modern civil society, the gross inequality in wealth, had its source not in nature but in social and economic relations, in the system of private ownership of the means of production and in the resulting class conflict. Economic laws are not eternal laws of nature but the product of human beings, of their social and political relations at a specific moment in history. Engels implied that Lang was making the same mistake as the classical political theorists, the hypostasis of social and political relations, making a natural law out of what is the result of society and history. Taking note of this criticism in a later edition of his Die Arbeiterfrage, 30 Lang replied that there would not be class conflict in the first place if workers were not compelled to compete against one another and to sell themselves on the marketplace to earn the means of their subsistence. Competition and the need to subsist were basic natural facts behind social conflict. The power of a captain of industry over his workers was simply an expression of his dominant position in the struggle for existence. Darwin was crucial for Lang's worldview as much as his political theory. The modern Empedocles seem to vindicate Lang's steadfast naturalism, mechanism, and nominalism, his long-standing opposition to the teleology and conceptual realism of the Platonic Aristotelian tradition. Because Darwin had aroused so much opposition, Lang felt called upon to defend him, and duly did so in his Geschichte Materialismus. Much of his chapter on Darwin is a critique of his many foes, our new Aristotelians, as Lang calls them. Opposition to Darwin, Lang maintains, chiefly comes from those who still cling to the old teleological conception of the world. Their defense of this teleology rests on the premise that there are gaps in natural explanation which can be filled only with the idea of purpose. 245. They understand creation in nature on analogy with human creation of an artifact, just as we would make a machine, so God produces an organism according to intelligent design. But this anthropocentric conception of teleology, Lang argues, has been completely defeated by the theory of natural selection. 245. Putting aside all Darwin's analogies between natural and domestic selection, Lang stresses one important implication of the theory of natural selection, that nature does not create life in the same manner as we create an artifact, 246 to 247. To produce an artifact, we choose the simplest and most effective means to our ends. There is no room for chance because we work to produce exactly what we intend. To create an organism, however, nature appears to work by chance, adopting a blunderbuss approach, spewing forth millions of seeds for only a few of them to survive and germinate. If we measure the production of a plant by human standards, it seems as if nature works by blind chance or dumb luck. If a seed finds fertile soil and germinates, that is the exception rather than the rule. What succeeds in nature is therefore the lucky special case in an ocean of birth and death, 248. The old model of teleology is deeply misleading, Lang concludes, because it makes this exception into the rule, as if nature somehow followed a norm or plan. Much of Lang's opposition to teleology was based on his assumption that teleology means an interruption of, or intervention in, the mechanical processes of nature, 272. But attacking that concept of teleology seemed like charging against open doors. For who, in the mid-19th century, held that supernaturalist concept of teleology anymore? The conception of teleology advanced by Schelling and Hegel in the early 1800s, and then revived by Trendelenburg and Lotze in the 1840s, stressed that purposes work through mechanism, which is the necessary means for their fulfillment. Lang duly notes this conception of teleology, which he even calls correct teleology. But he immediately restricts the force of this concession by invoking Kant's regulative doctrines. Although we constantly use the idea of purpose in the life sciences, it has no metaphysical validity, that is, we cannot assume that it is true of nature, but we can only proceed in our inquiries as if it were so. Kant, Lang explains, has two conceptions of teleology, both of which are compatible with a naturalistic worldview, 276 to 277. One is the formal conception of purposiveness, according to which we proceed in our inquiries as if nature formed a system according to genera and species. The other is the objective concept of organic unity, according to which we treat natural products as if they were the result of design. In neither case, Lang notes, are we justified in assuming that there really is some purpose in nature. Kant's teleological principles mean not that mechanical explanation comes to an end, as if at some point purposiveness takes over, but only that the process of mechanical explanation is an infinite task, 277. For Lang, then, the idea of purposiveness would prove superfluous with the complete mechanical explanation of the world. While he approves of Kant's regulative doctrine, he thinks that Kant went astray in thinking teleology to be a necessary manner of thinking for the human mind, 276. The more science progresses, Lang is confident, the more it will eliminate this old pre-scientific manner of thinking. Another topic in Lang's defense of Darwin was the concept of species. Some discussion of this topic was inevitable, given that the doctrine of fixed and eternal species was a major source of resistance against Darwin. The doctrine was so entrenched that even materialists like Carl Voigt clung to it. 31 Lang, though, has little patience for opposition on this score. There is no more conspicuous example of superstition and prejudice in science, he declares, than the still prevalent belief in the concept of a fixed and eternal species, 241 to 242. The reason this concept is so prevalent and deep-rooted, he explains, is because of its ancient origins. It goes back to the Aristotelian tradition, according to which universals exist in things, 301, and point 54. As a convinced nominalist, Lang claims that the belief in eternal and fixed species is wrong in principle. It rests on the classical malady of hypostasis, which can be cured with a little conceptual surgery. Though hypostasis motivated all his animus against the old Aristotelian doctrine, Lang does not stress this theme in his chapter on Darwin. Instead, he makes 2 points about the fixed species doctrine, both intended to demonstrate its obsolescence and redundancy, 253 to 254. First, it is the result of doing biology without a microscope and starting from the higher end of the living scale. If, however, we begin our biology with that instrument to examine the lower end of the scale, we are utterly overwhelmed with the profusion and complexity of life forms, which do not easily fall into the Linnaean classificatory scheme of genus and species. Second, Darwin's theory can explain the relative permanence and stability of species, so it can account for the appearance of fixity so insisted upon by Darwin's foes. 32 When creatures establish themselves and adapt to their environment, they can live and breed for millennia, as long as their environment remains the same. We can account for the concept of a species, then, without all the metaphysical afflatus of a concrete universal or the theological baggage of a supernatural creator. Another enduring aspect of the Aristotelian legacy, which Lang believed he had to eradicate, was the idea of organic form. Even hardy mechanists like Virchow and Voigt could not bear to part from this idea, which they used to explain the essence of an individual, 250 to 251. For Lang, however, this idea is just another relic of scholasticism. Crucial to the idea of organic form are two old Aristotelian assumptions, that the whole is prior to its parts, and that every part plays a necessary role in the whole. Lang finds both assumptions utterly obsolete. Not much can be done with the old mystical idea of the dominance of the whole over its part, he confidently informs us, 251. As a mechanist, Lang holds just the opposite view, that the part is prior to the whole, which is only the sum of all its parts. Modern research has defeated Aristotelian holism, he argues, because it shows that a cell can live without the whole organism, just as the heart of a frog continues to beat after its dissection, 252. Nowadays one takes parts of one body and attaches them to another, and there are creatures at the lower end of the organic scale which come together by the fusion of independent cells. Wisely, though, Lang did not push his mechanist assumptions too far. He admitted that the old Aristotelian assumption is valid for the most part and limited himself to denying that it is not a necessary metaphysical truth, 252. As part of his polemic against organic form, Lang also targets the assumption that there is a natural or real unity to things. The assumption seems natural because a plant or animal forms a unit, a single whole, which appears self-sufficient and independent of other plants and animals. But for Lang this assumption too is a lingering remnant of Aristotelianism. We think that there is a natural unity because we assume that there is a universal, a genus or species, existing in things and holding them together. For Lang, however, the unity of a universal is only due to an act of the mind, and there is no reason to assume that it is really inherent in things. What we see as a unity is entirely relative, because there is nothing unnatural or false about regarding each part of an organism as a unity, 251. We can see not only the whole plant but also its stem, leaves and bud as one. Furthermore, the idea of an independent life can be applied as much to the part as to the whole. Much of Lang's argument here seems indebted to the latest research, especially to Haeckel's work on tiny marine invertebrates, the radiolarians. 33 Haeckel observed how these creatures could both lead an independent life but also could fuse together to form a single organism. Whether the radiolarians were a unit or a part, Haeckel concluded, was simply a matter of convenience, depending on the perspective of the scientist. In his radical nominalism, and in his insistence upon the merely conventional and relative aspects of classification, Lang is not an entirely faithful Darwinian. In The Origin of Species, Darwin retreats from a radical nominalism which would make all classification simply a matter of convention or convenience. 34 According to Darwin, classification should be neither Aristotelian nor conventional but genealogical, reflecting the origin of a species through its line of descent from primitive ancestors. We will leave aside here, however, the question to what extent Lang was a faithful Darwinian. It was never his intention to be a Darwinian bulldog or bard. His chapter on Darwin in his Geschichte Materialismus is devoted not only to a defense but also a revision of Darwin's theory. For all his admiration of the English Empedocles, Lang finds problems with the formulation of his theory, problems which make it vulnerable to objections. To avoid these objections, revision and qualification are necessary, he advises. 272. Darwin's major mistake, Lang believes, is in putting too much emphasis on natural selection, as if this were the only mechanism behind the evolution of new species. In stressing this mechanism alone, Darwin is guilty of characteristic English extremism. 263. Natural selection alone cannot explain the origin of a new species, Lang argues, because it determines only which organisms are actual, which are going to survive. It does not determine, however, which are possible in the first place, which are among the pool of contenders in the struggle for existence. 266. Lang also finds Darwin's theory problematic on the standard grounds that it provides no clear explanation for the source of variation. Darwin gets into trouble because he separates variation from change in environment, as if there were no connection between changes in form and changes in the conditions for existence. 257. This makes it seem as if the production of useful variations were entirely a matter of chance, so that it is hard to understand the creation of useful characteristics and adaptation to the environment. To remove these apparent problems with Darwin's theory, Lang proposes postulating what he calls a law of development for each organism, a law that determines its characteristic structure and distinctive stages of growth. 263. Such a proposal had been advanced by several leading zoologists and anatomists in Germany by Braun, Karl Ernst von Baer, 1792–1876, Albert von Kolliker, 1817–1905, and Karl Nageli, 1817–1891, and it was a common theme of their reaction to Darwin. 35. Lang explicitly endorses their proposal. What exactly is meant by this law of development is unclear, however, and its meaning varies from one writer to another. For Lang, it means that an organism has the inherent striving to survive and to adapt to new circumstances, so that if its environment changes, it has within itself the disposition to variation which generates new characteristics more adaptable to its altered world. 255–256. This seems to inject a note of Lamarckianism into Darwin's theory, according to which an organism will inherit new characteristics from its attempt to adapt to its environment. Sure enough, Lang reads Darwin in this Lamarckian manner, praising him for having proved the inheritance of acquired characteristics. 266. In postulating a characteristic law of development for each kind of organism, Lang seemed to be falling into the old pitfall of substantial forms. Indeed, had not Leibniz attempted to explain the Aristotelian concept of an entlecheity in just this manner, in terms of the distinctive laws of growth of an organism? Lang protested, however, that his law of development is not intended to be something mystical or supernatural, still less something purposive. Rather, it is nothing more than the unique combination of laws, thought as a unity, which produces the appearance of development of an organism. 265. These laws are completely mechanical, and each kind of organism consists in a unique combination of them. To arrest any doubts that he had in mind something mystical or teleological, Lang explores a suggestion of Haeckel's to the effect that the plan behind the growth of an organism consists in nothing more than the special way in which its carbon molecules combine with one another. Haeckel noted how carbon is constitutive of all life, and how the law's combination of carbon create its complex structure. Hence Lang proposes that the law of development consists in nothing more than the law of substitution for carbon combinations. 266. On one important point Lang distances himself from an extreme Darwinism, the theory of monophyletic descent, that is, the derivation of all organisms from one and the same primal being. 270. This hypothesis had been put forward by Haeckel as the final conclusion for Darwin's theory of descent. 36. Lang thinks that the theory might be true, but he is cautious about it and the whole doctrine of recapitulation. The simple forms that all organisms pass through are not necessarily essentially alike, he stresses in an italicized passage. 270. We must be careful for mistaking a mere morphological affinity for a real identity, he warns, because we need to take into account the finer microscopic structures and chemical elements of these apparently similar forms. These structures and elements could be very different, despite their morphological likeness. The theory of monophyletic descent is extreme and implausible, Lang finds, because it assumes all differences between organic beings arise from natural selection alone, not having to take into account any difference in inner development. It is more plausible to assume polyphyletic descent, according to which the basic types of organisms derive from different original seeds. Such a hypothesis at least accounts for the great variety of different forms. 271. Much more could and should be said about Lang's reaction to Darwinism. His chapter on the subject in the Geschichte Materialismus is rich, complex and nuanced, going into detail about many issues, which we cannot do justice to here. Here we have provided only a superficial summary of the major themes. 3. Meyer, the sceptic of all the neo-Kantian critics of Darwin, the most critical yet best informed was Jürgen Bona Meyer. Having been trained in medicine, Meyer was well qualified to discuss issues in anatomy, zoology, and embryology, and he was well studied in recent French and German biological literature. No less important, he was well versed in the history of the life sciences. As a student of Trendelenburg, Meyer wrote his habilitation thesis on Aristotle's biological writings. Remarkably, though, none of Trendelenburg's neo-Aristotelianism animus against Darwin affected Meyer's own judgment. Though he regarded Aristotle as the father of organic natural science, he did not regard his thinking as a model for future biology. 37. As soon as Darwin's work appeared, Meyer devoted careful attention to it. He was a close reader of The Origin of Species and the Variation of Plants and Animals. In 1866, he wrote a long review for the Preußische of the German translation of the second edition of The Origin of Species. 38. A few years later, in his Philosophische Zeitfragen, 39, he devoted a substantial chapter, some 65 pages, to an exacting examination of Darwin's work. Although Meyer was harshly critical of Darwin, he also greatly respected him. His critique begins with a tribute. There should be no question in anyone's mind, he declared, that Darwin's work, in its thoroughness, exactitude, and erudition, has contributed greatly to the advancement of science. 44. Whatever one thinks of his specific conclusions, Darwin made a major contribution in raising questions that until recently had been regarded as settled. 72. More specifically, he had forced naturalists to reconsider the doctrine of the fixity of species, which had become a virtual dogma in the early decades of the 19th century. Georges Cuvier, 1769–1832, the head of the Académie des Sciences, had reaffirmed that doctrine with renewed zeal and energy in his Regne Animal, 1817. 40. Because he had insisted on exact observations, because he had condemned the speculations of nature philosophy, and because he amassed so many facts in its favor, Cuvier's doctrine seemed to represent the standpoint of exact science. 42. The transformationist theories of Lamarck and Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, by contrast, seemed speculative fantasies because they lacked empirical data to vindicate them. Fortunately, Darwin's questions came at just the right time because, by mid-century, newly discovered paleontological facts had discredited much of Cuvier's doctrine. After Darwin, no one could question that species change, Meyer wrote, and the only questions had become how they do so and to what extent they do so. 54, 86. 41. Writing in 1863, Karl Voigt, a new convert to species change, summarized Cuvier's embarrassment. It was only 30 years ago that Cuvier said that there are no ape fossils and that there cannot be any, and today we speak of ape fossils as if they were old friends. 42. It was one of Darwin's central contributions, Meyer maintains, to have questioned whether sterility is the most reliable criterion of a species. The old doctrine of the fixity of species had rested upon the fact that the interbreeding of species leads to either no result or sterility in the offspring. Sterility seemed to be nature's way of marking a definite boundary between creatures by forcing mating to take place within a species. While there could be fertile breeding between varieties within a species, there could be none between species themselves. Darwin had cast doubt on this criterion in Origin of Species, asserting that many different species could unite with ease, whereas many similar ones could not cross at all. 43. Fertility and sterility were matters of degree, and it was impossible to decide where fertility ended and sterility began. 44. In any case, disputations about whether something is a species or variety Darwin regarded as so much beating of the air, partly because the terms are so ill-defined, and partly because naturalists would forever argue in a circle, reasoning that successful interbreeding creatures ipso facto belong to the same species. While Meyer complains that Darwin cites insufficient evidence for the successful interbreeding of species, 50, he praises Darwin for rejecting the value of fertility as a general criterion to distinguish species and varieties, 72. On the whole, he thinks that Darwin was right to lay aside scholastic disputes about what constitutes a species and to submit the whole question about change of species to empirical investigation, 50, 61. Although Meyer thinks that Darwin was correct to question the fixity of species, he does not himself take a stand on the issue whether one species evolves into another. In keeping with his general skepticism, 45, he adopted a neutral or agnostic position, neither affirming nor denying evolution. There was simply insufficient evidence to come to a decision on these matters, and so, like a good skeptic, he would cultivate his equanimity. As a critical philosopher, Meyer insisted that naturalists strictly observe the limits upon knowledge, and that they refrain from speculation beyond experience. In his opinion, both Darwin and his opponents had transcended these limits, drawing conclusions that went well beyond empirical verification. Alexander von Humboldt and George Cuvier had maintained the fixity of species on the slender grounds that there had been no change in many species since the time of the ancient Egyptians, a much too narrow time frame for such a broad generalization. 57. Although Darwin cited evidence for the fluidity of species from a much wider time frame, all his evidence showed is that species had changed, not that one had grown out of another. 56, 96-97. While Meyer stressed that there is nothing intrinsically wrong with hypotheses in the sciences, he demanded that one know the difference between hypothesis and fact, speculation and science. It was in just this regard that Meyer deemed Darwin a great sinner. His chief criticism of Darwin is that he blurs these boundary lines, putting forward speculation as if it were science, hypothesis as if it were fact. This was a controversial point, given that Darwin, a schooled and scrupulous methodologist, was confident that he had stayed within the limits of experience, and that his results gave the vera causa of things. 46. It was indeed supposed to be the great merit of his work that it brought many issues within the realm of science that had hitherto escaped it. Meyer is well aware of this alleged virtue of Darwin's work, and to some extent is ready to agree with it, 72, 90, but, in the end of the day, for reasons we shall soon see, he thinks that Darwin infracts his own methodological guidelines. Noting a notorious ambivalence in Darwin's theory, Meyer complains that Darwin has failed to explain, and even to develop a consistent position on, the sources of variation. Darwin had laid great weight upon the reproductive system and inheritance in explaining the origin of species, and he laid less emphasis on the environment because children of the same parents differ greatly though exposed to the same natural conditions. 47. But Darwin hedged and vacillated on the question of the environment affecting variation, stating on several occasions that natural conditions could have a great effect on the reproductive system. 48. On opposite pages he stated both that heredity was by far the predominant power in variation, but also that the conditions of life, from their action on the reproductive system, are of the highest importance in causing variability. 49. Darwin's hesitation on this important issue did not escape Meyer, who chastened him repeatedly for his obscurity on such a fundamental issue, 61, 64, 66, 67-68. Of course, Darwin himself had stressed the great lack of knowledge surrounding the laws of heredity, frankly admitting in the first chapter of The Origin of Species, the laws governing inheritance are quite unknown. 50. Although Meyer duly praises Darwin's modesty on this score, he still finds that Darwin, given such an admission, goes too far in his speculations. On the whole question of the role of heredity versus environment, Meyer, like Lang, did not see that much of a difference between Darwin and Lamarck. He was surprised by the number of Lamarckian explanations in Origin of Species, where Darwin would often refer to the role of use and habit in the formation of a species. In his one attempt to reconcile the role of heredity versus environment, Meyer argues, Darwin comes very close to Lamarck, so much so that their positions become virtually indistinguishable. Darwin stated that while natural conditions have an indirect influence on variation, heredity has a direct influence, that is, the environment affects the reproductive system, which in turn leads to the variation. 51. But this was very much Lamarck's position too, Meyer contends, because Lamarck would never have questioned that the natural conditions and the acquired habits have anything more than an indirect influence on variation through the reproductive system. 64. Ultimately, Meyer finds, the only difference between Darwin and Lamarck is one of emphasis. With Darwin stressing the role of the reproductive system and Lamarck the role of the environment. 67. Although Darwin laid great weight on the role of inheritance and the reproductive system, Meyer insisted that his idea of the struggle for existence commits him to giving no less importance to the environment. This new name struggle for existence comprises what one would otherwise call dependence of the organism on climate, nourishment, life's dangers, and opportunities. 66. What Meyer suggests here is a complete revision of Darwin's theory, according to which one source of variation would be the struggle for existence itself. Although Darwin had treated variation and the struggle for existence as independent variables, Meyer wants to connect them, proposing that the struggle for existence should be a major source of how natural conditions affect heredity. If Darwin does the opposite, separating variation from the struggle for existence, Meyer contends, then he exposes his theory to a grave difficulty. For it means that whether a variation leads to adaptation is entirely a matter of accident or luck. 80. If variation is strictly a matter of the laws of heredity, there is no reason to assume that variation will lead to greater adaptation. It will be possible for it to result in less adaptation or for it to be simply indifferent. It is indeed often the case, Meyer points out, that nature reproduces bad and indifferent variations, and for it to do so for generations. 78. Furthermore, there is no reason to think that animals inheriting useful variations will survive in the struggle for existence, because they can be struck down by all kinds of circumstances, viz., disease, famine, competition, new changes in the environment. On the whole, Meyer finds it hard to understand on Darwin's premises how, without an enormous degree of luck, a new useful trait ever establishes itself in a species. That trait needs to be passed down and inherited by a future generation, but for that to happen a long list of conditions has to be fulfilled, viz., that the parent does not perish before it reproduces, that it mates with another parent having the same characteristics, that their offspring inherit the same traits, that the offspring survive, and so on. 94. All this goes to show, Meyer contends, that if we are to explain the origin of new species on Darwin's theory, then we must take his guiding metaphor of natural selection literally. 74 to 75. Darwin had based his theory on the analogy between artificial and natural selection, arguing that just as human beings can alter species through selective breeding, so nature herself could do so, and even in a more potent way by affecting the internal characteristics of an organism, or what Darwin called the whole machinery of life. 52. The very idea of natural selection suggests, however, that there is some intelligent agent or design ensuring that useful variations will be chosen and adapt to their environments. Of course, Darwin does not want us to take that metaphor literally, and he goes to pains to explain that the selecting agency in nature is nothing more than the struggle for existence itself. 53 But Meyer counters that only a literal reading of the metaphor explains the crucial fact that Darwin wants to explain, that natural selection results in the origin of a new species. Only the assumption of an intelligent agent or design removes the excessive role of chance in Darwin's theory, which makes it unlikely that any useful variation is preserved and inherited. For Meyer, unlike Lang, teleology could not be so easily removed from the body of Darwin's theory. The great vice of Darwin's theory, on Meyer's final reckoning, consists in its grand speculations, its bold theorizing, for which there is hardly a shred of evidence. While Darwin avows empirical science in principle, he falls far short of it in practice. This is especially apparent, Meyer maintains, when Darwin fails to provide sufficient evidence for his central thesis, that it is possible for one species to evolve into another. Most of his hard evidence for change in species comes from his account of the domestic breeding of pigeons, where we learn that the more than 150 varieties of pigeons have a common ancestor in the rock pigeon. Yet all Darwin's argument shows, Meyer declares, is that a pigeon is still a pigeon. 71. All the effects of breeding are only different varieties of a single species. Darwin still has not demonstrated that there is a change of one species into another. If Darwin has little evidence for an actual change in species, he has even less evidence, Meyer added, for his theory of descent, according to which all species have derived from a few primitive ancestors. While the geological record does show that there were once living on Earth animals very different from those today, it does not demonstrate that they have grown out of one another, still less that we have grown out of them. 56. Some naturalists think that Darwin's theory of descent explains the great affinities in embryological and morphological structure, but these affinities too are only that, similarities in structure and genealogy. They do not demonstrate that one species has actually evolved into another. 96, 97. Meyer's model for the scientific treatment of the origin of species came from a very predictable source, Kant. The great sage of Königsberg was cited as the appropriate medicina mentis to be administered against the malady of speculation and excessive theorizing represented by Darwin. Meyer refers to, and cites at length, Kant's 1785 essay on race, 54, which had laid down severe limits on speculation about the origins of life. Kant had declared that the limits of natural explanation lie within possible experience, and that we transcend these limits as soon as we speculate about the origins of life itself. But Kant went even further, proscribing speculation about the origins of species themselves. Experience shows us evidence, he argued, only for how one creature came from a similar one, but to engage in speculation about how one species arose from another different one, well, that was an adventure of reason. Darwin engaged in just such an adventure in speculating about the origin of species, Meyer implied, for he had failed to find sufficient evidence for an actual transformation in species, and for all species deriving from a few basic forms. All Darwin's hypotheses about the origins of species exceed, Meyer wrote, the standard of science. 92. Although hypotheses are perfectly permissible to explain facts, they cease to have value when there are no facts for them to explain. In Darwin's case there really are no facts, all that we have are presumed facts to justify the hypotheses. In coming to his verdict against Darwin, Meyer denied that he was applying stricter standards than Darwin himself, and he stressed that he and the English naturalist shared the same scientific ideals. 90. Darwin too believed that scientific theories have to be tested by observation and experiment, and he too stressed that the problem of the origin of species has to be settled through these means. Meyer concedes that, to some extent, Darwin had succeeded in following his own guidelines. He had stayed within the limits of experience on several issues, in contesting fertility as a mark of a species, in showing that the degree of variability is much wider than assumed, and in consulting the geological record to support change of species. Still, he had gone well beyond experience in holding that species are transformable and that they are all derived from a few parent species. Meyer's criticism had raised, however, questions of its own. It was one thing to criticize Darwin for going beyond the available evidence, it was quite another to criticize him for speculating about that for which there could be no evidence at all. In other words, it is necessary to distinguish scientific speculation from metaphysics. It is a serious weakness of Meier's critique that he fails to make this distinction. This gave an opening for Darwin's defense. It was possible to respond to Meier's criticisms. Darwin's speculations are scientific, though they lack sufficient evidence, it is still possible, at least in principle, to provide it, and further experiment and observation could perhaps even confirm them. Darwin knew all too well he was pushing the envelope when it came to his speculations about the origin of species. He was well aware that they went beyond the available evidence. Still, he believed that more evidence would become available with further research. And had this not happened, even by Meier's own reckoning? In any case, in the meantime, could his speculations not have value at least in providing direction for future inquiry? It is a very tricky business setting the limits of knowledge. If we draw the boundaries too narrowly, we limit inquiry arbitrarily, which is dogmatism. If, however, we draw them too broadly, we admit metaphysics and its cousins, fantasy and enthusiasm. Meier, it seems, had drawn the boundaries too tightly by forbidding even hypotheses or conjectures about the natural world. When he insisted that speculation has to be founded on already verified facts, he had virtually limited theory to what is already known. So scrupulous was Meier that he had failed to see that a natural scientist does not play by the same rules as a philosophical skeptic. If Darwin had followed Meier's skeptical guidelines, he would never have written The Origin of Species. That was the ultimate refutation of his entire skeptical approach. The last neo-Kantian to discuss Darwin in some depth and at some length was Otto Liebmann. He wrote a long essay on the theme Platonismus und Darwinismus for his Zur Analysis der Wirklichkeit, which first appeared in 1876-55, and then several shorter essays on issues related to Darwin for his Gedanken und Tatsachen, which was published in 1899-56. Liebmann occupies his own niche in the neo-Kantian response to Darwin. Unlike Lang and Meier, he represents the old Aristotelian tradition, the very tradition that Darwin intended to overthrow. Yet Liebmann's aims were not counter-revolutionary, for his task was not to replace Darwinism with neo-Aristotelianism but to reconcile these warring parties, so that the English and Greek naturalists could live in harmony. This program of reconciliation would be neo-Kantian in its own unique way, founded on the basis of Kant's dualism between the natural and normative, the phenomenal and noumenal. When Liebmann first turned to Darwinism in the early 1870s, he felt himself to be swimming against the current. Darwin's theory was now so well established in Germany that all discussions in the life sciences revolved around it. Liebmann wrote that the great majority of the public, unless it had some religious prejudices, had been converted to the new theory. He counted himself among the rare few who wanted to question it. While he did not want to contest Darwin's theory on empirical grounds, he did want to point out its limits on philosophical grounds. The crucial question for Liebmann was whether Darwin's theory could provide the basis for a materialist worldview. Were Buchner, Voigt and Haeckel right to see Darwin's theory as confirmation for their own materialist creed? Liebmann was skeptical of those materialists who had made Darwin's theory into their philosophical gospel. 319. His critical objective was to limit Darwin's theory strictly to the empirical realm, undermining any attempts to draw broader metaphysical conclusions from it. Liebmann's stance towards Darwin is almost the opposite of Meier's. While Meier measures Darwin's theory by the standards of empirical science and finds it wanting, Liebmann is concerned only with its metaphysical implications. Even if Darwin himself, forever the cautious scientist, was careful not to put forward metaphysical claims, his materialist apostles and acolytes in Germany were not so scrupulous, they saw Darwin's theory as evidence for their materialist worldview. It is these materialists, not Darwin himself, that are Liebmann's target. Unlike Meier, then, Liebmann does not impugn the value of Darwin's theory as empirical science. He does not think that Darwin's theory sins against the standards of scientific method, and he even affirms that it is the best theory around about the origins of species. It was another great contribution of Darwin, Liebman adds, to have provided so much evidence for the theory of transformation. 347. While Darwin did not invent that theory, it had been around for millennia. He succeeded in providing it with an exact formulation. 347. At the very least, any impartial reader of Darwin's Origin of Species will find it highly illuminating. 349. Indeed, it provides the Ariadne's thread through the labyrinth of the organic realm. This does not mean, of course, that the theory is completely confirmed, that it is now incontestable doctrine. It is impossible to calculate the probability of Darwin's theory, Liebman notes, because there is still insufficient evidence for it, and there is still so much research to do. 350. Nevertheless, because there is so much evidence in its favor, and because it seems to explain so many facts, we have good reason to adopt it as a regulative principle to guide further empirical research. Nowhere is the contrast between Liebman and Meyer more extreme than in their use of Kant in the origin of species debate. While Meyer invokes Kant as a talisman to banish all speculation about the origin of species, Liebman cites him as an example of just such speculation, indeed as a forerunner of Darwin himself. Liebman cites a long passage from Kant's 1775 article von den verschiedenen Rassen der Menschen to the effect that all species derive from a few prototypes. 57. Indeed, a true program for Darwinism, he exclaims. If this were not enough, he then cites another passage from Kant's Anthropology where Kant hypothesizes that human beings could have emerged from apes. 58. One is astonished to find, Liebman exclaims, that Immanuel Kant, the earnest idealist, is a forerunner of the notorious ape theory that got Carl Voigt into so much trouble. To examine the metaphysical implications of Darwin's theory, Liebman poses a single question: what is the relationship between Darwinism and Platonism? Are they compatible? Incompatible? Or complementary? By Darwinism and Platonism, Liebman means not the specific doctrines held by two historical individuals but two general worldviews. 319. Darwinism stands for the attempt to explain life on mechanical principles, and more generally for the materialism of the Epicurean tradition. Platonism represents the attempt to explain life on idealist principles or on the basis of teleology. Behind these worldviews, on Liebman's account, are two contrasting views about the reality of universals. While the Epicurean is nominalist, regarding universals as mere concepts in the mind, the Platonist is a formalist, giving substantial reality to universals, whether above or beyond things. Liebman uses the term Platonism in a broad sense, therefore, so that it includes any belief in the reality of universals. His own views commit him more to an Aristotelian than Platonic view about the reality of universals, because, as we shall soon see, his universals exist within animate things. Liebman's central contention in Platonismus and Darwinismus is that these apparently clashing worldviews are ultimately reconcilable, that Platonism must begin where Darwinism leaves off, because each is necessary for a full explanation of life. Liebman is in no doubt whatsoever about the value and importance of providing, as far as possible, a mechanical and material explanation of life. To understand life, we have to know how it works and in what it consists, which means knowing its mechanical causes and its chemical components. Liebman is highly critical, therefore, of the old doctrine of a Lebenskraft, an Elah vital, because it places vital forces outside and beyond the general laws of nature. 337 to 338. The laws of physics, mechanics, and chemistry are universal, and they should apply to organic as well as inorganic matter. It was one of Darwin's great merits, he recognizes, to have extended mechanical and material explanation beyond the traditional limits, and to have used them to account for the origin of species. Nevertheless, despite his banishment of occult forces, Liebman also believed that mechanical and material explanations have their limits. While they are indeed a necessary condition for the explanation of life, they are not a sufficient one. They can explain its mechanisms and material constituents, but they cannot explain its origins, how and why all these mechanisms and constituents came together to form a single living individual. The first causes of life, and its organic structure, remain inaccessible to mechanical and material explanation for the simple reason that such causes and such structures provide necessary conditions for any living phenomena. While natural science can explain any particular living phenomenon, it cannot account for why there are living phenomena in the first place. 355. This is a metaphysical question which transcends the limits of all empirical science. In this respect, Liebman thinks that there is still some good sense to the old concept of a Lebenskraft after all. This concept serves to designate that aspect of life that is inexplicable according to mechanical and material explanation. It is that something more, that extra X, which mechanical and material explanation leave behind and fail to explain. It was precisely with regard to this extra X, Liebman contends, that Platonism enters the scene and goes beyond materialism and mechanism. This X is nothing less than the Platonic form, the universal inherent in a living thing that explains its constant structure and development. We need the idea of an organic form, Liebman argues, to explain the difference between living and non-living things. For the organic, form is essential and necessary; for the inorganic, it is inessential and accidental. 331. While the form of an organic thing grows out of it and is inherent in it, it is imposed upon an inorganic thing, which can take on a different form or structure. The form of an organic being stands for all the characteristic, specific properties conceived together, such as habits, instincts, aptitudes, inclinations, degree of intelligence. 352. In stressing the idea of a substantial form as central to the concept of life, Liebman went back immediately to the Leibnizian, and ultimately the Aristotelian tradition, according to which the distinguishing feature of a living being is its characteristic form and energy, Entleché, to realize such a form. 360. Liebman saw no conflict between these traditions and Darwin's theory, chiefly because Darwin was not concerned with the metaphysical question of the distinction between the living and non-living. It was in raising that more general question that the old Platonic tradition showed its abiding value for the explanation of life. Although Liebman was eager to defend Platonic and Leibnizian metaphysics, he was careful not to grant a constitutive validity to its basic concepts. The idea of a substantial form, of an Entleché, remained for him, as a good Kantian, strictly regulative. They are ideas that have a subjective validity for us to help us make sense of life, but we have no reason to believe that they are objectively true. Metaphysics is, as Liebman put it, not a science but only a postulate and problem. 356. It is one thing simply to deny a problem, as the positivists did, but quite another to recognize it and admit the impossibility of answering it. Implicitly but unmistakably, Liebman took issue with Lang's remark that metaphysics is only a poetic fiction, Begriffsdichtung. 355-356. For Liebman, teleology and organic form are more than poetry because they still have explanatory value, even if it is only regulative. Though Lang and Liebman both stress the regulative status of teleology, they give a very different meaning to that status. Lang assumes that purposiveness will gradually and continually, though never completely, dissolve with the advance of mechanical explanations. For Liebman, however, purposiveness is a completely irreducible and necessary concept, an indispensable device of the human understanding in coming to grips with organic phenomena. Though bold and ingenious, Liebman's reconciliation strategy has problems of its own. While Meyer assumes there is no distinction between science and metaphysics, Liebman presupposes that there can be a rigid and absolute borderline between them. But is this possible? Does not a scientific theory like Darwin's have profound metaphysical implications? And is this not the reason why his theory is so important? Arguably, Liebman never fully understood or appreciated the metaphysical implications of the Darwinian program. It was a central thesis of Darwin's theory that varieties are incipient species, that organic form grows and develops from natural selection and the struggle for existence. The net effect of such a theory is that the concept of a substantial form or entelecheia is redundant for explaining life. In going back to the Aristotelian and Leibnizian traditions, Liebman was re-invoking the very tradition of fixed species that was Darwin's chief target. The Linnaean system, which Darwin had set out to vanquish, is profoundly Aristotelian, holding that a species is a concrete universal. In Origin of Species, Darwin had explicitly taken issue with the Linnaean view that the species or genus is prior to living phenomena, not derivative from them. 59. The Linnaean system did not give the true causes of living phenomena precisely because it focused on formal or structural features, which are not basic but derivative. According to Darwin, a true system of classification has to be genealogical, showing the common origins and parents of the various species. Their formal or structural features would be the product or effect of the genetic potential of these parents in the struggle for existence. Thus Darwin had replaced an intellectualist or formalist worldview with a genetic or historical one. It was this fundamental fact that Liebman failed to appreciate, and that ultimately doomed his well-intended but misconceived attempt to reconcile Darwinism and Platonism. 5. All mysteries solved. In 1899 the weary and aging Ernst Haeckel, now in his 65th year, published his last will and testament, Die Weltratsel. 60. He called himself a child of the 19th century, and he saw its close as a fitting time to end his life's work. Die Weltratsel was to be the final statement of his philosophy, the culmination of all his labors and reflections as a natural scientist. Just as Haeckel wished, the book ended his career with a bang, giving him all the publicity and controversy that he could have ever wished. It sold 40,000 copies in its first year of publication, 400,000 by the time of the First World War. And, just as Haeckel expected, it aroused howls of protest and indignation. Die Weltratsel was one of the most aggressive statements ever of a scientific and naturalistic worldview. With all guns blazing, it charged the social, political, and religious establishment, shooting down every dogma and sacred cow in sight. Now that Ernst Haeckel was leaving this world, he wanted to leave nothing of the old order standing behind him. The new world order of the 20th century had to be founded on a completely new scientific morality and religion. Die Weltratsel was first and foremost an exposition of Haeckel's scientific worldview, which he called monism. This is the doctrine that we would nowadays call naturalism, that is, the thesis that everything in the universe is explicable, at least in principle, according to natural laws. The antithesis and enemy of monism Haeckel calls dualism, that is, the doctrine that there are limits in principle to scientific explanation, limits set by life and the mind, which supposedly fall outside the sphere of nature and exist in a supernatural realm. Haeckel saw his monism as the philosophy of natural science, as the worldview confirmed by all the scientific developments of the 19th century, which could boast that it had achieved more in science than all centuries before it. Such was Haeckel's confidence in the progress of science that he believed it could solve all the outstanding mysteries or puzzles of the universe. According to Émile du Bois-Reymond, an erstwhile friend of Haeckel's and the president of the Academy of Sciences in Berlin, there are 7 such puzzles: 1. The essence of matter or force; 2. The origin of motion; 3. The genesis of life; 4. The design of nature; 5. The origin of sensation; 6. The genesis of conscience and language; and 7. Free will. 61. Zealous and self-assured, Haeckel declared that natural science had already solved the first 6 of these, and that the 7th was not really a puzzle at all, because free will did not exist and could not be the object of scientific investigation. 18-19. Seldom in the history of science has a major scientist expressed such extraordinary confidence. But we have to place Haeckel's arrogance in context. It was his reaction to the treachery and timidity of old friends and colleagues. They had all renounced their faith in science, and they were now seeing irresolvable mysteries where they had once seen answerable questions. Although Die Weltratsel was meant to be a philosophy for the future, the worldview of the coming 20th century, Its author knew all too well that it was really a rearguard action, the last stand of an old-fashioned naturalist who now felt himself to be alone in the world. Haeckel's book was written in self-vindication against his old friends and colleagues, who had once been proud naturalists themselves, but who had now renounced the errors of their mechanist ways and had become dualists. 62 Rudolf Virchow, 1821–1902, Karl Ernst Baer, 1792–1876, Émile du Bois-Reymond, 1818–1896, and Wilhelm Wundt, 1832–1920, these were all old friends and colleagues of Haeckel, and they had conspired with him in their youth to create a world free of teleology and vital forces in embryology, physiology, and psychology. But in their later years they had come to renounce their mechanical program as unworkable. Haeckel saw them all as traitors to the scientific cause, which it was left for him alone to vindicate. Pointedly, Haeckel discusses all their cases as signal instances of premature despair and senility. Self-vindication appears in the very title of Haeckel's work, which was his counter to Émile du Bois-Reymond's Die Sieben Welträtsel. Du Bois-Reymond meant his enigmas to be limits to monism, warning signs to an overambitious naturalism. Haeckel wanted to expose them as hollow, arbitrary, and artificial limits to the progress of the sciences. Besides a statement of Haeckel's monism, Die Welträtsel was an attack on every aspect of dualism and the moral and religious interests behind it. Its chief target was the three central dogmas of metaphysics, that is, the beliefs in the existence of God, freedom, and immortality, 267. All these beliefs are incompatible with monism. Haeckel argued, because they presuppose the existence of some supernatural realm. All have been falsified by the advance of the sciences. Science has shown that, 1. The ism rests on anthropomorphism, the projection of human fantasies and wishes on reality. 2. Freedom does not exist because everything happens of necessity according to natural laws, and 3. The soul is mortal because it depends on the brain and the body to exist. Monism is therefore atheistic, deterministic and thanatistic, Haeckel's term for the doctrine of the mortality of the soul. Haeckel had little objection to calling monism pantheism, which he defined as the doctrine that God and the world are one and the same. Pantheism, he noted, had always been the worldview of modern science, 333. But he pointedly reminded his readers of Schopenhauer's remark that pantheism was just a polite term for atheism, 336. Regarding the great conflict between science and religion, reason and faith, which had emerged from the materialism controversy, Haeckel took a firm stand on behalf of science and reason. There was no middle path where reason could justify faith. The more we take scientific investigation to its limits, he argued, the more we find not only that there is no evidence for the beliefs in the existence of God, freedom, and immortality, but that the evidence actually goes against these beliefs, which can be shown to be simply false. Hence Haeckel is uncompromising that there can be no compromise, the old faith has to go, and it is high time for people to learn to live without the old gods. Faith, if it is incapable of scientific verification, is nothing more than superstition, 348. While Haeckel readily conceded the moral and practical value of religious faith, he still insisted that such belief be based on reason. Rather than the Church, there would now be a palace of reason, which would preach no longer the old Trinity of Father, Son, and Holy Ghost but the new Trinity of truth, goodness and beauty, 388. Not the least provocative side of Die Welträtsel was its attack on Neo-Kantianism itself. Haeckel was highly critical of the limits that Kant had placed on the mechanical explanation of life. Little could Kant have foreseen that the Newton of the blade of grass would appear in Charles Darwin, who had now revealed that mechanism really could explain the origin of life, 301. Kant's worst mistake, however, was his dualism, and especially his attempt to rescue the beliefs in God, freedom, and immortality through practical reason, 402. What Kant did not permit in the realm of theoretical reason, moral and religious faith, that he sneaked in through the back door of practical reason. For Haeckel, the distinction between theoretical and practical reason was just another dualism, a sneaky kind of dualism to preserve moral and religious faith. The faulty assumption behind Kant's attempt to rescue these beliefs, Haeckel argued, is that they are neither demonstrable nor refutable, that is that the evidence is neither for nor against them. But the advance of the sciences has unearthed mountains of evidence against these beliefs, and it has shown them to be simply false. In attempting to justify these beliefs in practical terms, the Neo-Kantians have shown themselves to be out of touch with the sciences. The Neo-Kantian movement, Haeckel claimed, was largely based on this failed strategy. 403. Since Haeckel found the respect for Kant among the Neo-Kantians grossly exaggerated, he proceeded to demolish their idol in a long polemical footnote, 453 to 455, and point 11. Kant's lack of training in the medical sciences, his lack of experience with women, his failure to travel beyond the outskirts of Königsberg, all these showed the limits of his mental horizons. Was this the kind of philosopher who should be taken as the philosophical authority for the new century? In advancing the cause of a scientific naturalism, and in insisting that the old dogmas had to go, Haeckel resembles nothing more than the old materialists of the 1850s. Die Weltratzel seems to be the latest materialist manifesto, a replacement for Buchner's Kraft und Stoff, which was now beginning to look dated after its 20th edition. It was not surprising that Haeckel's contemporaries saw his book in just this light. To the more elderly among them, Die Weltratzel was a nasty blast from the past, a throwback to the days of the materialism controversy. Yet it is important to see that Haeckel struggled to dissociate himself from the old materialists. 23. After all, they knew nothing about Darwin, and the sciences had advanced mightily since their day. More importantly, Haeckel insisted that monism is not materialism. While materialism denies the existence of mind and dissolves the universe into a swirl of dead atoms, monism affirms the existence of the mind and maintains that matter consists in living forces. Haeckel then went on to identify his monism with Spinoza's philosophy, according to which mind and body are distinct attributes of one and the same thing. Yet the identification with Spinoza was something of a smokescreen, disguising the truly materialist dimension of Die Weltratzel. Haeckel had defended some defining materialist doctrines in his book, more specifically, the theory that the soul is nothing more than a collective name for a sum of brain functions, 236. He thus undertook the classic materialist strategy of reducing the mental down to the physical. Such theories and strategies are hardly Spinozist, however. According to Spinoza's monism, the mental and physical are equal and independent attributes of a single infinite substance, so that neither attribute is more real or fundamental than the other. We can see the whole universe from an ideal or real, mental or physical perspective, but we must not mix attributes, that is, make one reducible to another, given that both kinds of attributes are self-sufficient and independent. There was, however, another kind of monism implicit in Die Weltratzel, a less materialist monism that came closer to vitalism, that is, the doctrine that everything in nature is alive and an expression or manifestation of life. For Haeckel, true to the vital materialist tradition, saw matter not as inert extension but as active living force, and he held that feeling and volition could be ascribed to the activity of all atoms. 63. Yet Haeckel did not develop this line of thinking, which would have brought him closer to Leibniz and the philosophy of identity of Schelling and Hegel. In the end, Haeckel never resolved the tension in his philosophy, which wavered between a complete materialism and a vitalistic monism. As we will now see, his Neo-Kantian critics were relentless in pointing out this tension. 6. Restoring mysteries. Given that Haeckel made a target of the Neo-Kantians, it should not be surprising that they responded in kind. There were two major Neo-Kantian polemics against Die Weltratzel, both published in 1901, Erich Adick's Kant contra Haeckel, and Friedrich Paulsen's Ernst Haeckel als Philosoph, which appeared as part of his Philosophia Militans 64. Both Adick and Paulsen understood their polemics to be critiques of natural scientific dogmatism, that is, the uncritical attempt to base metaphysics on natural science. This was to strike at the central nerve of Haeckel's philosophy, which claimed to be the philosophy of natural science. For the Neo-Kantians, there is no such philosophy. From a philosophical standpoint, Paulson's polemic is a disappointment. It targets Haeckel's manner of thinking more than any of his ideas. The professed aim of his tract is to show that Haeckel is not to be taken seriously as a philosopher. 125. Paulson deplores Haeckel's tendentious reasoning, and his superficiality, ambivalence, and confusion, which makes it difficult to ascribe any definite doctrine to him. He especially despises Haeckel's dogmatism, which makes him confident that he has completely solved problems which he has not really begun to investigate. Rather than examining the views of others in depth, Haeckel passes judgment on them without having really studied or understood them. Haeckel's worst sin, however, is that he does not fully recognize and appreciate the problems that he claims to solve. 131. While Haeckel is indeed guilty of all these sins, Paulson's own polemic does not really take the discussion any further at all. So, arguably, it is Paulson who does not take seriously the problems at stake. However sloppy and obnoxious Haeckel's reasoning, he still puts forward serious contentions to which any Neo-Kantian worth his salt should respond. We want to know, for example, Paulson's response to Haeckel's claim that Kant's distinction between theoretical and practical is untenable. Rather than tackling this important challenge, Paulson spends his, and his readers' time and energy showing that Haeckel was a poor Kant scholar. But would anyone have ever thought otherwise? Who would read Haeckel for his Kant scholarship? At its close, Paulson confessed that he wrote his polemic in a fit of indignation. He was incensed that a public intellectual like Haeckel could be so dogmatic and arrogant. On such a flimsy basis. Some time afterwards, however, Paulson added a postscript, which examines Haeckel in a much cooler light and in a more generous spirit. He now gives credit to Haeckel for fighting for Darwinist ideas when they were new in Germany and when they were received with hostility and derision. This explains some of Haeckel's provocative style, which was simply responding to his enemies in kind. In this more reflective mood, Paulson also makes his one truly incisive comment about Haeckel's philosophy. He notes the deep tension in Haeckel's monism. On a superficial level, it is materialism pure and simple, a doctrine on par with Buchner's and Vogt's, though Haeckel lacked the courage to admit it. Yet, on another deeper level, it is not materialism at all but organicism or vitalism, that is, the thesis that the inner core of all reality is alive. This is the import of Haeckel's frequent statements that feeling and volition are inherent in all things, and that nothing is dead or inert. If the external nature of things consists in motion and extension, as the materialist insists, its internal nature consists in feeling and thought. This vitalistic monism put Haeckel in the tradition of Spinoza, Bruno, and Goethe, and now and then he justifiably felt a solidarity with them. Had Haeckel followed through this tendency of his thinking, Paulson argues, he would have come to conclusions like his great contemporary Theodor Fechner, 65, who saw all reality as alive. Yet Haeckel never developed this side of his thinking, and instead he lapsed back into his materialism by reducing life itself down to something material. 190. Adick's polemic is very different from Paulson's. Rather than just attacking Haeckel's intellectual style, Adick focuses on the general issues and states his own position on them. Kant contra Haeckel is not simply a defense of Kant's philosophy against Haeckel's objections, and Adick warns us that he does not accept everything in Kant, for what he does take over from Kant is his critical epistemological standpoint, which he regards as fundamental for all modern philosophy. It is this standpoint that he will apply to assess Haeckel's metaphysics. Once one adopts that standpoint, Adick argues, the verdict on Haeckel's book is clear: Kantian criticism, or more generally, epistemological reflection, should have been the foundation for the whole work. But, of course, in that case, it would never have been written. 14. For Adick, Haeckel's work was from start to finish nothing but dogmatic metaphysics, a new kind of dogmatism, of course, one that claimed to be based on natural science rather than pure reason, but a dogmatism all the same. Kant's old sentence, we are told, applies perfectly well to Haeckel, the dogmatism of metaphysics, that is, the prejudice to make progress without a critique of pure reason, is the true source of all disbelief contrary to morality, which is always very dogmatic. 66, 114. No less than Paulson, Addicks reads Haeckel's book as a materialist manifesto. We can safely reject all of Haeckel's evasions, dementis, and equivocations, he maintains, because Haeckel is perfectly clear in adopting the defining materialist doctrine that the mental is reducible to the physical. There are three ways in which one can reduce the mental to the material: 1. Making thought and feeling properties of matter, which it manifests under specific circumstances; 2. Identifying thought and feeling with movements and brain processes; and 3. Deriving thought and feeling as effects of matter, which is their cause. It is a sure sign of Haeckel's materialism, but also evidence for his confusion, that he adopts all three of these reduction strategies, 9-10, 21-23. Given that Haeckel's philosophy is materialism, it is vulnerable to all the objections that have been made against that doctrine. Addicks finds it remarkable that Haeckel has learned so little from the materialism controversy of recent memory. All the weaknesses that Lang exposed in the materialism of Buchner, Voigt, and Moleschott apply mutatis mutandi to Haeckel. The most important of these objections is that there is no evidence for the existence of matter in the materialist sense, that is, an object that exists in space and time, having all the properties that we perceive it to have even when we are not perceiving it. All the evidence from physiology and psychology show how our cognitive processes condition and determine what we know, so that we cannot claim that the existence of matter is a simple given of our sense experience. 35-39. Rather than saying reality in itself consists in matter, we should say the very opposite: everything physical is derived from the psychic, matter is a product of our mind, existing only as a state of consciousness. 35. Addicks stress. This proposition, Addicks reminds his readers, is the result of epistemological idealism, which one now associates with Kant's name. 36. Though Addicks thinks that Haeckel is naive and dogmatic for ignoring the challenge of Kant's epistemological idealism, he does not think this alone stands as the final refutation of Haeckel's metaphysics. While it is indeed fatal for Haeckel's materialism, that is not the only aspect or interpretation of Haeckel's philosophy. Addicks, like Paulson, thinks that there is another secret vitalist or organicist side to Haeckel's philosophy. This vitalism becomes apparent whenever Haeckel claims that feeling and desire are inherent in all matter. 67. For this vitalist thesis, Addicks argues, Haeckel can find no confirmation through observation or experiment. It is just as much an act of faith on his part as the Christian faith in God and immortality. But once we stress this vitalist side of Haeckel's philosophy, Addicks contends, we can make full sense of his professed Spinozism. For there are now two equal and independent sides to reality corresponding to Spinoza's two attributes. There is an inner side, in which each thing has feeling and desire, and there is an outer side, in which it appears as nothing more than movement and extension. This would be an acceptable version of Spinoza's dual attribute doctrine, because we could see one and the same universal substance from either an internal or external perspective. Though Addicks maintains that this doctrine is implicit in Haeckel's book, he regrets that Haeckel failed to develop it because of his attraction to materialism. For Addicks, like Paulson, Haeckel's monism is a monster, a conflation of materialism with the vitalist philosophy of identity of Schelling and the Naturphilosophien. Haeckel is so far from refuting Kant's doctrine of practical faith, Addicks claims, that the old Kantian strategy of denying knowledge to make room for faith is as valid as ever. 113. Had Kant lived through the materialism controversy, had he read Buchner's Stoff und Kraft and Haeckel's Weltratzel, he would have been astonished at how little people had listened to him. Kant would only have repeated what he said in the Kritik der reinen Vernunft, that beyond the world of our consciousness there is an empty space, and that whoever dared to leave the little island of experience for the wide and stormy ocean of reality itself could do so only on the little boat of faith. 114. The existence of an unknowable thing in itself was for Attics the inevitable result of Kant's transcendental idealism, and it provided a refuge for the entire realm of faith. Attics denies that Haeckel has provided anything like a refutation of the beliefs in God, freedom, and immortality. Because these beliefs are about the transcendent, they stand above and beyond refutation as well as demonstration, and so we are left with an agnosticism for the theoretical powers of reason. The realm of faith for Attics is as broad as whatever cannot be demonstrated or refuted through reason or experience. It therefore includes all metaphysics, not least of all Haeckel's own metaphysics, which is as much a matter of faith as Christianity. 88, 96-98. It is simply naive, Attics argues, to think that these principles are the simple and straightforward result of experiment and observation, which never proves universality and necessity. As much as Attics defends Kant's doctrine of practical faith, he gives it an interpretation that hardly could be called Kantian. What we believe is for Attics a matter of individual choice and feeling, and its justification is entirely personal and pragmatic, that I as an individual cannot get through life without it. There is no element of morality in Attics' version of practical faith, no attempt to use the categorical imperative to justify the beliefs in God, freedom, and immortality. The problem with Haeckel's rejection of practical faith is not that he ignored its moral dimension but that he failed to see how important faith is to individuals. Who was Haeckel to deprive people of their faith in immortality and God when it gave them comfort against the blows of fortune? 95. Haeckel's atheistic and materialistic worldview is no less an act of faith than Christianism because it too goes beyond the limits of experience and therefore knowledge. Attics concludes his polemic with a brief account of why Haeckel's book has become so popular, 115-129. He finds 4 reasons. 1. Because people nowadays overestimate the powers of natural science. 2. Because there is a philosophical need for a comprehensive worldview. 3. Because of a trendy radicalism in all intellectual circles. And 4. Because of an increasing anti-clericalism and anti-Christian tendency among intelligentsia. It was a plausible and exhaustive account of the reasons for Haeckel's success. But it leaves the reader wondering whether Haeckel, despite all Attics' polemics, had won after all. From Attics' diagnosis of his success, it is easy to understand that the zeitgeist was in Haeckel's favor. All these were indeed reasons why Neo-Kantianism would prove less popular in the new century. Part II. Introduction. The New Establishment. 1. The decade of consolidation. If the 1860s marked the breakthrough of Neo-Kantianism, the 1870s is its decade of consolidation. It was during the 1870s that Neo-Kantianism began to emerge as the predominant philosophical movement in Germany. There are several telling facts, all carefully assembled by Klaus Christian Kohnke, one that attest this predominance. After 1862 the number of writings on Kant grew every year in geometric proportion, and the lecture courses on Kant in the 1870s, 189, more than trebled from the 1860s, 54. Indeed, more lectures were given on Kant than on all other modern philosophers. By the late 1870s there was also at least one Neo-Kantian professor in 10 major German-speaking universities, more than any other school or line of thought. 2. From the 1870s until 1900, Kant had become such a powerful presence in journals and lecture halls that Kohnke has referred to these years, with no exaggeration, as the Neo-Kantian period of German university philosophy. 3. What accounts for the extraordinary success of the Neo-Kantians? Naturally, political and social factors played an important role. Part of the reason lies with the more liberal political atmosphere of the 1870s. The Magsetze of 1873 brought with them increasing separation of church and state, and the ensuing independence of academic life from church control gave academics greater freedom on the podium. Gone were the bad old days of the 1850s when even referring to David Friedrich Strauss, or espousing pantheism, was enough to bring dismissal. What Fischer and Zeller went through in the 1840s and 1850s was now a thing of the past. Another part of the reason rests with the growth of the German university system. Beginning with the Reichsgründung in 1871, there was a hiring spree in German universities, which Kohnke has referred to as a Berufungsboom. For there was a great demand for university teachers, partly as a result of the building of new universities, and partly as a result of the need to make up for the lack of hiring in the 1850s. These were years of opportunity for any talented young man intent on an academic career. While in the 1850s a candidate would have to wait, on average, 14 years to become an ordinary professor, in the 1870s one would have to wait only 8 years. Following this trend, from 1876 to 1878, Liebman, Cohen, Riehl and Windelband all became ordinary professors. Of course, these factors only go so far in explaining the rise of Neo-Kantianism. They are reasons why any philosophical movement, or any academic discipline, would have flourished in the 1870s. The reasons for the success of Neo-Kantianism specifically have to do with its intellectual or philosophical qualities in comparison with other intellectual movements of its day. The two selling points behind Neo-Kantianism in the 1860s had lost none of their appeal in the 1870s. 5. Neo-Kantianism was not only a powerful bulwark against materialism, but it also had the best account available about the role of philosophy in the modern scientific age. The thesis that philosophy should be first and foremost epistemology, the examination of the logic of the sciences, seemed to ensure the survival of philosophy. It not only gave philosophy a distinctive vocation, so that it could not be rendered obsolete by the sciences, but it also made it a valuable adjunct to the sciences. For these reasons, Windelband, Riehl, and Paulsen will continue to advocate the conception of philosophy first worked out by Fischer, Zeller and Meyer in the 1860s. Apart from these selling points, there was also the growing weakness of old adversaries. Hegelianism was a rapidly fading memory, and while Lotze and Trendelenburg struggled to preserve the idealist legacy, specifically its teleology and organic conception of nature, they were mainly fighting a rearguard action. Materialism too began to disappear as an intellectual movement by the 1870s. Lang tells us in the second edition of his Geschichte Materialismus that discussion of Darwinism had completely overshadowed materialism. 6. There were still readers of Buchner's writings, but none of their latest editions roused the hue and cry they once did. Voigt was rarely mentioned, and Moleschott was almost completely forgotten. The old fearsome dragon of the 1850s now lay slain in a heap, presided over by two triumphant knights in shining armor, named Helmholtz and Lang. But if the 1870s marked the establishment of Neo-Kantianism, they also reveal flaws in its foundation and the first signs of its dissolution. There was an inherent tension in the Neo-Kantian conception of philosophy, which would become the source of controversy in the later 1870s and 1880s. That conception rested on two inconsistent ideals: the demand that philosophy be autonomous, a discipline in its own right, and the requirement that philosophy imitate the model of the natural sciences. The more philosophy imitated the sciences, the more it became like them, forfeiting its autonomy and hastening its obsolescence. This tension was especially evident in the case of psychology, which was meant to be the model of scientific epistemology, but the more psychology became scientific, the less it needed philosophy, which became superfluous. We have already seen this problem at work in the 1860s, but it became more apparent in the 1870s and 1880s. Another greater challenge to the new orthodoxy concerned the tenability of the epistemological conception of philosophy. Though entrenched, salient and prevalent, this definition came under increasing stress during the late 1870s and thereafter. Granted that this definition was very strategic in helping philosophy overcome its crisis of obsolescence, nagging doubts remain that it was too narrow. If philosophy is simply epistemology in the strict intended sense, that is, the second-order examination of the logic of the sciences, then it has to forfeit its traditional role as a worldview, that is, an attempt to answer the most basic questions about the meaning and purpose of life. These questions had been placed at the center of philosophy since antiquity, and were they to be simply ignored? Was it not the purpose of philosophy to answer them, to try to resolve the riddle of existence? That there was a price to ignoring them had been made clear by the great popularity of Schopenhauer and Hartmann in the 1870s. If the Neo-Kantians were too strict and stern about limiting philosophy to epistemology, they were in danger of losing the interest of the public. Their philosophy would become esoteric, the preserve of a few trained specialists. But is not such esotericism a sign of irrelevance? And is not irrelevance the first step on the slippery slope to obsolescence? To a fragile alliance. One of the defining phenomena of Neo-Kantianism in the 1870s was its close alliance with positivism. In the final quarter of the 19th century, positivism had become a force in German philosophy. 7 among its leading exponents were Richard Avenarius, 1843–1896, Ernst Loss, 1837–1885, Ernst Mach, 1838–1916, and Eugen Düring, 1833–1921. The mouthpiece for the new positivist movement was the Viertelgerschrift für Wissenschaftliche Philosophie, 8, which was edited by Avenarius, Karl Göring, Max Heinze, and Wilhelm Wundt. The Neo-Kantian alliance with the positivists, which was for the most part tacit and implicit, mainly took the form of their writing articles for the Viertelgerschrift. Friedrich Paulsen, Hans Weyinger, Otto Liebmann, Eduard Zeller, and Wilhelm Windelband were among the contributors, and for a short while Alois Riel even helped with its editing. Prima facie, the agenda of the Viertelgerschrift was one the Neo-Kantians would be happy to endorse. According to Avenarius's introductory article, 9, the journal would be devoted to scientific philosophy, whose task is to investigate the logic of the sciences. Scientific philosophy would attempt to solve the traditional problems of philosophy, but only insofar as they were empirically refutable or verifiable. But many traditional problems were pseudo-problems, Avenarius said, using a redolent term, because they went beyond the limits of experience. Several themes of this agenda: hostility to metaphysics, experience as the limits of knowledge, philosophy as the logic of science, rang true to the Kantian conception of philosophy worked out in the 1860s. Yet the alliance with the positivists was flawed, flimsy and fragile. It was more tactical than doctrinal. It served to keep at bay some of their common enemies, the protagonists of metaphysics, Lotze and Trendelenburg, the old reactionary forces of Church and Altar, and the new popular irrationalist forces, Schopenhauer and Hartmann. But this tactical alliance could work only by pretending to ignore fundamental philosophical differences. The Neo-Kantians were highly critical of the positivists' extreme empiricism, their naive faith in given facts, and their belief in the complete autonomy of the sciences, as if they had no metaphysical presuppositions at all. These issues had begun to emerge in the late 1870s. In the first volume of his Der Philosophische Kritisismus, which appeared in 1876, Riel engaged in a tacit polemic against the positivists when he criticized the empiricism of Locke and Hume. 10 By 1878 they had become explicit when Carl Scharschmidt declared positivism false criticism because of its naive and dogmatic empiricism. 11 And by the 1880s they had become explosive. We have already seen how, in 1884, Liebmann threw a bomb in the positivist camp with his Die Klimax der Theorien. 12 The most important issues dividing the Neo-Kantians from the positivists were not, however, epistemological. They concerned the very identity of philosophy itself. In the late 1870s the Neo-Kantians became more and more dissatisfied with the strictly epistemological definition of philosophy, which excluded inquiry about the meaning of life and ethical values. This dissatisfaction became apparent in several ways: in Foucault's call for a renewal of Kant's ethics, 13 in Windelband's turn towards ethics, 14 in Riel's recognition of, and increased interest in, practical philosophy, 15 and in the new agenda of the Philosophische Minneschrift, which was now devoted to the systematic knowledge of the highest and most general ideas, and thus the highest and most general goals of humanity. 16. The more Neo-Kantians pushed against the narrow epistemological conception of philosophy and stressed the need for ethics and practical inquiry, the more they moved themselves outside the orbit of positivism. Of course, the positivists had their own ethics, which are empiricist in principle. But the Neo-Kantians were even more dissatisfied with empiricism in ethics than in epistemology, because they were convinced that it leads down the slippery slope to relativism and nihilism. As Frederick summarized this common attitude, is it not a firm axiom that empiricism leads to materialism, and in the end to complete skepticism, which leads to moral nihilism? 17. According to Kohnke, there was one sudden dramatic event that took place in the late 1870s which precipitated the break between positivism and Neo-Kantianism. 18. This was the assassination attempts on Kaiser Wilhelm I in May and June of 1878. These led to the anti-socialist hysteria of 1878, which was exploited by Bismarck, and which then led to anti-socialist legislation in the Reichstag. It was these events, Kohnke contends, that motivated the Neo-Kantian concern with the practical, whose task was to create a new authoritarian ethics to keep the masses in control and to counter the dangers of democracy and socialism. There are, however, serious problems with Kohnke's hypothesis. There is insufficient evidence about the political attitudes of the Neo-Kantians in the 1870s. He generalizes from the cases of Meyer and Windelband, but, as we shall see, 19. It does not really apply to Windelband. But quite apart from this, the chief difficulty is that the Neo-Kantian concern with the practical antedates the events of 1878. Rather than a response to the dangers of socialism, they were more a reaction to the alarming popularity of pessimistic doctrine in the 1860s and 1870s. 21. Of the reasons for the popularity of Schopenhauer and Hartmann, as we have seen, was that they had directly addressed the question of existence, the problems of the value and meaning of life. This problem had been ignored or neglected by Neo-Kantians and positivists, who were recommending a more scholastic concern with the logic of the sciences. The Neo-Kantian turn towards the practical, and the ensuing break with positivism, was more a response to the challenge of pessimism than the political events of the late 1870s. The motivation for this turn was mundane enough: if a philosophy does not appeal to the public and students, its books do not sell and its lecture halls do not fill, the income of Dusenton, and the reputation of professors, rested not least on book sales and full lecture halls. 3. From psychology to epistemology. The 1870s marks a sea change in the interpretation of Kant from the 1860s, and indeed from the entire Neo-Kantian tradition hitherto. The three major Neo-Kantians of the 1870s, Hermann Cohen, Alois Riel, and Wilhelm Windelband, reacted against the psychological interpretation of Kant, which had been first formulated by Fries in the 1790s and which had become virtual orthodoxy ever since. They all insisted una voce that the critical philosophy is primarily an epistemological enterprise whose main concern is with the validity rather than causes of synthetic a priori knowledge. The emphasis of Kant interpretation had shifted, therefore, away from the quid facti, what are the origins and causes of knowledge, to the quid juris, what makes judgments true and reasoning valid. The psychological interpretation was now rejected as a misconception, a misinterpretation based on the mistaken assumption, flatly contrary to the texts, that Kant's main concern was to answer the quid facti, rather than the quid juris. This new orthodoxy declares that transcendental inquiry is second order, concerned with our knowledge of the world rather than the world itself, while psychological inquiry is first order, dealing with the world itself. After all, psychic events, like physical events, are still in the world, and there is a vast difference in logical type between talking about the world and talk about the world. What was the source of this change, this reversal in interpretation? We have already seen how, in the 1860s, cracks began to appear in the wall of the psychological interpretation. 21. Fischer and Liebman had noted that Kant's transcendental philosophy could not be simply psychology, because its task was to investigate the possibility of all forms of empirical knowledge, of which psychology was just one form. If transcendental philosophy were only empirical psychology, then it would be circular, presupposing precisely that which it should investigate. It was only a matter of drawing the implications of these criticisms to see that transcendental philosophy could not be simply a matter of psychology, and that it was necessary to develop a new understanding of its purpose and logical status. But such was the authority of the empirical sciences in this age that these implications were not drawn. These criticisms led to no open rebellion against the psychological interpretation, which was instead doomed to a slow and lingering death. It also has to be emphasized that the break with the psychological interpretation was never clear, clean, and dramatic. Cohen, Windelband, and Riehl had been in their early years enthusiastic students of Herbart's psychology, and they had insisted that psychology too had a basic role to play in understanding the processes of cognition. It was no accident that they were contributors to Steinthal's and Lazarus's Zeitschrift für Völkerpsychologie und die Sprachwissenschaft, 22, whose aim was to advance the psychological understanding of group interactions and culture. As much as Cohen and Windelband would stress the sui generis status of logical inquiry, they would also emphasize that logical rules regulate and refer to psychic events, and never would they forget Frey's old point about the distinction between the order of discovery and the order of justification. It was only later in the 1880s that Cohen, Windelband and Riehl dropped their interest in empirical psychology and would devote themselves to explaining the strictly logical or epistemological side of transcendental philosophy. Much of the reason for the slow death of psychologism has to do with the ambiguous status of psychology itself. Some psychologists, namely, Fechner, Ernst and Eduard Weber, had understood their discipline as a straightforward natural science whose task was to determine, through observation and experiment, causal relationships between psychic or psychophysical events. However, other psychologists, most notably Brentano and the young Dilthey, saw psychology as something more, as an attempt to investigate not only psychic events and their causes, but also psychic contents and their meanings. If psychology were understood in the latter sense, then its difference from epistemology was diminished, if not negligible. For were not the logic of these contents, these intentional objects, the essential subject matter of epistemology? The confusions engendered by this ambiguity are most visible in the case of the young Alois Riehl, who first defined philosophy in psychological terms as a science of consciousness, but who then turned around to insist that it was psychology in a new and different sense, the interpretation of psychic contents rather than causes. 23. He then went on to make a drastic distinction between philosophy and psychology understood as the attempt to determine the natural laws of psychic life. These are all reasons for thinking that the change was gradual, but they still do not explain why it took place. But to give clear reasons for the change is no easy matter. Here the philosophical historian enters a murky realm, the dimly lit castle of the past where he or she is more likely to stumble than to see. The obscurity lies partly on the individual level, with what particular thinkers thought in the late 1860s and early 1870s, and partly on the global level, with the philosophical and cultural zeitgeist of the age. On neither level is there any clear vista, any hard and simple facts on which to build a solid case or even a likely story. Crucial for an understanding of this change was the thinking of the young Hermann Cohen in his happy and heady summer of 1870. It was during those inspired weeks that Cohen wrote the outlines of his Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung, which laid down the basis for the new epistemological interpretation. 24. Yet what Cohen did and thought in that summer is poorly documented, and, given the destruction of his family archives, we are not likely to know more. What moved Windelband in the 1870s away from his originally syncretic approach to epistemology, which combined psychology with logic, to his more strictly logical approach, is also obscure. It is important, however, that we attempt, as best we can, to peer through the fog, for it was during the 1870s that Windelband developed one of his most important and influential concepts, a concept that has a redolent meaning in all contemporary philosophy: normativity. 25. On the global level, two factors deserve mention: though it is almost impossible to pinpoint and weigh their exact impact on the thinking of the Neo-Kantians. One factor is the well-attested influence of Hermann Lotze on his age. In his 1874 Logic, but even before then in the third volume of his Microcosmos, 1864, Lotze had made a clear distinction between matters of fact and validity. 26. It is one thing to determine whether something is a matter of fact, whether it exists or not in the world, but it is quite another to determine whether or not a proposition is true or reasoning is valid. A proposition could be true, or reasoning valid, even though they correspond to no matter of fact or anything existing in the world. This was the case for hypothetical propositions, counterfactual propositions, mathematical propositions, and even scientific generalizations. This realm of truth and validity, so different from the realm of fact and existence, Lotze called the most wonderful thing in the world, and he hoped that philosophers would take it more into account. No vain hope, this. Lotze's distinction became part of the mainstream of German philosophy in the 1870s. Later generations fully recognized Lotze's role in changing the climate of thought. 27. Psychologism, which seemed to conflate the realms of validity and matter of fact, had now become passé. Another factor is the influence of Herbart. Although Herbart had jumped on the psychological bandwagon in the early 1800s, insisting that Kant's epistemology had to be refashioned as an empirical psychology, he had never ceased to distinguish between matters of logic and psychology. 28. He was always a good enough Kantian to insist that logic is a normative matter, about how we ought to think, and that it has nothing to do with psychology, how we as a matter of fact do think. It was an important, though too little appreciated or recognized, fact that Cohen, Windelband, and Real had all been avid students of Herbart in their early days. They were as much Herbartians as they were Kantians. For them to make a sharp distinction between logic and psychology, they only had to heed, and see the implications of, Herbart's teaching. In the 3 chapters of Part 3 we will do our best to find our way through the castle of history, so dark and miasmic in its passageways, and so haunted with the ghosts of a glorious past. We will attempt to determine the sources of the revolution in Neo-Kantian thinking by a detailed look at the philosophical development of Cohen, Windelband, and Real. We will note the important effect that this revolution had on their conception of philosophy, and how they developed that conception in the course of their philosophical development. In 1871 the young Hermann Cohen, then only 29 years old, published his Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung. One though now nearly forgotten, this little book was revolutionary in its day. It is indeed no exaggeration to say that it marks a turning point in the history of the interpretation of Kant. 2. It laid down the foundation not only for the philosophy of the Marburg School but also for much of our contemporary understanding of Kant. Why, more specifically, was Cohen's book so important? Part of its significance lay with its method of interpretation. In an age when Kant reception was very anachronistic, twisting Kantian texts to fit contemporary needs, Cohen strived for a proper historical understanding of Kant. A student of August Bach and Adolf Trendelenburg, he applied the same philological and historical methods to Kant as his mentors had to classical texts. Thus in his preface he states that he intends to uncover the historical Kant and that he wants to interpret him in his own terms, contrary to the attempts of his contemporaries, who were bent on understanding Kant in their terms. And so, with all the love and care of a Talmudic scholar, Cohen read and reread the Kantian texts, finding in their exact words depths and subtleties of meaning that Kant's critics had simply ignored. 3. Another part of the significance of Cohen's book lay with his interpretation of Kant. Cohen emphasized aspects of the critical philosophy that had been much neglected in the Neo-Kantian tradition, viz., the transcendental deduction of the concepts of understanding, the role of synthesis in constituting objects of experience, the place of empirical realism within transcendental idealism, and the principle behind Kant's new method of thought. More important than all these particular points, though, was Cohen's general conception of Kant's aims and methods. He stressed the essentially epistemological purpose of Kant's inquiry. Kant's central question was not the quid facti, what are the causes of representations? But the quid juris, what is the justification of synthetic a priori judgments? Cohen insisted upon the transcendental status of Kant's inquiry, drawing attention to how it is not first order, about objects in the world, but second order, about the conditions for knowledge of such objects. Accordingly, he understood the a priori neither in psychological terms, as innate ideas, nor in metaphysical terms, as Platonic archetypes, but in epistemological terms, as the general conditions for knowledge of experience. This was a sharp break with the Neo-Kantian tradition since its inception with Fries. We have already seen how that tradition was essentially psychologistic, interpreting Kant's epistemology as a proto-psychology. Only at rare moments did Fischer and Liebman question this interpretation, but then only to fall back into it. Though the young Cohen too was influenced by psychologism, he sharply distinguished it from epistemological questions. The psychological interpretations had pushed Kant's epistemological intent into the background, it was Cohen's great contribution to have pushed it again into the foreground. For the great significance of Cohen's book for the Marburg School lay in its ideas about philosophical method. A crucial part of Kant's epistemological enterprise, Cohen taught, lay in his transcendental method. This method begins with the fact of science, viz., Newtonian physics, and then determines the conditions of its possibility. It does not attempt to prove this fact from higher principles or to secure it against skeptical doubt, rather, it accepts it as a given and then determines its underlying conditions. Philosophy is thus the analysis of the logic of scientific inquiry rather than the foundationalist enterprise of demonstrating knowledge from first principles. In an article published in 1912, Paul Naderp stressed the importance of this method and conception of philosophy for the Marburg School. 5. Their germ lay 40 years earlier in Cohen's little book. Given its great historical importance, it is worthwhile to investigate the origins of Cohen's book. Such an investigation promises to shed some light on not only the genesis of Marburg Neo-Kantianism but also on the profound turn in the Neo-Kantian tradition, the turn away from psychology and towards epistemology proper. What led Cohen to his epistemological or transcendental interpretation of Kant? What made him break with psychologism? Prima facie these seem to be sterile questions about the history of scholarship. But it is important to see that much more was at stake. The proper interpretation of Kant was for Cohen an issue of the greatest philosophical and cultural importance. For he saw Kant's philosophy, and specifically his interpretation of that philosophy, as the only solution to the cultural crises of his age. His Neo-Kantian philosophy grew directly out of two major philosophical disputes of the mid-19th century, the materialism controversy and the Fischer-Trendelenburg debate. To understand his philosophy, we need to reconstruct how Cohen conceived it as a solution to the problems raised by these disputes. There is another reason why we should re-examine Cohen's book. Although it has often been the subject of scholarly analysis, it has also been misinterpreted. All too often the book has been interpreted anachronistically, as if it were an anticipation of Cohen's later philosophy in his 1902 Logik der reinen Erkenntnis. 6. But Cohen's early work has to be understood in its own terms, not least because it is at odds in fundamental points with his later philosophy. Only when these points are fully taken into account will we have an accurate account of the origins of Marburg Neo-Kantianism and Cohen's own philosophical development. Our purpose here, then, is to reconstruct the genesis of Cohen's book, to restore its original purpose and meaning, removing the layers of anachronistic interpretation imposed upon it. This quickly proves to be a daunting undertaking. For there is a severe lack of documentation in trying to understand Cohen's intellectual development. Tragically, too many materials have been lost or destroyed. 7. As a result, we have a much more detailed knowledge of philosophers from the remote past than we do of Cohen. Incredibile sed verum, we can know much more about Leibniz than Cohen. This is all the more a pity because, from the little we do know, Cohen's intellectual development is fascinating. The story is dramatic. For Cohen came into his own only by breaking with his three great teachers, Hermann Steinthal, Friedrich Lang, and Adolf Trendelenburg. Though he revered them all, he also rebelled against them. If a teacher is somehow a father, as the German word Dr. Vater has it, then Cohen came into his own only through a treble parricide. The story is also mysterious. For when we go back to Cohen's early years we find that he was himself a staunch advocate of the very psychological approach to Kant that he would later repudiate. Indeed, Cohen championed this approach as late as 1870, the very year he wrote Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung. Why did Cohen make such a volte-face, and so suddenly? To the young Vogue psychologist our story begins in May 1865 in Berlin. It was then and there that Cohen formed a friendship with Hermann Steinthal, who was a pioneer in the fledgling disciplines of linguistics and ethnology. Along with his friend and brother-in-law, Moritz Lazarus, Steinthal had founded and edited a journal devoted to these new disciplines, the Zeitschrift für Völkerpsychologie und Sprachwissenschaft. Seeing in Cohen a promising disciple, Steinthal decided to give the struggling young student the opportunity to prove himself by writing articles for his new journal. In commissioning articles, Steinthal expected that Cohen would promote the intellectual cause behind the journal, and in this respect, he was not to be disappointed. The young Cohen soon became a champion of the new science of Völkerpsychology. Völkerpsychology was the ancestor of modern anthropology or social psychology. Its subject matter was the Volksgeist, the mind, or spirit, Geist, of a nation or people, Volk. 11 Though it has vague and mystical connotations, Lazarus went to great pains to define the Volksgeist in clear and non-metaphysical terms as what is common to the inner activity of all individuals of a nation. 12 The task of Völkerpsychology was to examine how this Volksgeist appeared in, and affected the lives and psyches of, individuals. Its guiding assumption is that a community is an irreducible whole that affects the psychology of its individual members. In other words, we can fully understand the individual psyche only by seeing it within its historical and cultural context. While Völkerpsychology has a Hegelian provenance and inspiration, it has an obvious debt to Hegel's category of objective spirit. Both Lazarus and Steinthal insisted that the method of Völkerpsychology should be utterly empirical and thoroughly mechanical. 13 They were indeed devotees of the psychology of Johann Friedrich Herbart, which was the dominant empirical psychology of their day. There are 4 salient characteristics of Herbart's psychology, most of which reappear in Völkerpsychology: an emphasis on mechanical explanation, an insistence that the mind consists in processes rather than powers, the analysis of complex psychic processes into more basic units, so that parts precede wholes, and the application of mathematics to explain the dynamics of mental events. It is noteworthy that, though Herbart advocated a mechanical and mathematical approach to the mind, he was no materialist himself, and he would often stress the sui generis status of the mental. Thus he found the concept of the soul indispensable in defining the subject matter of psychology. 14 For better or worse, the young Cohen was very much a follower of this Herbartian psychology. 15 His devotion to Herbart's psychological program appears in the first thesis of his doctoral promotion, Amum Philosophiae Progressum in Psychologia Constitutum Esse. 16 Two of his early articles for the Zeitschrift für Völkerpsychologie apply Herbart's psychology to the fields of religion and poetry. 17 Though he appropriates Kantian concepts, the a priori, the unity of apperception, form, and content, Cohen interprets them in Herbartian or Steinthalian terms. His interpretation of these concepts is flatly at odds with Kant's transcendental psychology, the very psychology Cohen will defend in Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung. The contrast between Cohen's early and later psychology is striking, and in 3 specific respects. First, the early Cohen understands the a priori in terms of temporal rather than logical priority, that is, an a priori representation is prior in time to others, and it determines how the later or a posteriori ones appear to consciousness. 18 The later Cohen, however, will stress the importance of a strictly logical interpretation of the a priori, so that it is a necessary condition of knowledge of experience. Second, the early Cohen interprets the unity of apperception strictly in terms of a mechanism of association, so that earlier representations exert an attractive force on later ones, forming habits of association according to the degree that past sequences have been repeated in consciousness. 19. The later Cohen, by contrast, will interpret the unity of apperception in transcendental rather than mechanical terms, so that the affinity of appearances, their universal and necessary form, is the precondition for their association. Third, the early Cohen accepts a distinction between the form and content of representations that is entirely non-Kantian. According to this early distinction, the content is the intentional object, what we represent, while the form is the feeling or tone of consciousness in general, which consists in nerve movements. 20. If all these differences were not enough, there are passages in these early articles where Cohen adopts the language of Herbart's alleged realism, writing as if objects are simply given to us and our representations resemble them. 21. So in these passages we are very far from the transcendental idealism that Cohen will later advocate in Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung. The articles for the Zeitschrift für Völkerpsychologie that expound a Herbartian psychology were published between 1866 and 1869. It would seem, then, that Cohen had more than a year to grow out of these doctrines before writing Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung, which appeared in 1871. But the truth of the matter is much more puzzling. For Cohen finished his Kant book in the autumn of 1870, 22, which would have given him much less time to reverse his thinking. Furthermore, some of his later articles for the Zeitschrift, which appeared in 1871, still advocate a psychological approach to the history of philosophy. 23. Recognizing the discrepancy between the early and later Cohen and the short time span between them, Klaus Christian Kohnke has postulated an abrupt revolution, Umbruch, in Cohen's thinking, one that took place in only 1 year. 24. But even allowing for generous lags in publication dates, the revolution must have been even more swift and sudden. It took place probably in a matter of months. In any case, it is safe to assume that Cohen had a very creative and inspired summer in 1870. For he wrote his book very quickly, in the course of a single summer. 25. But what happened in those heady months to reverse so drastically the course of his thinking? Someone might object that we should not over-problematize or over-dramatize, because the break in Cohen's thinking is not so sharp and clean. 26. It is not as if we suddenly have a psychological Cohen in the 1860s, and then an epistemological Cohen in 1870, who springs fully formed from a single inspiring summer. There are anticipations of the later Cohen in the early essays, and residues of the early Cohen in the later work. After all, it is not as if Cohen completely understood the full implications of his new epistemological approach in 1870, so that he abruptly changed course and repudiated Herbartian psychology. Rather, he gradually realized the results of his new thinking throughout the 1870s. Though perfectly valid, these points do not make the problem go away. They should not be stretched to obscure the very real and very big differences between early and later Cohen, that is, Cohen before and after the summer of 1870. Two basic differences should not be underestimated. First, there is an important difference in emphasis. While prior to the summer of 1870 Cohen thinks that the psychological approach is the key to understanding Kant, after that summer he insists that the epistemological approach is crucial. The earlier psychology is pushed into the background, and it is indeed regarded as misleading for an understanding of Kant. Why? Second, in Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung Cohen repudiates the basic tenets of Herbart's psychology, more specifically its conceptions of the a priori, apperception, and the form, content dualism. The many passages criticizing Herbart's psychological approach to Kant are indeed in striking contrast to his earlier work. The Herbartian empiricist and realist had become a Kantian transcendental idealist. Why? To answer these questions we need to take a closer look at some of Cohen's early essays. These will reveal to us a budding transcendental philosopher, one ready to burst out of the confines of Völker psychology, and one on the threshold of his later interpretation of Kant. 3. A Kantian interpretation of Plato. Cohen's debut article for the Steinthal-Lazarus Journal was his Die Platonische den Lehre psychologisch entwickelt, which appeared in 1866-27. This article has been the source of some controversy among Cohen scholars, who quarrel about whether it should be placed close to, or far removed from, his later position in Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung. Some have seen it as the source and inspiration for his later position. 28 others, however, have regarded it as the very antithesis of that position, and they have even dismissed it as of negligible interest from the standpoint of critical idealism. 29. Which of these interpretations is correct? Only a close examination of the article will tell. The main questions Cohen intends to answer in his article are: what is the Platonic idea, and by what psychic process did it arise? 405. His strategy for answering them, which he explains in the very beginning of the article, reveals his approach and intentions. Cohen states that he wants to complete the literary investigation that Kant began in the Dialectic of the First Critic, where he proposed a milder interpretation of Plato's theory of ideas. 405, 30. According to that interpretation, the theory of ideas should be read not in a metaphysical or constitutive sense but in a regulative one, so that ideas are understood not as entities or substances but as goals or ideals for inquiry. The chief purpose of Cohen's article is to defend this milder Kantian interpretation. Though the regulative interpretation of Plato's theory of ideas brings this article close to Cohen's later views in Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung, it also seems in another respect far removed from them. For Cohen still wants to give a psychological interpretation of Plato's theory. The very title of the article, Platonische den Lehre psychologisch entwickelt, shows that he is following the psychological program of Völker psychology, the very program from which he will distance himself in his later work. The article originally appeared as part of a volume of the Zeitschrift für Völker Psychologie devoted to the history of science, where the methods of Völker psychology were to be applied to explain scientific discoveries. The aim of Cohen's article was to extend those methods into the domain of classical studies. What, more precisely, did it mean to explain Plato's theory of ideas psychologically? Cohen tells us that he wants to identify the psychic process behind Plato's theory. By this he means not the motives behind the theory but the facts it intends to signify. Cohen thinks that Plato meant to refer to the psychic process behind intellectual and artistic creation. Plato identified this process with the act of intuiting or seeing something, with how the philosopher or artist saw in his mind's eye the object he intended to create. The idea was thus the artist's or philosopher's creative vision, his imagining what he intended to create. 427. Cohen stresses that, in its original meaning, the idea signified more an activity than an entity. What Plato originally meant by the idea, we are told, is not an intelligible or substantial form but an act of intellectual intuition, intellektuelle Anschauung. He admits, however, that Plato sometimes wrote about his ideas as if they were things, and notes that in his later dialogues he fell into the habit of hypostasizing them. Rather than talking directly about the activities themselves, Plato would sometimes refer to them obliquely through their objects, so that the original being of intuiting surreptitiously became the being of the intuited. 428. Because of his careless metaphoric language, and because of the influence of the Pythagoreans, Plato hypostasized his ideas, making them into a peculiar kind of entity. 428 to 429, 440 to 441, 448. The controversy surrounding this article arises from Cohen's interpretation of Platonic ideas in terms of intellectual intuition. In some puzzling and often cited lines, Cohen writes that if Plato only kept true to the original meaning of his theory, he would have been the ancestor of Fichte's intellectual intuition, of transcendental idealism itself. 427. It is this striking equation of Fichte's intellectual intuition with transcendental idealism that has proven so troubling. Some see it as the source of Cohen's philosophy in Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung, whereas others see it as a violation of that very philosophy. But, in either case, both parties to the dispute assume that Cohen, in attributing Fichtean intellectual intuition to transcendental idealism, is advocating a very metaphysical interpretation of Kant. The shared premise behind both views is false. A closer examination of the texts reveals that Cohen is not advocating a metaphysical interpretation of Kant at all, and that he is really only following through with his original plan to defend Kant's milder regulative interpretation of the theory of ideas. It is of the first importance to note precisely how Cohen understands his act of intellectual intuition. He explains that the highest form of intellectual intuition, that which would grasp the totality of all things, consists in the idea of a purpose. The unity of ideas is the idea of the good, we are told, where the good is the purpose behind all things, the ultimate reason for their creation. 449. At this very point, Cohen admits, idealism loses its psychological character and appears to become teleological, even theological. 450. So it now seems that we are on very metaphysical terrain indeed, and that Plato's intellectual intuition is still very far removed from Kant, who had notoriously repudiated all intellectual intuition. 31. But it is precisely here, Cohen argues, that Kant understood Plato better than Plato understood himself. Kant perceived the original meaning of Plato's idealism, which gives the ideas not a constitutive but a regulative meaning. He recognized that Plato's ideas should be read as a regulative concept for reflective judgment. 451. Kant himself had famously discussed intellectual intuition in 77 of the Kritik der Urteilskraft, and stressed that it should be given a purely regulative meaning for our finite understanding. Cohen argues that this was the original meaning Plato intended to give to it all along, even though in his enthusiasm he was sometimes seduced to write about ideas as if they were things. 450 to 454. Now that we have seen the faulty common premise behind both interpretations, the assumption that Cohen understands intellectual intuition in a metaphysical or constitutive sense, we can cut through the controversy between them and place this article properly within Cohen's intellectual development. Since Cohen understands intellectual intuition in a regulative sense, this article does indeed anticipate his later more critical position, which interprets Plato's theory of ideas strictly methodologically. It is therefore a mistake to argue that this article is of no relevance to Cohen's later transcendental idealism. However, it is no less an error to assume that this article foreshadows the later Cohen because it anticipates an alleged metaphysics involved in Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung. That presupposes not only a mistaken account of the later work, which is not metaphysical at all, as we shall soon see, 32, but also a false metaphysical interpretation of the early article. The important but overlooked fact that Cohen is intent on a regulative reading of Kant in this early article shows us that, even in the 1860s, he was very much a Kantian philosopher, and indeed in just the ways he appears in Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung. In 1868 Cohen was not Platonizing Kant, he was Kantianizing Plato. Realizing this helps us to bridge the gap between the Cohen of the 1860s and the Cohen of 1870. We can close it even more if we consider the next stage in his philosophical development. For the nascent transcendental philosopher, Cohen's growing distance from the psychological program of Völkerpsychology appears in his next major article for the Zeitschrift, Mythologische Vorstellungen von Gott und Seele, which was published in 1868-33. It now becomes perfectly plain that we cannot describe the young Cohen only as a budding anthropologist and psychologist along the lines of Völkerpsychology. Of course, he is that, but he is also much more. For in the opening pages of the article he firmly and expressly casts himself in the role of a critical philosopher whose proper field is epistemology. That field is then explicitly distinguished from all empirical disciplines, including psychology and anthropology. 400. The primary task of the critical philosopher, Cohen tells us, is to engage in the identification and examination of the great ideas of philosophy. 400. Among these great ideas are God and the soul, which will be the subject of the article. Although Cohen intends to determine the psychological and ethnological origin of these ideas, he also distances himself from this enterprise, confessing that such an investigation is only an excursion, Streifzug, for him, a foray into a field alien from his own. 399. We learn from Cohen's introductory disquisition exactly how he understands the method of epistemology, which turns out to be very far from that of anthropology or psychology. He calls the method of epistemology deductive critique, where it is deductive for the simple reason that true thinking is deduction even in the realm of the inductive. 398. To claim that proper thinking is deduction, and that the business of epistemology is to examine such thinking, is to take epistemology outside the field of empirical inquiry. Cohen then goes on to explain in more precise terms the subject matter of deductive critique. 398 to 399. It comprises two aspects of concepts, their logical innerness and their metaphysical power. Their logical innerness consists in the logical consistency of their elements, and their metaphysical power consists in their capacity to solve problems. After explaining the method of deductive critique, Cohen then sharply distinguishes it from that of psychology. While deductive critique determines the metaphysical validity of concepts, psychology engages in an analysis of their elements and origins, the mechanism from which they arose in the mind and in history. 399. Despite the difference between these methods, Cohen reassures us that they are complementary, and that deductive critique has much to gain from psychology. From the empirical analysis of concepts, deductive critique receives new materials and starting points for an investigation into their consistency and logical powers. 399. Cohen even goes on to stress the great value of psychological analysis for philosophy. It shows us that ideas which appear eternal really arose from history, and that ideas which appear unanalyzable grew from simpler primitive elements. 400. Nevertheless, he is also perfectly clear about, and indeed insists upon, the limits of psychology. Psychological analysis decides nothing about the metaphysical validity of a concept. 399. Already here, then, we see the clear distinction between the quid juris and quid facti. That will play a decisive role in Kant's theory der Erfahrung. Cohen's statement that deduction is the proper business of thinking, his careful explanation of the difference between the deductive and psychological methods, and his confession that his essay is only an excursion for him, all make it plain that he is distancing himself from the Lazarus Steinthal program. Though he stressed how that program could be very illuminating for the philosopher, he also made it clear that was not where his true interests lay. He was first and foremost a philosopher, and his discipline had very different methods and goals from empirical psychology and anthropology. It is no less plain from this early article that Cohen saw Kant as his model philosopher, for he sees him as the source of the method of deductive critique. 398. Already in 1868, then, Cohen identified himself strongly with Kant's critical philosophy, and he distinguished its methods and concerns from those of psychology and anthropology. Thus the main idea for Kant's theory der Erfahrung was already laid, the only remaining business was to develop it. 5. Cohen and the materialism controversy. Thus Cohen's writings in the late 1860s show us a philosopher already sympathetic to Kant, and one who interpreted him in non-psychological terms. These conclusions take us part of the way towards understanding the origins of Cohen's first book, but they hardly take us the whole way. We still have to answer two basic questions: why was Cohen sympathetic to Kant in the first place? And why did he interpret him non-psychologically? Unless we have some answers to these questions, our explanation has not even begun. As elementary as they are, these questions permit no straightforward answer. There is simply not enough historical evidence to answer them with certainty. Cohen's surviving correspondence is very scanty, and his early writings leave few clues about his philosophical leanings outside Volker psychology. It is necessary to reconstruct, then, the path of Cohen's development, using evidence from his historical context and later writings. If we piece together information from these sources, it becomes clear that one event in particular played a decisive role in Cohen's intellectual development, both in moving him towards Kant and in making him interpret Kant in transcendental rather than psychological terms. That event was the materialism controversy. We know that the young Cohen, like most men of his generation, was deeply preoccupied with the chief issue raised by the pantheism controversy, the conflict between reason and faith. From his earliest days, Cohen had been searching for some way to reconcile a scientific naturalism with his religious heritage. 34 It is noteworthy, however, that, initially, Cohen did not find the solution to this problem in Kant but in a very different place. In a short anonymous article he wrote in 1868, Verkauf und die Juden, Cohen described the modern worldview as the position of scientific materialism and ethical idealism. 35 Rather than shirking back from materialism, Cohen seemed to embrace it. It is important to see, however, that by scientific materialism he did not mean the materialism of Marx and Engels, still less that of Voigt, Moleschott, Cholby, or Buchner. Rather, what he had in mind was the materialism of Heinrich Heine, which was inspired by Spinoza's pantheism. 36 According to Heine, Spinoza's single infinite substance, which manifests itself in all of nature, sanctifies the reality of matter, so that we have good reason to appreciate the things of this world, the joys of the senses, which are as divine as the most ethereal realm of the spirit. 37 To the young Cohen, Heine's pantheism seemed to promise the very synthesis of reason and faith he was so ardently seeking. After all, Spinoza had not only naturalized the divine, he had also divinized nature. Furthermore, Cohen saw Spinoza's pantheism as the developed and refined form of Jewish monotheism. 38 So, as late as 1868, Cohen was still very far from embracing all aspects of Kant's philosophy. He had accepted Kant's interpretation of Plato, he had endorsed his critical conception of philosophy, but he did not see the import of Kant's philosophy for the resolution of the all-important conflict between reason and faith. Like so many thinkers of the Goethezeit, he had seen Spinozism as the solution to that conflict. Before he could become a full-fledged Kantian, then, he would first have to abandon that pantheism. Someone would have to convince him that Heine's solution to the dilemma of reason versus faith does not work, and that ultimately only the Kantian solution is really viable. Who could this someone be? We do not have to search long for an answer. It was the Pied Piper of Marburg, Friedrich Albert Lang. Like many young men in the late 1860s, Cohen had fallen under the spell of Lang's Geschichte Materialismus. 39 Lang had shown him that Kant's philosophy offers a middle path between a rational materialism and an irrational fideism, that it alone can save the autonomy of our moral and religious ideals without metaphysics, and that it alone can uphold the principles of mechanism and naturalism without jeopardizing morality and religion. But Lang's arguments would have also taught Cohen the weaknesses in the traditional Spinozist position. For all the attractions of Spinoza's divinized nature and naturalized divinity, his philosophy was still much too metaphysical, much too dogmatic. It just assumed that we could have some knowledge of the infinite, that we could have some knowledge of the thing in itself. Lang had shown all too well how the materialists were naive, how they simply presupposed that we have knowledge of a material reality independent of us, and how that presupposition did not square with the latest results of the natural sciences. Even if Spinoza's refined and religious materialism was very different from the coarse and crass materialism of Voigt und Consorten, it still shared the same naive realism. That the young Hermann Cohen was inspired by Lang's book we have no reason to doubt. There is no direct evidence from the 1860s about its influence, no letters or fragments that tell us of its immediate impact. We do not even know when Cohen read Lang, though it must have been some time after he wrote Verkauf und die Juden, which was in 1868. Nevertheless, we have more than enough evidence from the 1870s that Cohen had read Lang's book, and that it had a great impact upon him. There is a letter to Lang from November 1871, in which Cohen praises Lang's noble work on materialism and thanks him for its liberating effect. 40 Such, indeed, were Cohen's debts to Lang that he dedicated the second edition of Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung to his memory, and in 1876 he wrote 2 appreciative obituaries for him. 41 Fittingly enough, in 1898 Cohen wrote a preface and introduction for the 6th edition of Lang's Geschichte Materialismus. 42 So the evidence more than suggests that it was Lang who effected Cohen's final conversion to the critical philosophy. Yet, for all the importance Lang's book had for him, Cohen had his reservations about it. He made 2 basic criticisms, both decisive for developing his own transcendental interpretation of Kant. First, he took issue with Lang's psychological and physiological interpretation of Kantian epistemology. The problem with that interpretation is that it placed the Kantian subject firmly within the realm of phenomena and nature. To Cohen, such a conception of the a priori showed that Lang had not sufficiently liberated himself from the very materialism he denounced. Rather than seeing the a priori in terms of epistemological conditions, Lang had hypostasized them, as if they were physiological conditions, making them just another kind of phenomenon in the natural world. That seemed to open the back door to materialism, allowing it to enter into the most sacred chambers of transcendental philosophy itself. Second, Cohen took exception to Lang's skeptical attitude towards Kant's practical philosophy, which Lang regarded as the weakest side of Kant's system. Lang regarded the noumenal realm beyond the sphere of phenomena as spooky and mysterious, as a hypostasis of our rational activities. For the young Cohen, however, that attitude was simply unacceptable, characteristic of the very materialism Lang attempted to refute. Lang had failed to appreciate one of the central teachings of the critical philosophy, that morality and religion could be based on practical reason. It was to counter Lang's skepticism about morality and religion, Cohen later said, that he wrote Kant's Begründung der Ethik. 43 Lang's shortcomings in understanding Kant, Cohen believed, were ultimately traceable to one underlying cause, his failure to grasp the transcendental dimension of Kant's philosophy. Such is his assessment of Lang, in the first edition of Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung, where he criticizes him for misunderstanding the epistemological purpose and status of Kant's discourse, 207-208. In his later 1875 obituary in the Preußische he expanded this point by saying that critical idealism is not a metaphysics but a method, a procedure whose task is to determine the validity of knowledge claims rather than any truths about the existence of things. 44 The idea, the stock in trade of idealism, is not a thing but an epistemological symbol of value, ein erkenntnistheoretisches Wortzeichen. 45 Lang would have had a more adequate understanding of idealism, Cohen maintained, if he had only appreciated another thinker, indeed the very father of the idealist tradition, namely, Plato. 46 Plato's realm of ideas, if it is only properly understood, is not about a special kind of transcendent thing, as Lang interpreted it, but about a realm of value and validity completely distinct from that of existence. It is only by appreciating the sui generis status of this realm, he taught, that we secure the place of value in the world and find its source in practical reason. 6 Cohen and the Fischer, Trendelenburg dispute. It was Cohen's response to the materialism controversy, then, that had fully and finally converted him to Kant, and that had even pushed him in the direction of an anti-psychological interpretation of his philosophy. But the materialism controversy alone did not spawn Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung. It needed a more direct stimulus and occasion. This was provided by the Trendelenburg-Fischer dispute, of which Cohen became a major contributor. It was impossible for the young Cohen to ignore the dispute which took place right on his doorstep, so to speak. For Trendelenburg had been his teacher in Berlin, 47, and he was so exactly when the dispute was at its very height in the mid-1860s. Now that Lang had converted him to Kant, he could hardly be indifferent to the controversy, which concerns such major issues of Kant interpretation. A contribution to the dispute would also be the perfect opportunity to show his intellectual mettle. And so Cohen wrote an article on the dispute, his Zur Kontroverse zwischen Trendelenburg und Kuno Fischer, which appeared in 1871 in the Zeitschrift für Völkerpsychologie und Sprachwissenschaft 48. This sketched in Nuss the position he took in Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung, which was his chief contribution to the dispute. 49. By July 1870 Cohen had already formulated the essence of his position. Though he felt greatly indebted to Trendelenburg, he decided to take issue with his former teacher. His resolve and stance could not be more explicit: I must attack Trendelenburg. He has completely misunderstood Kant in my view. So much so, that Fischer was right to wonder how little he has been understood by his colleagues. 50. There is some irony in the fact that Cohen chose to show the internal coherence of Kant's philosophy against Trendelenburg, for this was to apply his master's own methods against him. It was a central doctrine of the Trendelenburg school to interpret each philosopher sympathetically and from within, to show how his thought formed a coherent whole from a few governing ideas. 51. That was just the lesson that Trendelenburg had failed to apply to his own interpretation of Kant, Cohen believed. Trendelenburg would now be getting a dose of his own medicine. Cohen's article Zur Kontroverse zwischen Trendelenburg und Kuno Fischer begins by acknowledging the great philosophical importance of the dispute. We are told roundly that its issues concern all philosophy. 249. They raise the fundamental problem of whether the nature of things depends on the conditions of our mind, or the laws of nature can and must confirm our thinking. In other words, at stake is the great dispute between idealism and realism. Having paid tribute to the issues at hand, Cohen then makes a decisive methodological claim about how to resolve them. All thinking about the dispute can go forward, he says, only if one accepts Kant's distinction between psychology and metaphysics. 250. This distinction is between matters of psychological fact and matters of a priori principle, which can be settled only through deductive reasoning. 52. This was Cohen's way of saying that the dispute was fundamentally epistemological rather than psychological. Cohen analyzes the dispute into two central questions: 1. Has Trendelenburg proven that there is a gap in Kant's proofs for the exclusive subjectivity of space and time? And 2. Has Trendelenburg shown that Fischer has taken up non-Kantian elements in his exposition of the Kantian theory of space and time? 251. Cohen complains that the first question, which is the really important one, has been obscured by all the dust raised by the dispute. Rather than examining the logic of Trendelenburg's arguments, Fischer has been more concerned to defend his interpretation of Kant. But this is just as well, Cohen says, because a complete answer to the first question would require nothing less than a full examination of Kant's theory of experience and the proofs of the transcendental aesthetic. Because this goes beyond the limits of a single article, he has decided to leave aside the first question, which he will treat in a more comprehensive monograph, what eventually became Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung. The article will deal with only the second question and another subsidiary one, whether Fischer has proven against Trendelenburg that there is no gap in Kant's reasoning. Although Cohen, true to his word, devotes much of his article to these lesser questions, he still reveals the main lines of the position he later takes in Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung. Regarding the first question, Cohen denies that Trendelenburg has shown that there is a gap in Kant's proofs for the exclusive subjectivity of space and time. The problem with Trendelenburg's interpretation, he argues, is that it begins with some very dogmatic assumptions that Kant decisively rejects. Trendelenburg assumes that the a priori is a psychological faculty, and that the world as we experience it, as it appears to our senses, consists in things in themselves. 255. He has his own concept of objectivity, which is essentially that of transcendental realism, according to which we know an object when our representations correspond to the thing in itself, which is given in experience. But it is just this concept of objectivity, Cohen argues, that Kant intends to overthrow with his transcendental idealism. The central argument of Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung will consist in showing that Kant's Copernican revolution involves a very different conception of objectivity, one according to which objectivity is constituted by our a priori forms of intuition and understanding. It is noteworthy that, regarding the all-important first question, Cohen takes a firm and explicit stance with Fisher against Trendelenburg. It is sometimes said that this article sides more with Trendelenburg against Fisher because the young Cohen was reluctant to take issue with his venerable teacher. 53 But the very opposite is the case. Although Cohen does side with Trendelenburg regarding the lesser second question, he stands against him on the more important first one. He states firmly his agreement with Fisher that not a single sentence of Kant's philosophy would be true if Kant had not refuted the third possibility. Fisher was indeed right, the entire Kantian system, the central doctrines of transcendental idealism, would collapse if the a priori forms of subjectivity were also true of things in themselves. 260. Though Fisher was correct in substance, he did not establish clear and convincing arguments for his interpretation. If he is to be a good advocate of Kant, Fisher must prove and not simply proclaim his interpretation. 260. Cohen sees himself as taking on the mantle of an advocate of Kant, confident that he can succeed where Fisher has plainly failed. That task he will undertake in his forthcoming book. We will leave aside here Cohen's response to the lesser questions and his long stance on behalf of Trendelenburg against Fisher. These concern matters that are peripheral to the main issues of the dispute, as Cohen himself acknowledged. Noteworthy, however, is Cohen's concluding disquisition on method in the history of philosophy, 290 to 296. Here he distances himself from the methods of both Fisher and Trendelenburg. He agrees with Trendelenburg's critique of Fisher's free reconstructive method, which introduces terms and ideas into a philosopher even when there is no textual evidence for them, but he also cannot accept Trendelenburg's view that the only interpretation of a philosopher should be an intricate mosaic where the scholar reconstructs a philosopher's meaning from a mass of fragments. A mosaic, no matter how finely reconstructed, is still not a single cohesive whole. The best interpretation of a philosopher is one that understands him according to his own basic thought. Grundgedanke, 292 to 293. The crucial question remains, however, how one finds this basic thought. It is in his answer to this question that Cohen surprises us and reveals how much his thinking was still in flux. Having made a firm distinction between metaphysical and psychological questions at the beginning of the article, Cohen blurs it at the close. For it turns out that the means for discovering a philosopher's basic thought lies in the realm of psychology after all. 293. The basic thought is a psychic process, and the historian of philosophy has to discover it through the method of psychology, which will show the process through which it arose. This closing passage reveals, therefore, Cohen's lingering loyalty to psychology and the methods of Volker psychology even in the midst of his discovery of the transcendental dimension in Kant. 7. Kant's theory of experience. Cohen was true to his word when he announced his plans to write a monograph on the Trendelenburg-Fisher dispute. For that is exactly what he did in the summer of 1870, finishing it even before his article appeared in 1871. Cohen seems to have been inspired in the summer of 1870, for he made rapid progress in writing his book. Sometime in mid-July 1870 he reported, "I am getting on with my work. The whole thing is alive in my head, it is only a matter of writing it down." 54. A few weeks later, on August 2, he told his friend Hermann Lewandowski that he had already completed his exposition of the Kantian theory of space and that he was now working on the transcendental logic. 55. By October 3, 1870, the book was as good as done, for Cohen told Lewandowski that he had completed his defense of Kant, which was all he intended the book to be. 56. The publication of the manuscript seems to have been delayed a full year, however, because the preface is dated October 31, 1871. The first edition of Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung is a modest book, only 270 pages long, less than half the size of its more ambitious second edition. It is very much a different book than its successor, which introduces many new themes. Still, the first edition is not rendered obsolete by the second, and it is indeed in one respect the better version, for its lesser size means that its main message emerges much more clearly. The first edition is also much more revealing about the original context and intention behind the work. For purely historical reasons, our focus now will be upon the first edition. 57. The preface reveals much about Cohen's aims and methods. We learn that his main aim is to present the historical Kant as he is present in his sources, den erkentlich vorhandenen Kant, so that he could defend him against his critics. 4. Some of the most common objections against the critical philosophy can be easily removed, he believes, simply by the citation of the appropriate texts. As if he were a disciple of Ranke, Cohen declares that the scholar only fully understands his sources through a surrender to the material, by casting aside his own biases and entering into the world of the author. 7. To encourage that practice, and to ward off tiresome and superficial objections, it is best, Cohen advises, to proceed according to one popular notion, that Kant is a genius. 7. Cohen does not think that this is literally true, but he still believes that it is a useful regulative assumption in Kant interpretation, because it makes us think twice about our criticisms of Kant, which all too often prove superficial. Though he stresses the need to restore the historical Kant, Cohen also insists on understanding Kant in the light of enduring systematic issues or philosophical problems. Historical reconstruction ultimately has to be guided by philosophical issues. The scholar should have an understanding of these issues, and he needs to work out his own response to them, Cohen maintains, if he is to fully understand the text before him. For what one reads into a text crucially depends on one's stance towards these problems. Cohen says that the Fischer-Trendelenburg dispute has taught him that one's ultimate philosophical commitments also determine one's exegesis, and that there is no such thing as a completely neutral reading of the text. One cannot deliver any judgment on Kant without betraying in every line the world in one's own head. There is a tension here in Cohen's account of the philosophical and historical aspects of interpretation. The philosophical demands, or at least permits, prior commitments, but the historical insists upon laying such commitments aside and delving into the mental world of the author. Exactly how these philosophical and historical aspects hold together Cohen does not explain. It would be a mistake, however, to see Cohen's emphasis on the philosophical as a covert or implicit license for a completely non-historical reading of Kant. 58. If there were a single phrase to summarize the significance of Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung, it would have to be Cohen's discovery of the transcendental. The concept of the transcendental is the key to Cohen's interpretation of Kant, and indeed the guiding thread for the later interpretation of the Marburg school. The transcendental is for Cohen coextensive with the a priori, which consists in what he calls the formal conditions for the possibility of experience. It therefore comprises the formal intuitions of sensibility, space, and time, as well as the pure concepts of the understanding. Cohen understands the a priori neither in terms of innate ideas that would be too psychologistic nor in terms of Platonic archetypes that would be too metaphysical. Rather, the a priori is strictly epistemological, consisting in the general conditions for knowledge of experience, where experience consists in the world as it is understood through mathematical physics. True to its title, Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung concerns what Cohen calls Kant's theory of experience. Such a theory is a general account of the formal conditions of experience, that is, those conditions that hold regardless of the particular content of experience. Cohen maintains that there is a single central principle to explain all these formal conditions, which happens to be the main thesis behind Kant's Copernican revolution, namely, that we know a priori of objects only what we put into them. 59. Kant himself had emphasized the decisive role of this principle in the prefaces to the Critic, and even called it the guiding idea behind our new method of thought. 60. Cohen emphasizes these passages, repeating them constantly, and making them the basis for his reconstruction of Kant's theory of experience. All the mistakes of previous interpretations of Kant, he argues, come from failing to appreciate the decisive role of this principle. This principle means first and foremost, Cohen explains, that the transcendental subject is the source of the a priori, that it generates or creates the formal conditions of experience. This is the basic principle behind the Copernican revolution, because it implies, as Kant famously put it, that concepts do not conform to objects but that objects conform to concepts. 61 In other words, we should think about knowledge not as the correspondence of representations with an object that exists independently of them, but as the conformity of representations to standards or norms imposed by the subject itself. This means that the subject determines the very standards of objectivity, that it creates, as Kant called it, the concept of an object, so that there is no need for an object outside our representations to which they have to conform. It was one of the great merits of Cohen's little tract that it went back to the basics of the critical philosophy, that it had stressed the importance of the meaning of the Copernican revolution itself. By going back to Kant's original starting point, Cohen thought he could see through the errors of other interpretations, not least the problem behind Trendelenburg's interpretation of Kant. Once we recognize that the subject creates the very conditions of objectivity, we see that it is pointless to talk about the extra or third possibility of representations corresponding to things in themselves. We can now see that the thing in itself is not only superfluous to explain the possibility of knowledge, but also that it is completely contrary to the spirit of the Copernican revolution, which demands that we explain objectivity entirely in immanent terms, that is, in terms of the conformity of representations with the formal conditions of experience created by us rather than their correspondence with the thing in itself beyond us. It follows from this, Cohen concludes, that the dualism between the subject and object now falls within the formal conditions of experience, inside the transcendental perspective itself, 35-37, 52, 54. We must not conceive of the a priori as an innate subjective faculty that precedes experience, applying concepts and intuitions to given objects, as Trendelenburg did, because these objects are created and constituted by the a priori conditions of our knowing them, 48-49, 63-64, 72-73. Cohen's conception of the a priori or transcendental is not as simple as it seems, and it is necessary to be on guard against misinterpretations. One of these conceives the a priori or transcendental entirely in normative terms, so that it consists in nothing more than rules, laws, or norms, so that the subject behind them disappears. The subject seems dispensable because, on Cohen's own showing, the dualism between subject and object falls under these norms. For these reasons Cohen's transcendental idealism has been described as an idealism without a subject. 62 While this interpretation is perhaps correct for the later Cohen, who the Matthäus pure thought in his 1902 Logik der reinen Erkenntnis, it is incorrect for the young Cohen, the author of Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung. Although the young Cohen understands the a priori in normative terms, and although he stresses how the dualism between subject and object falls within experience, he still does not intend to eliminate the transcendental subject. On the contrary, he insists on retaining it, seeing it as the fundamental ground of all experience. Throughout Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung, in both the first and second editions, 63 Cohen insists on the ineliminable role of the transcendental subject, which is the ground of the formal conditions of experience. Thus he states that subjectivity is the sole ground of experience, 49, that the subject knows experience a priori by constructing it, 11, that the starting point of all knowledge lies within ourselves, 35, and that the only objectivity is that produced or created by the subject, 54. It is the empirical subject who falls within experience, not the transcendental subject who creates or posits the formal conditions of experience itself. 64 Another misinterpretation reads Cohen's early text in more metaphysical terms. It maintains that Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung is the product of Cohen's mystical Platonism. According to this interpretation, Cohen attributes vast creative powers to the transcendental subject, so that it produces not only the form but also the matter of experience, and so that the given intuitions of sensibility utterly disappear. 65 Cohen so radicalizes Kant's new method of thought that he makes the object of experience, in both its form and content, into an a priori construction, having no features beyond what we create in it. Kant's paradigm of a priori knowledge, we know only what we create, then becomes the paradigm of all knowledge, even empirical knowledge. The source of this interpretation of Kant, we are told, is Cohen's early interpretation of Plato in his 1866 essay Die Platonische Lehre psychologisch entwickelt 66. Supposedly, Cohen read Plato's theory of ideas in terms of Fichte's intellectual intuition, which he saw as the essence of transcendental idealism itself. This interpretation seems plausible enough, especially when it appears to have historical evidence to support it. 67. But this interpretation too is deeply anachronistic, turning Cohen's early text into an anticipation of his later work. Starting with his 1896 Einleitung mit Kritischem Nachtrag zur Geschichte Materialismus, Cohen had indeed moved toward an interpretation of Kant that eliminates the dualism between understanding and sensibility and that completely removes the given content of experience. 68. But Cohen stoutly resists this interpretation in his earlier work, which is much closer to the letter of Kantian doctrine. In his earlier work, Cohen insists that the a priori consists in the formal conditions of experience alone, and that the creative power of the subject does not extend to the matter of experience, which has to be given. 101. Although Cohen stresses the creative role of the subject in creating the object of its experience, he limits that role to its formal constitution. The subject creates the concept of the object, not the object itself. Cohen is indeed explicit that the subject has a passive sensibility, so that its object is given to it. 163, and that it does not create the existence of the object. 127 to 128. In classic Kantian fashion, he stresses the interdependence of the form and content of experience, so that it is a mistake for the rationalists to think that matter is created and for the empiricists to assume that form is given. 4. The central fallacy of rationalism is that it reduces the object of experience down to a mere construction or noumenon. 210. Rather than seeing the a priori construction of experience as an intellectual intuition, Cohen stresses the role of inner sense, for which content must be given. 163. Throughout his book, Cohen emphasizes Kant's opposition to an intellectual intuition, which would be an understanding that creates objects in the act of knowing them. 149, 150, 159, 238. He notes that Kant attempted to undercut all need to postulate an intellectual intuition by locating the creative powers involved in mathematical construction in human sensibility rather than reason. 243. Far from wanting to affirm intellectual intuition, Kant saw it as characteristic of material idealism, which he utterly repudiated. 149, 150, 159, 243 to 244. As one would expect, Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung contains a critique of the psychological interpretation of Kant. Cohen's concept of the a priori and transcendental dictate nothing less. The psychological interpretation had construed Kant's concept of the a priori in terms of the psychic or physiological conditions of experience, and so it had failed to grasp Kant's epistemological intention, explaining the conditions for our knowledge of objects. Sure enough, Cohen criticizes Herbart, Lang, and Meyer for their basic misunderstanding of Kant's epistemological enterprise. Cohen's critique of these authors is notable, not least because he had himself followed them so closely in his early articles for the Lazarus Steinthal journal. Indeed, shortly before his book appeared, he had given a largely positive review of Meyer's Kant's Psychology. 69. There can be no doubt, however, that Cohen's position in Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung amounts to a break with some of his own previous psychology. Notably, Meyer's work now comes in for a severe bashing. 123. That said, it is also noteworthy that Cohen did not completely turn his back on his psychological past. His old allegiances and habits lingered on, and they surface from time to time in Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung. This is most evident when Cohen argues that Kant's theory of the a priori does not exclude using the methods of psychology to discover the conditions of experience. 100, 164. Fischer had argued that Kant's a priori concepts had to be determined by a priori means, by some kind of logical reflection and deduction, because they would lose their universality and necessity if they were found in experience. 70. But Cohen finds that argument fallacious on the grounds that, although the validity of a synthetic a priori principle is independent of experience, we still learn its existence from experience. Following a line of thinking worked out by Fries and Meyer, Cohen maintains that psychology is still the best means to discover a priori concepts. His early psychology resurfaces in other important forms, namely, when Cohen continues to affirm some fundamental doctrines of Herbart's psychology, such as the primacy of mechanical explanation and the rejection of mental faculties. 71. The first third of Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung is devoted to an analysis of Kant's arguments in the transcendental aesthetic. Such a focus is entirely what we expect, given that the Fischer-Trendelenburg controversy revolved around that portion of text, and given that the psychological interpretations had concerned Kant's account of sense perception. It is all the more remarkable and interesting, therefore, that most of the book in fact concentrates on the transcendental analytic, which had been virtually neglected in the controversies of the 1860s. It was one of the great merits of Cohen's work that it saw the central role of the transcendental deduction in Kant's enterprise, and that it placed it once again in the center of scholarly attention. This was entirely strategic, because the deduction demonstrated so clearly Cohen's central thesis about the a priori. Kant had stated unequivocally in the beginning of the analytic that his guiding question was not the quid facti, what are the origins of the concepts of the understanding, but the quid juris, what right or justification do we have for these concepts? Cohen thinks that the quid juris was the decisive and leading question of the critical philosophy as a whole, which applies to the aesthetic no less than the analytic. In giving such central importance to the transcendental deduction, Cohen had to take issue with no less a figure than Schopenhauer, who had notoriously claimed that the entire analytic was modeled around the aesthetic and only an afterthought to it. 72. Cohen suggested the exact opposite, that Kant first formulated his central conclusions for the pure concepts of the understanding and only later applied them to the forms of space and time. 109. Still, he did not insist on this point, which he considered only a historical hypothesis, and he focused instead on Schopenhauer's misunderstandings of Kant's project. Schopenhauer's chief mistake was that he assumed, much like Trendelenburg, that the object in space is simply given to us, and that the categories are later applied to it. 179 to 181. What he failed to see is that for an object even to be given to us, the pure concepts of the understanding must already have done their work. We cannot perceive a determinate object in space and time prior to the application of the categories, which are necessary conditions for it to be even perceived as such an object. 142, 181. It is of the first importance to see that the a priori forms of intuition of the aesthetic are really only an abstraction for the purpose of isolating the role of sensibility in transcendental inquiry. In reality, understanding and sensibility are completely intermeshed, and no object even appears to sensibility without the cooperation of understanding. 90 to 91. It is striking that Cohen's account of the transcendental deduction, unlike more modern interpretations, stresses the fundamental role of the activity of synthesis, that is, the creative role of the understanding in forming the conditions of experience. 183. 73. The fundamental principle behind the deduction, he tells us repeatedly, is Kant's new method of thought, that we know a priori of things only what we create in them. 112, 127 to 128. Cohen stresses the leading role of this principle, advising his reader always to keep it in mind. It is this thought that one must always keep before one's eye. From this thought everything begins in Kant. 112. On his account, the categories apply to experience because they are instruments of the unity of apperception, which synthesizes the manifold of sensations into comprehensible wholes. Transcendental apperception, with its levers, the categories, supplies the transcendental affinity of appearances by which we grasp appearances. 135. It is thus ironic to find Cohen, the opponent of psychological interpretations, emphasizing a concept that some modern scholars find too psychologistic because it allegedly rests upon the imaginary subject of transcendental psychology. 74. While Cohen's interpretation is more textually accurate, it seems that he can advance it only at the cost of inconsistency, for the concept of synthesis seems essentially psychological, involving reference to a mental activity. But in fairness to Cohen, it must be said that synthesis falls within the purview of his own concept of the transcendental, which is less narrow than modern accounts. While the transcendental is indeed second order for him, concerning knowledge of objects rather than objects themselves, he thinks that it should include more than the truth conditions for judgments. The transcendental also involves the activity of cognition itself, of which judgments are only the product. Any account of the conditions of knowledge would have to take account of this activity, its limits and powers. It never escaped Cohen, as it did some modern interpreters, that an account of what we know cannot be separated from an account of how we know. Since it takes into account the activity of cognition, Cohen's concept of the transcendental is broader than the merely logical. The more serious issue concerning Cohen's account of the transcendental deduction concerns his attitude towards scepticism. Arguably, the deduction is Kant's response to Humean scepticism, not least because Kant himself tells us about the importance of Hume for his awakening from his dogmatic slumbers. But Cohen does not reconstruct Kant's answer to Hume, because he does not think of the deduction as a response to sceptical doubt. The deduction for him begins with the fact of science, that is, the acceptance of mathematical physics as a datum. It then explains how that fact is possible, specifying the conditions for a mathematical knowledge of nature. But it does not attempt to demonstrate that these conditions obtain, or to defend mathematical physics against sceptical doubts. In the second edition, Cohen defended this interpretation by playing down the significance of Hume. 75. The Scottish philosopher, we are told, had little understanding of mathematics and how it is used in natural science, and his scepticism of causality, which would have been of concern only to the pre-critical Kant, targeted an antiquated scholastic conception of little relevance to modern science. We need to ask, however, whether Cohen's interpretation of Kant, by playing down Kant's response to Humean scepticism, deprives it of some of its philosophical interest. On Cohen's account, Kant, by beginning with the fact of science, simply begs the question against Hume. 8. The metaphysics of the transcendental. When Cohen wrote his article on the Trendelenburg-Fischer controversy in 1870, it will be recalled, he did not attempt to answer the main issue behind it, that is, whether Trendelenburg had demonstrated a gap in Kant's reasoning about the exclusive subjectivity of space and time. He promised an answer to this question in a more comprehensive monograph, which turned out to be Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung. But what, exactly, was Cohen's answer to this question? How, more specifically, did he attempt to resolve the controversy between Fischer and Trendelenburg? Only when we have an answer to this question will we understand Cohen's motivations and argument in Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung. Now that we have a better general idea of the contents of that work, we are in a better position to answer these questions. The heart of Cohen's strategy against Trendelenburg in Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung is to show that his reasoning is based on a false dilemma. According to that dilemma, either we accept transcendental realism or we surrender to a complete subjectivism. Trendelenburg had argued that if the forms of space and time are not valid of things in themselves, we are locked inside the circle of consciousness, so that we know only our representations. But Cohen points out that there is a middle path between the horns of this dilemma. That via media is laid down by Kant's fundamental principle, that we know a priori of things only what we place into them. This principle means that we, as transcendental subjects, create our own standards of objectivity, so that we must not conceive of objectivity as a thing in itself, that is, as an object that exists independent of consciousness and to which it must conform. Since our self-created and self-imposed standards are constitutive of our experience, we do not per impossibile have to go outside our experience to see if our representations conform to things in themselves. Trendelenburg's fundamental error is that he had failed to grasp the full implications of Kant's fundamental principle, namely, that standards of objectivity are not given but posited. He could not bring himself to renounce a transcendental realist conception of objectivity, according to which our representations have to conform to a thing in itself. We might well ask ourselves, though, whether Cohen's argument against Trendelenburg is effective as it stands. It works well enough against Trendelenburg's stronger claim that some kind of transcendental realism is necessary for objective knowledge. Cohen shows us that Kant's concept of the a priori undercuts such a necessity because it shows how objectivity is still possible within experience and how it is possible to have an empirical realism with a transcendental framework. However, it does not work well against Trendelenburg's weaker claim that some kind of transcendental realism is still possible. For it is still open for Trendelenburg to argue that empirical realism, though sufficient for objectivity, does not rule out the possibility that a priori forms still apply to things in themselves. Though we could explain the entire structure of objectivity in terms of a priori principles, it is still possible that this structure conforms to an objective world outside it. Cohen could counter even Trendelenburg's weaker claim, however, provided that he made one very bold move, namely, eliminating things in themselves entirely. In that case there simply would be no extra reality for a priori principles to apply to. Cohen does not hesitate to take this more drastic step. In his penultimate chapter he maintains that the thing in itself is simply a regulative or limiting concept of the understanding, 252, and that, read in a constitutive sense, it is only an hypostasis of this concept, 258. It is only when we take into account Cohen's position on things in themselves, then, that his reply to Trendelenburg becomes fully effective. Whatever the ultimate merits of Cohen's argument, it is striking that he had charged Trendelenburg with the same basic failing as Lang, neither had understood the transcendental dimension of Kant's discourse. While Lang conceived the a priori in a naturalistic fashion, as if it consisted in physiological and psychological laws, Trendelenburg had understood it in a subjectivist fashion, as if it consisted in innate faculties which precede experience, and which are applied to an already given object. He did not seem to realize that the a priori makes the object of experience possible in the first place. It is not as if experience is given, and then we apply a priori forms to it. On the contrary, these forms constitute experience. Once we grasp the distinctive transcendental stature of the a priori, Cohen argued, we can easily see that it is neither naturalistic nor subjectivist, rather, it is that which makes knowledge of nature and subjectivity possible. Ultimately, Cohen took issue with Trendelenburg's interpretation of Kant for the same reason that he had contested Lang's. Neither of his teachers had fully responded to the challenge of materialism, both had left open a foothold for materialism to re-enter the critical philosophy. By conceiving the a priori in psychological terms, Lang had allowed it to be explained naturalistically, as if it were like any other event in nature. And by insisting upon a transcendental realism to guarantee objectivity, Trendelenburg had reinstated matter itself with all its old nasty characteristics, viz. Independent existence in space. So, finally, we can now fully appreciate the motives for Cohen's discovery of the transcendental. By seeing the a priori in its sui generis transcendental terms, Cohen could shut the back doors to materialism unwittingly left open by both his teachers. The full purport of Cohen's anti-materialist animus appears explicitly at the very end of Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung. Through the discovery of the a priority of space and time, of the apodictic insensibility, the motives of all material idealism, and of all materialism, are destroyed. To dissolve the variety of things into the difference of ideas, that is the secret of idealism. The history of human thinking reveals this secret, and therefore itself as the history of idealism. 270. If my account of Cohen's path towards the transcendental is correct, it leaves us with a rather rich irony. It now turns out that Cohen's motives were ultimately metaphysical, intended to undercut the last vestiges of materialism still clinging to Lange's and Trendelenburg's interpretation of Kant. But the very logic of Cohen's concept of the transcendental excludes the metaphysical no less than the psychological. After all, the transcendental deals not with things whether material or mental but only our knowledge of them. Thus for decidedly metaphysical motives Cohen developed a decidedly non-metaphysical interpretation of Kant. This is not a criticism of Cohen, still less a refutation, but it should make us mistrust the anti-metaphysical facade behind his transcendental idealism, which tends to conceal his own metaphysical allegiances. It was only in his later years, I believe, that Cohen revealed, finally, fully and frankly, the deepest motives behind his allegiance to Kant. The spirit of Kant's philosophy and Judaism, it turns out, are really one and the same. 76 But what exactly that means is the subject for another occasion. 13. Wilhelm Windelband and Normativity. 1. Windelband and Neo-Kantianism. Hermann Cohen's little book of 1871 took Neo-Kantianism in a new direction, moving it away from a psychological and towards a more logical conception of epistemology. But Cohen was not alone in pushing Neo-Kantianism in this direction. In the early 1880s another thinker appeared on the scene to give this movement even more impulse and energy, Wilhelm Windelband, 1848–1915. Although best remembered today for his work on the history of philosophy, Windelband was a major thinker in the history of Neo-Kantianism. His significance for this movement is just as great as Cohen's. Just as Cohen became the leader of the Marburg school, so Windelband became the father of the Southwestern or Baden school of Neo-Kantianism. Windelband was the teacher of Heinrich Rickert, 1863–1936, who was in turn the teacher of Emil Lask, 1875–1915. Together, Windelband, Rickert and Lask formed the inner core of the Southwestern school. In the 1870s and 1880s, Cohen and Windelband seemed to be working together in shaping a new conception of epistemology, and in forging a new understanding of Kant. Both were sharp critics of the Friesian tradition and Helmholtzian program, which would base epistemology on psychology. Both were champions of a new conception of transcendental philosophy, according to which its chief focus should be the quid juris. Rather than quid facti, the reasons rather than causes of knowledge. Hand in hand with this new understanding of epistemology went their new interpretation of Kant. Cohen and Windelband understood Kant's philosophy as critical idealism, that is, as a strictly immanent analysis of the conditions of experience which involves no transcendent dimension, whether that of the thing in itself or Platonic forms. Because of their leading roles in the Neo-Kantian movement, Windelband's and Cohen's views on these issues became the new orthodoxy of the 1880s and 1890s. These affinities between Windelband and Cohen raise the question of their personal relationship. Although they were virtual contemporaries, the two men never seem to have met, though they had once clashed over academic politics. 2. Because of the destruction of his correspondence, Cohen's opinion of Windelband will probably remain forever unknown. We do know, however, Windelband's opinion of Cohen, because in a late article discussing recent developments in contemporary philosophy the elderly Windelband found the fitting occasion to pass judgment on his slightly older counterpart. 3. Windelband appreciated Cohen's role in defeating the psychologistic tradition and in stressing the more logical side of Kant's philosophy. It was Cohen's great contribution to have again validated the strict rationality of the Kantian philosophy. But Windelband thought little of Cohen's commentaries on Kant, which had made the obscure more obscure, the difficult more difficult, and the complicated more complicated. He also thought that Cohen had failed to get beyond the narrow Kantian paradigm of science, which limited it to mathematics and natural science. Never did Cohen attempt to explain how there could be a science of history or culture. Whether Cohen's emphasis on the method of the infinitesimal as the model for science would prove fruitful in the natural sciences Windelband did not venture to say, but he was confident that this would prove to be a straitjacket for philosophy. Windelband was a very different writer from Cohen. while Cohen wrote a systematic philosophy, modeled around Kant's three Kritiken, for Windelband never came close to a system of his own. Although he believed in the value of systematic philosophy, he did not find the occasion, opportunity, or energy to write one. His chief philosophical legacy is fragmentary. It consists in his collection of lectures and essays, which were first published in 1884 under the title Praludi N. 5. The final edition consists in essays and lectures spanning some 40 years, from the late 1870s until the end of the first decade of the 20th century. The title was apt. It was Windelband's way of admitting that his work was more suggestive than complete, more tentative than final. For these preludes, there would be no symphony. With the benefit of hindsight, it is safe to say that Windelband made two central contributions to the Neo-Kantian movement, his investigation into the logic of history, and his conception of philosophy as a normative enterprise. The concern with history will stimulate the later investigations of Rickert and Lask. 6. And the normative conception of philosophy will be the basis for the philosophy of value, which will be a central interest of German philosophy in the later 19th and early 20th centuries. 7. Windelband's normative conception of philosophy remains one of the vital links between Neo-Kantianism and contemporary philosophy, which has been no less concerned with the concept of normativity. 8. The sources and origins of Windelband's Neo-Kantianism are obscure. There are no published letters or documents that show when, where, how, why, and because of whom, he became converted to the critical philosophy. 9. Kuno Fischer seems to have been the decisive influence. Windelband had been a student at Jena, where he heard Fischer's lectures on Kant. The influence of Fischer upon him can be inferred from the importance he gave to Fischer, whom he regarded as the decisive figure in the birth of the Neo-Kantian movement. 10. Otto Liebmann also appears to have been important for Windelband's Neo-Kantianism. In a late tribute he praised Liebmann for being the first scholar to develop a genuinely critical interpretation of Kant, one neither psychological nor metaphysical. 11. Windelband met Liebmann in Strasbourg in 1882, after which they were in frequent correspondence. Having treated Windelband's work on the logic of history elsewhere, 12. The focus of this chapter will be upon Windelband's other contribution to Neo-Kantianism, his normative conception of philosophy. We will see in the first 5 sections the precise meaning and problems of that conception, and then in the final 3 sections the stages in which it took shape in Windelband's thinking. Windelband's intellectual development was no less twisted and turbulent than Cohen's. It was only after a long inner struggle that he arrived at his normative conception of philosophy. We will not consider, however, Windelband's intellectual development after he formed the outlines of his normative conception. That would be a much longer story, which we have no space to tell here. To A Science of Norms. Windelband first put forward his normative conception of philosophy in a lecture he gave in 1881 on the occasion of the centenary of the publication of the Kritik der reinen Vernunft. 13. This lecture, entitled simply Immanuel Kant, reveals the rationale for his Neo-Kantianism as well as his normative conception of philosophy. To celebrate the centenary with a fitting tribute, Windelband proudly declares Kant's Kritik der reinen Vernunft to be the Bible, or more literally the founding book, Grundbuch, of German philosophy. 114. Much of the rest of his lecture is an attempt to explain why this is so, in both a historical and philosophical sense. As the occasion required, Windelband ascribes great historical significance to Kant's philosophy. There are, we are told, only 2 basic philosophical systems, that of Kant and that of the ancient Greeks, viz. Plato and Aristotle. 117. With Kant's philosophy, there began a whole new realm of thought, one which stands in marked contrast to that of the Greek world. Kant's philosophy was indeed a revolution, because, for the first time in Western culture, it broke with the legacy of classical Greece. Kant overthrew the intellectualism of Greek culture, which rested upon its naive faith in reason, its bold confidence that thinking alone could reveal the very essence of the world. Kant questioned this faith in reason in 2 ways, by teaching that reason cannot get beyond the limits of experience, and by separating morality and aesthetics from reason, in its theoretical sense, 121 to 122. Prima facie this seems to be a false account of philosophical history, because it seems to ride roughshod over the ancient Greek sceptics, who questioned faith in reason no less than Kant. But Windelband's claim on behalf of Kant's originality is not that he was the first sceptic, but that Kant and the Greeks represent the two great philosophical systems. The sceptics, being intellectual nomads, as Kant called them, have no resting place or system. Kant's system of philosophy is not sceptical, Windelband stresses, because its aim is to determine the basic principles of all science, art, and morality, the foundations on which all those disciplines rest. 122. Kant's system differs from the Greeks because it places these foundations in a different place than they, not in contemplation of being as being, still less in the intuition of the forms, but in experience and the autonomy of reason. Part of the originality and importance of Kant's philosophy, Windelband adds, lies in its close alliance with the modern mathematical sciences. The first important intellectual development since the Greeks, he tells us, was the rise of these new sciences. 116. The purpose of Kant's critique was to determine their foundations, to show the conditions for the possibility of a mathematical knowledge of nature. Hence Kant, entirely in the spirit of the new sciences, had adopted mathematization as the precondition of science itself. I maintain that in each doctrine of nature there is only so much science to be found in it as there is mathematics. 14. Of course the Greeks too were firm believers in the mathematization of nature, and they were indeed the founders of this method. But Kant differed from them in one important respect: he limited mathematical knowledge of nature to appearances. Mathematics was a human construction, the creation of our forms of sensibility, and as such not the reason according to which God created the world. Although Windelband stresses the close connection between Kant and the new sciences, he is also quick to distance Kant's philosophy from the new positivism. 123. The positivists too wanted a close connection between philosophy and the sciences, so much so, that they wanted philosophy to disappear into them. That positivist elimination program presupposes, however, their very naive conception of science. The positivists are naive about science, Windelband argues, because they do not recognize the intellectual preconditions for its possibility. 123. They are simple empiricists who see knowledge as a collection of facts, as if these facts were simply given, and as if human sensing and thinking played no role in their constitution. It is one of Kant's great contributions to have shown that there are intellectual preconditions of science. We cannot determine any point in time, undertake any measurement, calculate any weight, or conduct a single experiment, without applying basic concepts and presupposing fundamental principles. The very presence of these concepts and principles means that philosophy cannot be reduced down to the sciences, because it takes a philosopher to bring them to self-consciousness and to investigate their possibility. The core of Kant's philosophy, Windelband tells us, centers around the question how a priori representations relate to their object. 134. That, at any rate, was Kant's first formulation of his problem in his famous 1772 letter to Marcus Herz. 15. But it is important to note, Windelband advises us, that Kant's later thinking about this question changed its very meaning. As first posed, the question seems to assume that, 1. There is some object existing independent of our representations, and that 2. Knowledge consists in the correspondence between them and their object. But it was these very assumptions that Kant overturned in the course of his investigation. Kant explains the possibility of knowledge not through the correspondence of a representation with an object but through the conformity of representations with rules. 135. He replaced the concept of an object with that of a rule. For Kant, then, objects turn out to be nothing more than determinate rules for uniting representations. 137. It is in this context that Windelband introduces his concept of a norm. 138. For him a rule and a norm are essentially synonymous terms. 16. The analysis of truth into rules was one and the same as its analysis into norms. The new normative conception of truth appears explicitly in the general principle, truth is normativity of thinking, 138. Windelband did not invent the concepts norm or normativity, for which there was ample precedent in the writings of Lotze, Herbart, and Sigwart. What is original to, and characteristic of, Windelband, however, is the central importance he gives to the concept of normativity in philosophy. Philosophy was for him essentially a science of norms. The task of philosophy is to determine the basic norms that bestow value upon all human activity, whether thinking, willing or feeling, 139. There are basic norms not only in science but also in morality and art. There are then three parts of philosophy: science, ethics, and aesthetics. What, though, are these norms? What ontological status do they have? Where do they exist? Where do they come from? Such questions, Windelband replies, Kant wisely refused to answer. Kant declined any metaphysical interpretation of these rules, 137. The attempt to answer such questions was the enterprise of speculative idealism. But Windelband issues an embargo against all such speculation, insisting upon the strictly immanent status of Kant's philosophy, whose intent is to stay firmly within the limits of experience. In foregoing all metaphysical speculation, Windelband was self-consciously and deliberately pushing philosophy away from its traditional function as a worldview. He tells us explicitly and emphatically that Kant's task was to provide not a worldview, Weltbild, but a theory of normal consciousness, das Normbewusstsein, that is, consciousness insofar as it conforms to norms, 141. Yet on no other issue did Windelband vacillate so much as the need for and value of a worldview. As a student of Lotze, he had grown to believe in the necessity of metaphysics, which, in his early years, he makes an integral part of his epistemology. 17. In his later years, however, he will come full circle, reaffirming the need for and value of metaphysics as one of the legitimate concerns of philosophy. 18. What indeed distinguished Kant's philosophy from a soulless positivism, Windelband would later teach, is precisely that it provides a complete worldview. With the later Windelband, Kant's worldview would enter into the discourse of the Southwestern school. 19. The ultimate upshot of Kant's philosophical revolution, Windelband reckons, is that it overturned the traditional way of conceiving knowledge as the mirror of nature, Spiegelnde Welt, 127. According to that ubiquitous metaphor, representations are images of objects which they resemble, just like a mirror image resembles its object, 123. We determine whether representations are true or false by comparing them with their prototypes, which are objects existing independently from them. The Kantian revolution means, however, that the standard of knowledge is not in the object but inside the subject itself, residing in the basic norm for organizing its representations. Such, in a nutshell, was Windelband's first statement of his normative conception of philosophy. For a 21st century reader, it is remarkable to find Windelband explaining Kant's philosophical revolution in terms of replacing the metaphor of the mirror of nature with that of normativity. Since Richard Rorty, Anglophone readers have grown accustomed to seeing that transformation taking place in the early 20th century with philosophers like Dewey, Wittgenstein, and Heidegger. 20. But if Windelband shows us anything, it is that we have to place that transformation much earlier, with Kant, or at least with his interpretation of Kant. 3. The rehabilitation of philosophy. The conception of philosophy Windelband formulated in Immanuel Kant was his solution to the obsolescence crisis which had troubled all neo-Kantians. Just how it resolves that crisis Windelband did not explain in his lecture, but he turned to that task only a year later in a long essay. His 1882 was Ist Philosophie. 21. Windelband's account of the origin of this crisis differs in important ways from his predecessors. For Windelband, it was not the result of the collapse of speculative idealism in the 19th century, as it was for Zeller and Meyer. Rather, it began with the general skepticism about metaphysics in the 18th century. After philosophy declared its independence from theology during the Renaissance, it conceived its characteristic task to be metaphysics, a universal theory of being or the general science of the cosmos, die Gesamtwissenschaft vom Weltall. Each of the new empirical sciences lay claim to knowledge of a special part of the world, but philosophy found its unique calling in metaphysics, which would be a knowledge of the world as a whole. 16. Philosophers of the 18th century, however, became very concerned with epistemological issues, with questions about the origins, powers, and limits of knowledge, and the more they examined the aims and claims of metaphysics, the more they found them wanting. 18. The crisis of philosophy then arose when metaphysics could no longer legitimate itself, when it could not prove its worth as a science. But if metaphysics is bankrupt, what is left for philosophy? There seemed to be nothing more for it to do. The entire realm of nature had been carved up by the particular sciences. Windelband summarizes the predicament of philosophy like this: philosophy is like King Lear, who gave all his goods to his children, and who now must be thrown on the street like a beggar. 19. Though it seems purely historical, Windelband's account of the obsolescence crisis makes an important point against his neo-Kantian predecessors. Unlike Fischer, Zeller, and Meyer, Windelband does not think that the solution to this crisis lies simply with epistemology. For him, epistemology is part of the problem rather than the solution, because it created the crisis by undermining metaphysics. Windelband sees epistemology, reflection on the powers and limits of knowledge, as a pursued characteristic of pre-Kantian epistemology, and he is perfectly clear that philosophy cannot resolve its crisis if it becomes a theory of knowledge, that is, investigation into the nature of science, the process of knowledge. 18. This means that the neo-Kantian proposal to make philosophy into epistemology cannot be sufficient. We have to go on to specify something about the kind of epistemology. Though Fischer, Zeller, and Meyer had noted Kant's debts to the epistemological tradition of Descartes, Locke and Hume, they saw his differences from them simply as a matter of greater focus and emphasis. But Windelband does not think that this goes far enough. It fails to seize a fundamental difference in kind between pre-Kantian and Kantian epistemology. To miss this difference has profound consequences: ignorance of the very nature of philosophy itself. For Windelband, epistemology before Kant was essentially a psychological or historical enterprise. Its fundamental task was to explain the causes of knowledge. 22. It would explain knowledge as it would any fact in the world, by deriving it from its causes or general laws. Here Windelband seems to have in mind especially Locke's plain, historical method or Hume's science of human nature. But Kant broke profoundly with this tradition, Windelband explains, because he saw epistemology not as a psychological or historical investigation into the causes of knowledge but as a critical investigation into its value or validity. 23. What was at stake was not the causes of representations but the foundation or justification of judgments. 25. There is a fundamental difference in kind between these concerns, Windelband argues, because both true and false judgments have natural origins, both arise from a process of natural necessity and fall under natural laws. These natural laws do not provide, therefore, a criterion for the truth of judgments, so a complete explanation of their causes will not answer the question whether the judgment is true. 23. It is solely this question, however, that is the special province of epistemology. For the theory of knowledge it is only a matter of whether the representations are valid, i.e., whether they should be recognized as true. 25. Implicit in Windelband's account of pre-Kantian epistemology there lay another critique of his neo-Kantian predecessors. Windelband was in effect saying, Fries, Herbart, Benach, Helmholtz, Fischer, Zeller, Meyer, and Lang have all misunderstood the essential nature of the Kantian enterprise. They have misunderstood it because, like their pre-Kantian antecedents, they have misconstrued it in psychological terms. They have failed to notice the basic distinction between explaining the causes of beliefs and assessing the reasons for them. What was fundamental about the Kantian revolution in philosophy, Windelband maintains, is precisely the shift away from causes and explanation towards reasons and criticism. Although this criticism of Windelband's neo-Kantian predecessors is completely implicit in Was-ist Philosophie, it became entirely explicit in a later work, Die Philosophie im deutschen Geistleben des 19. Jahrhunderts, where Windelband takes a long retrospective look at all the philosophical movements of the 19th century, not least the neo-Kantian movement, which he expressly takes to task for its psychological interpretation of Kant. 22. The central argument of Windelband's Was-ist Philosophie, is that only his normative conception of philosophy can overcome the obsolescence crisis. If we define epistemology in terms of psychology in the manner of my noble neo-Kantian predecessors, Windelband was saying, then we do not escape the crisis but remain caught in its snares. 4. By the late 19th century, psychology had become a natural science of its own, independent of philosophy. 23. It now applies the same methods of observation and experiment as physics and physiology, and it now employs the same paradigms of explanation as these sciences by subsuming psychic events under general laws. Whatever Herbart might say, psychology gets verifiable results independent of metaphysics, which is not needed to guide its inquiries. But if psychology is now an empirical science like any other, then those who fail to distinguish epistemology from psychology virtually ensure the obsolescence of philosophy. Rather than being a distinct discipline apart from the empirical sciences, philosophy will just become one among them. Fries, Herbart, and Benck had all dreamed of psychology becoming a science. But now that their dream had become a reality, where does that leave philosophy? Their psychologistic answers to that question only leads to the obsolescence they are so eager to avoid. Despite these criticisms of the neo-Kantians, Windelband still accepted the common neo-Kantian conception of philosophy as epistemology, Erkenntnistheorie. It's just that he understands epistemology in very different terms. It is not the explanation of knowledge according to the laws of psychology but the criticism of knowledge according to the standards of reason. More specifically, philosophy is the criticism of particular kinds of claims to knowledge, namely, synthetic a priori or universal and necessary claims. Philosophy is therefore the critical science of universally valid values. 29. There are three domains where universally valid claims are made, in science, morality, and art, corresponding to the realms of cognition, volition and feeling, and so there is accordingly a philosophy of science, morality, and art. In a marked departure from his own earlier views, whose causes we will examine later, Windelband warns against confusing epistemology with two very kindred but still very different disciplines, psychology and metaphysics. 28. The problem with conflating philosophy with these disciplines is that one reifies or hypostasizes values, making them into psychological processes or archetypes of reason. Psychology and metaphysics are theories about what is or must be, but as a science of value, philosophy concerns what ought to be. To define further the nature of philosophy, Windelband attempts to specify its precise subject matter. He makes a distinction between two different kinds of propositions, judgments, Urteil, and appraisals, Beurteilungen. 29. Although they have the same grammatical form, where a predicate is attributed to a subject, these propositions have a very different meaning. In a judgment we attribute a property to an object, but in an appraisal we add nothing more to the representation of an object. 30. Appraisals concern not the object itself so much as the subject's attitude towards it, they are essentially acts of approval or disapproval. 30. The task of an appraisal is therefore to determine the value of the object. This distinction is crucial for defining philosophy, Windelband maintains, because its special concern is appraisals. 32-33. Philosophy does not describe appraisals, like the historical sciences, and it does not explain them, like psychology. It does not treat them as if they were objects in the world at all. Rather, it actually makes appraisals, determining what should be or have a value. When a critical philosopher makes an appraisal, Windelband explains, he assumes that something should be recognized as valid for everyone. He makes, in other words, a universal and necessary claim to value. In doing so, he presupposes a universal criterion that should hold for everyone alike. 37. It is the task of the critical philosopher to determine these criteria, to ascertain the highest standards of judgment in the fields of science, morality, and art. These criteria are norms, laws, or ideals about what ought to be. They have no reality themselves because by them we measure or appraise all reality. In each field we presuppose the concept of an ideal being who recognizes and follows these norms. This ideal being Windelband calls normal consciousness, normal Bewusstsein, 45. We do not assume that this normal being exists, only that it ought to do so, 44. Understood in these terms, philosophy is the science of normal consciousness, 46. Despite all Windelband's efforts to clarify the task of philosophy, there remained major ambiguities about his program. It is unclear whether the Windelbandian Wertwissenschaftler is making values, assessing things according to values already made, or simply describing values and pointing out the means to and consequences of them. Sometimes it seems that he is doing some combination of all three. Only the first is really an appraisal in the strict sense, because the other two tasks need not involve accepting the values on which the appraisal is made. One is really judging rather than appraising because one is simply drawing out the logical conclusion of holding a value, or one is pointing out certain empirical facts, viz. The means to ends, or the consequences of acting on a value. Windelband's confusions on this score proved a troublesome legacy for Rickert and Weber, who struggled to fight through them. 24. For the normative and the natural, Windelband's solution to the obsolescence crisis of philosophy in Was ist Philosophie, rested entirely upon his distinction between two very different intellectual domains, the normative and the natural. While the natural sciences concern themselves with the natural realm, determining laws about what is the case, philosophy deals with the normative realm, determining standards or ideals for judgment about what ought to be the case. The distinction has the advantage of clarity and firmness. It also seems to achieve precisely what it sets out to do. It makes philosophy autonomous, giving it a unique and separate domain apart from the empirical sciences. So far, so good. Yet the very strength of the distinction is also its weakness. It makes such a strong and sharp separation that the two domains seem to have nothing to do with one another. If philosophy deals with norms about what ought to be the case, and if it is not at all concerned with laws about what is the case, then it seems doomed to irrelevance. Philosophers can talk and theorize all they want about their ideal world of truth, beauty, and goodness, but if their ideals are not followed, if their norms are not realized in the actual world, their safe and secure domain turns into a fantasy world. Windelband, it seemed, had solved the problem of obsolescence only at the price of irrelevance. No one was more acutely conscious of this problem than Windelband himself. Philosophy was never for him an entirely theoretical activity having no bearing on the world itself. It was an essential part of Kant's revolution in philosophy, in his view, that it rejected the classical Greek conception of philosophy as contemplation, and that it would attempt to determine the fundamental norms behind all human activities. Philosophy should actually make a difference to the world, Kant held, because self-consciousness of these norms determines how we follow them, how we really think, act and feel in the world. Windelband shared this Kantian belief in the powers of philosophy, but the problem was how to justify it, how to explain the relevance of philosophy to life and the world. This was an especially pressing problem for Windelband, given his own sharp and fast distinction between the normative and natural. Windelband's first sustained effort to solve this problem is his 1882 essay Normen und Naturgesetze, 25, which first appeared in the 1884 edition of Praludien. Though he would often return to this problem in later years, this essay would set the agenda for all his later efforts to deal with it. Windelband first sets the problem in the context of one classical philosophical conundrum, freedom of will. This seems to make the original problem all the more insolvable by tying it to one of the most intractable issues in all philosophy. But Windelband felt he had no choice, that the deeper issue was unavoidable. The very possibility of normativity hung in the balance. For if all events in the natural world are governed by laws, such that they must occur and cannot be otherwise, what is the value of having norms? What is the point in telling people what they ought to do? Norms have a point only if we have the choice to act or not act on them, but if everything is determined by natural laws, so that we act necessarily in one way or another, there seems to be no choice. Windelband then generalizes the problem, stressing that the same problem arises for other norms, for those of science and art as well as morality. In science we assume that we have the power to follow the norms of logic, and in art we suppose that we have the capacity to follow the norms of painting, composing, building, etc. If all thinking and feeling were determined by natural necessity, these norms would be just as pointless as those of morality. So Windelband poses his problem in the most general form: what is the relationship between norms and laws? To understand their relationship, Windelband advises, we must first have a clear account of the difference between them. We must grasp the different activities involved in each, in applying laws and in making norms. 65. The main difference is simple enough. A norm is not a principle of explanation, and a law is not a standard or criterion of judgment. This is because laws explain things, whereas norms assess or appraise them. With laws, we determine what must be the case by subsuming particular events under general relations of cause and effect, and with norms, we determine what ought to be the case. Through a norm we determine what something should be if it is to be true, good, or beautiful. 66 to 67. Once we put the distinction this way, Windelband thinks, we can see that there is no conflict between norms and laws. They are just two different activities which treat their object from complementary perspectives. 67. Although they are very different, they are also connected, because the norm prescribes what we ought to do in the world. Since ought implies can, it is valid only if we can follow it, only if we can act upon it. 68. The problem of accounting for the relationship between norms and laws is then to explain the connection between them while still recognizing their differences. We must avoid, Windelband warns, two extreme views, completely separating norms and laws, as if they have nothing to do with one another, and conflating them, as if there is really no difference between them. 68. What is the middle ground between these extremes? Windelband attempts to plot it by stressing the contingent connection between norms and laws. All particular human actions, as events in nature, conform to laws, and they occur of necessity. But it is contingent whether these actions happen to follow norms. They might comply with norms, but they also might not comply with them. Although the mere fact that an action occurs of necessity does not exclude its compliance with norms, it also does not entail it. For even actions that violate norms still follow natural laws. 69. Although norms and laws are only contingently connected regarding whether a particular action complies with a norm, there is another respect in which they are necessarily connected. Norms are intended to be followed, to be acted upon in the world, and they assume that we have the power to act on them. They presuppose that there are many possible ways of acting in the world, that there are different forms of thinking, acting and feeling, and they select one from them as the right or correct way or form. 72 to 73. Thus the laws of logic are a selection from the possible forms of association in consciousness, the laws of ethics a selection from the possible forms of motivation, and the laws of aesthetics a selection from the possible forms of feeling. 73. From all the possibilities of thinking, willing and feeling, norms prescribe one as the best or most worthy. Because norms are intended to be acted upon, and because they are conceived as one way of thinking, willing and feeling in the world, they have for Windelband a necessary connection with the natural processes that realize them. A norm is for him the realization of value through a natural law, which is the means for the actualization of its end. Windelband then states the following definition: norms are those forms of actualization through natural laws which should be approved for the end of universal validity. 74. The close connection between norms and laws appears even more clearly, Windelband thinks, once we recognize that norms are supposed to be reasons for our actions. They are, as he puts it, the determining grounds, Bestimmungsgrund, of human conduct. 85. When we accept the validity of a norm, we adopt it, under the appropriate circumstances, as the reason or justification for an action. It serves as a constraint upon us, telling us the particular thing that we should do among the wealth of possibilities. When we resolve to act upon the norm, it then becomes part of the process of law-governed events in the world. 87. In this way ethical and aesthetic norms become not only reasons that justify actions but also causes that produce them. For all their apparent plausibility, Windelband's attempts to connect norms and laws raise serious difficulties. While it is indeed the case that a norm is conceived as a manner of action, it also cannot be simply defined in such terms. For there is more to a norm than any set of actual actions. A norm determines what we ought to do, and just because ought is not reducible to is, so the norm cannot be reduced down to any particular matter of fact, in this case manner of action. But, leaving that difficulty aside, there is another no less serious one in assuming that norms are actualized through natural laws. For this begs the question whether we really can act on these norms, and whether they really can be actualized in a deterministic universe. If all actions occur of necessity, such that they cannot be done otherwise, then the norm becomes pointless. We are not acting on the norm but just following a natural law. Windelband has still not addressed, in other words, the problem of freedom on which normativity rests. Windelband's solution to this second difficulty is his compatibilism regarding the grand question of the relationship between freedom and necessity. If an event happens according to natural laws, he argues, that does not exclude the possibility that the agent has adopted a norm as a reason for his action. We assume that natural necessity is incompatible with normativity only because we think that acting on norms involves the possibility of doing otherwise, where that possibility is defined in terms of acting countercausally, contrary to the laws of nature. But no such assumption is necessary, Windelband contends, because reasons can still be causes of actions even though they are determined according to natural laws. We need not parse phrases about doing otherwise in terms of some mystical power of acting countercausally, because all that these phrases mean is that we would have done differently if we, or the circumstances, were different. 88. Given his compatibilist position, it should come as no surprise that Windelband is highly critical of Kant's own solution to the problem of freedom. 62, 88, 97. Kant's thinking about this issue began from the false premise that moral responsibility and natural causality are incompatible, that we have a power of transcendental freedom that involves spontaneity, which is the power to act without any prior causes. In assuming that the will consists in such a power, Kant pushed the will into a spooky noumenal world, Windelband complains, where it is inaccessible to science as well as moral imputation. Hence, on Kant's own admission, the real morality of our actions are unintelligible to us. 26. Above all, we need to overcome Kant's dualism, Windelband advises, because its radical separation between normativity and nature makes the connection between them obscure and mysterious. The realm of freedom is in the middle of nature, it is that province where only norms are valid, it is our task and happiness to settle in this province. 98. Despite these criticisms of Kant, there was still one respect in which Windelband, like Liebman, 27, remained a very stubborn Kantian about the whole question of freedom. He was a Kantian of 1787 rather than one of 1792, in that he adopted Kant's account of freedom in the second Kritik over that in his Die Religion innerhalb der Grenzen der bloßen Vernunft. Windelband accepted Kant's account of freedom as autonomy, as the power to act morally. Freedom is the domination of conscience. That alone that deserves this name is the determination of empirical consciousness according to the consciousness of norms. Freedom means to obey reason. 87-88. Windelband's attraction to this concept of freedom is readily understandable, because it connects normativity with laws and removes any power of doing otherwise that seems to contradict these laws. But there is a problem with this conception of freedom, a problem that Kant realized in the early 1790s and that Windelband seems to have forgotten, that defining freedom in terms of moral action makes it impossible for us to be free and immoral. To avoid this problem, Kant made his famous distinction between Wille and Willkür, between the will and choice, and stressed the importance of Willkür or choice for moral responsibility and freedom. But the price of such a doctrine is again making a dualism between the realms of freedom and nature. Whatever their ultimate merits, it should be clear from the criticism suggested here that Windelband was very far from having an unproblematic account of the relationship between normativity and nature. This is hardly surprising, given that figuring out that relationship involved the classical problem of freedom. It was one of the merits of Windelband's discussion of this relationship that he had never lost sight of that basic problem. But just because that problem was so complex and imponderable, Windelband would return to it again in his later years. We will eventually have to consider his later attempt to address this conundrum of conundrums. 5. Philosophical method. Windelband returned to the question of the vocation of philosophy in another article of the early 1880s, Critique und die Genetische Method, which was written in 1883. 28. This was his most rigorous attempt yet to define the nature of philosophy and to provide it with a firm foundation independent of the empirical sciences. Windelband now approaches his problem in a completely new manner, attempting to distinguish philosophy from the empirical sciences through their different methods. Kant had already discovered the proper method of philosophy, Windelband tells us, though he did not develop it with sufficient clarity. As a result, there has been constant confusion about how its method differs from that of empirical science. To prevent that confusion, Windelband strives to explain the distinctive method of philosophy in the most simple and fundamental terms. This article too had a polemical point. It is directed against all those neo-Kantians who wanted philosophy to imitate the methods of the empirical sciences. Windelband casts his discussion in strictly logical terms, beginning with a detailed explanation of the difference between the inductive and deductive methods. Both these methods, we are told, presuppose certain basic principles or axioms. Kant would call them synthetic a priori principles, but to avoid the controversy surrounding Kant's doctrine of the synthetic a priori, Windelband prefers the simpler term axiom. He then defines philosophy as the science of axioms, 107-108. Logic determines the axioms of the sciences, aesthetics the axioms of art, and ethics the axioms of morality. The main task of philosophy is to expound the complete system of these axioms. The chief problem of philosophy, Windelband informs us, is the validity of axioms, die Geltung der Axiom, 108. Somehow, philosophy has to assess or evaluate axioms. But how can it do this? Because they are the basis of all proof, axioms cannot be proven themselves. We cannot assess or evaluate them, it seems, because to do that already presupposes them. Any attempt to justify them would be circular, assuming them in order to prove them. Still, Windelband reassures us, these axioms have an immediate certainty, a self-evidence, that does not require proof or demonstration. The business of philosophy is not to prove, beweisen, but to show, aufweisen, this immediate certainty, to lay this evidence before our eyes, 109. Philosophy can show this immediate certainty in two ways. Either one reveals the factual validity, Tatsächliche Geltung, of these axioms by showing how they are embedded in the practices of everyday life, by revealing how they are involved in all our ways of thinking, feeling, and acting, or one reveals their teleological necessity by showing how accepting these axioms is necessary to achieve certain ends, 109. The former procedure is the genetic method, the latter is the critical method. For the genetic method, The axioms are actual ways of understanding, feeling, and acting. For the critical method, however, they are not facts at all, they are norms. Norms prescribe means to ends, they tell us what we should do so that our thinking is true, our willing is moral, and our feeling grasps the beautiful. 109. The ultimate justification for them is that they prove to be efficient and necessary means of attaining these ends. Although Windelband is not so explicit, it is clear that his distinction in methods presupposes his earlier distinction in Normen und Naturgesetze between norms and natural laws. The central concern of the genetic method is to determine a specific kind of law, namely, those which explain why people adopt axioms on psychological and cultural historical grounds. The main interest of the critical method, however, is to determine a specific kind of norm, namely, that which prescribes how we achieve certain ends. The difference between these methods also follows along the lines of Windelband's earlier distinction between judgment and appraisal. All the ambiguities about appraisal, whether it is making or prescribing values, assessing things according to values or simply describing values, hold for Windelband's critical method. However we describe the critical method, Windelband thinks that it alone is characteristic of philosophy. The genetic method falls within the provinces of the empirical sciences. All those who want to push philosophy in the direction of the empirical sciences assume that it has a genetic method. But if we take philosophy in this direction, Windelband argues, we pay a terrible price, forfeiting the validity of axioms, their claim to universal and necessary worth. 114. The genetic method shows only that axioms are factually valid, that is, it shows how people adopt them in the practices of their ordinary life, how they as a matter of fact assume them in the sciences, arts and morality. But it is an old and basic logical truth, what happens as a matter of fact cannot be the basis of a universal and necessary principle. What is believed or assumed is so only now and then by this or that person, and even if everyone believes them all the time, it still does not prove that they are true. The genetic method ends with a causal theory about the origins of beliefs, showing them to be the necessary result of psychology and cultural history, but this causal necessity proves nothing about validity for the simple reason that it applies to invalid as well as valid beliefs. 115. For the genetic method, all beliefs are on a par, all are equally necessary results of psychological and historical causes. Thus those who push philosophy in the direction of the empirical sciences, Windelband concludes, have to accept a very problematic consequence, a complete relativism. 116. Relativism, of course, is the great challenge to Windelband's conception of philosophy. If relativism is tenable, then there is no philosophy, no science of universal and necessary axioms, all for the simple reason that there really are no such axioms. Windelband, however, found it hard to take relativism seriously. He argues that a radical relativism is not sustainable because it is self-refuting, presupposing the very axioms that it attempts to bring into question. 116. The relativist must assume, for example, that it is possible to ascertain certain basic facts, viz. Cultural diversity, that it is possible to draw general conclusions from them, viz. That all principles are valid only for a specific time and place, and that these have a universal validity, but in assuming all this the relativist presupposes the very rules he disputes. As Windelband puts it, the more the relativist tries to prove his doctrine, the more ridiculous he becomes, for he refutes all the more what he wants to prove. 117. All this was much too quick and dismissive, however. Self-refutation is indeed a danger for those who would dispute the basic rules of logic. But what about the moral and aesthetic relativist? Where is the self-refutation in denying any proposed norm of morality and aesthetics? To deny them might be a case of bad behavior and bad taste, but hardly logical absurdity. It is indeed questionable whether Windelband's critical method avoids relativism any more than the genetic method. The critical method attempts to show how certain axioms are means to ends, but what if one does not accept these ends themselves? What about the immoralist, who does not want to live according to universal laws? What about the artist, who does not want to feel beauty? What is to be said against these people? Here Windelband is at least clear and frank, there is no in talking with them. 123. The presupposition of the critical method, he admits, is the faith that there are universally valid ends. Whoever does not share that faith should simply stay at home. The critical philosophy can do nothing for him. 123. The most serious difficulty facing the critical method, Windelband acknowledges, is how the individual comes to know the standpoint of normal consciousness. There is a danger, which Windelband fully admits, that the individual confuses his individual, empirical opinions, desires and tastes with universal and necessary norms. 124. The same problem appears on a more general cultural level when a particular nation or people elevates its own mores into universal norms, as if they should be binding on all people. It was the very purpose of the genetic method to expose this kind of specious universality and necessity, to show how the apparently universal and necessary really arises from a particular people at a particular time. What is to prevent the philosopher from making these kinds of specious generalizations, from making his own private views, or the customs and fashions of his own culture, into universal laws for all mankind? Despite these dangers, Windelband is confident that the critical philosopher, if he is only careful enough, can avoid this fallacy. Since his norms prescribe means to ends, his task is only to determine the necessary means for the realization of ends, and to do this, he does not have to refer to any data of his own individual or empirical consciousness. 125. All that he has to show is that the means are really effective for achieving the ends. But this response too was very hasty. Granted, it is a straightforward matter to determine means to ends, it is so only once we know the ends, but this begs the question of how the critical philosopher is to know these ends in the first place. That was the very problem to be solved. Windelband seems to assume that nothing more is involved than knowing the general ends of science, acquiring knowledge, morality, doing the good, and aesthetics, feeling the beautiful. But this account is simply too abstract to be of much help, because the critical philosopher still needs to know in what, specifically, knowledge, goodness and beauty consists. It is precisely in attempting to provide a more specific account of knowledge, goodness, and beauty that controversy arises. An even greater problem arises in trying to solve this difficulty. Windelband admits that the critical philosopher cannot simply spin the universal and necessary principles of reason out of his own head. To know these principles, he has to see how they are embodied in particular ways of thinking, acting and feeling. Just as the linguist knows the rules of grammar from seeing how people actually speak, so the critical philosopher knows the norms of logic, aesthetics, and ethics from seeing how people actually think, feel and act. As Windelband puts it, teleological construction requires not only the determination of ends, but also the consideration of the material in which these ends should be realized. 127. But now we face the same problem that Windelband raised against the genetic method. Namely, from all these particular facts about actual thinking, feeling, and acting we cannot draw universal and necessary conclusions. Windelband is very clear that consideration of the material should be only a means of discovering the principles of reason and not a means of justifying them. 127. This is an important distinction to make, and we have seen how it had been applied with good effect by Fries and Meyer, but it does not help Windelband in this case. For it still does not tell us how from this material we can even discover the principles of reason. The problem is that there are many ways of thinking, feeling, and acting, and which ways are the instances of the rules. The gap between is and ought, between natural laws and norms, once again lurks in the background. In the course of thinking about how the critical philosopher knows the principles of reason, Windelband began to wrestle with another thinker who had considered this very problem some 80 years before him, Hegel. Rather than condemning Hegel, as so many neo-Kantians before him, Windelband pays tribute to him. He praises Hegel's deep wisdom in recognizing that rationality reveals itself only through history. 133. There is no escaping the fundamental importance of history in knowing the principles of reason, Windelband realizes. The particular ways of thinking, willing and feeling that embody human rationality are intrinsically historical phenomena, appearing in a specific time, place, and culture. The individual's awareness of the principles of reason is also, as a psychological event, a phenomenon that takes place in history. Windelband makes an even greater concession to Hegel when he claims that history provides more suitable material to know the content of reason than psychology. While psychology informs us only about broad formal or structural features of the mind, namely, that it appears in willing, thinking and feeling, history shows us the actual content of reason, namely, what we will, think and feel. 131 to 132. For all these reasons, Windelband concludes that knowledge of all the content of rational values grows out of the critical illumination of history. 134. Having paid his homage to Hegel and having recognized the importance of history for rationality, Windelband still fell short of adopting a genuine Hegelian position. While Hegel strived to overcome the gap between the normative and natural through his concept of reason in history, Windelband insists that there is, always was, and forever will be, a gap between the normative and the natural, the rational and the historical. There is simply no catapulting over Lessing's broad and ugly ditch, because it is impossible to infer universal and necessary validity from the facts of history. For Windelband, unlike Hegel, history is essentially contingent in the sense that none of its facts are logically necessary. History conforms to causal laws, to be sure, but not necessarily to logical ones, because the non-existence of its laws would not be self-contradictory. And so Windelband concludes, for the critical method, the historical course of development, in its essentially empirical and contingent determinacy with respect to the idea, cannot have a systematic meaning. 133. Windelband's interactions with Hegel would continue in his later years. The more he thought about the old man, the more he admired him. The attraction grew to such an extent that the older Windelband nearly became a Hegelian. It was Hegel who helped to convince him that history should be the organon of the critical philosophy, i.e. the instrument by which it comes to know the principles of reason. 29. And that the critical philosophy should become a philosophy of culture. 30. It was also Hegel who taught him that the philosophy of history is the means to overcome the dualism between the normative and natural, a goal that seemed more and more desirable to the aging Windelband. His late philosophy of history is indeed pure Hegel, making the self-consciousness of freedom into the telos of history. 31. In an article he wrote in 1910 on the nascent Hegel revival in Heidelberg, Windelband announced that, as long as they refrained from historicism, the neo-Hegelians had nothing to fear from the neo-Kantians. 32. There was some sweet irony in this declaration of Kantian-Hegelian friendship, given how much the neo-Kantians once loved to hate Hegel. But at the dawn of the new century the old neo-Kantian animus had grown old and cold. A neo-Hegelian movement was in the making. 33. The owl of Minerva had flown back to her home along the banks of the Neckar. 6. The problem of freedom, the fundamental business of philosophy, according to Windelband's normative conception of this discipline, is to explain the possibility of norms. Philosophy has to be able to explain how it is possible for people to follow or act upon them. Nothing seems simpler, though, than the fact that people can act on norms, because they do this all the time. They follow instructions, they play games, they observe ancient customs. But, as happens so often in philosophy, what at first seems perfectly obvious later turns out upon reflection to be problematic, if not downright impossible. The possibility of following norms becomes problematic not least because they presuppose choice, that we might decide not to act on them, that we have the possibility of not following them. If we acted on them immediately, automatically, and necessarily, it seems there would be no point in making them. Norms would be not imperatives but predictions. So, given that we must have the choice to follow them, the thorny question arises, How are norms possible in a deterministic universe? We have already seen how, in his early 1882 essay Normen Naturgesetze, Windelband raised and struggled with this question. He wanted to build a bridge between the normative and natural realms, and he made their connection dependent on the problem of freedom, which he had generalized so that it concerned all forms of norm following, whether the norms were moral, logical, or aesthetic. But Windelband's first attempt to deal with this question was at best sketchy and provisional, and so it became necessary for him to return to it in later years. His final and most systematic effort to deal with it is his Überwillensfreiheit, which consists in 12 lectures which he first gave in Heidelberg in the winter of 1903. 34 Because of the importance of freedom for Windelband's normative conception of philosophy, we do well to examine the main ideas behind these lectures. In his first lecture, Windelband defines the nature of his problem and his strategy for tackling it. When we consider the question of freedom, we should realize, he advises, that it is never just a matter of affirming or denying freedom of will. 6. The concept has too many meanings, and whether one affirms or denies it depends on the particular sense. We also need to keep in mind that freedom is a relative concept. 11 to 12. We are never free absolutely, but always in some respect. In applying the concept, we need always to ask, free from what? We can be free in one respect and not in another. The question of freedom also depends on the particular kind under discussion. There are for Windelband 3 kinds of freedom, each of which corresponds to 3 phases of volition. 17. The first phase is the genesis of desire or the act of will, the second is the choice between different desires, and the third is the action itself. 18. The whole question of freedom divides accordingly into freedom of will, freedom of choice, and freedom of action. Windelband's discussion of freedom takes each of these aspects separately. Windelband begins with freedom of action, the third and simplest form of freedom. 19. Freedom of action is simply a movement of the body caused by the will, so that it is some purposive movement. 19. We can separate, at least conceptually, will and action. 20. Windelband maintains. This is because many of our reflex movements are involuntary, and many impulses of will do not result in action. 20. Freedom of action, however, joins the will and action, so that it means simply that we do what we will. 20 to 21. Freedom of action therefore extends only as far as I can execute my will through physical motion. 25. No one has the power to touch the moon, and someone with a spinal injury cannot lift a cup. Having dispatched freedom of action in his second lecture, Windelband moves on to freedom of choice, a much more complex and controversial topic, which takes up the next 4 lectures, lectures 3 to 6. The belief in freedom is preeminently a matter of the feeling that we have a choice, that we could choose equally between different courses of action, and that it is entirely up to me what I choose. 33. Freedom of choice demands that I have the capacity not only to will but also to act on all options. If I am constrained so that I cannot do one or the other, or both, my freedom is limited accordingly. 34. Nevertheless, Windelband observes, I can still choose one thing over another even if I cannot act on my choice. I can have preferences even if cannot act on them. It's just that choosing loses its point or purpose, what Windelband calls its Zweckbedeutung, if I do not have the power to act on it. 34. Windelband distinguishes freedom of choice from moral freedom. Freedom of choice is a psychological concept, it refers to our unconstrained choosing and acting. It is a formal concept because it is irrelevant what we choose. 93. The concept of freedom in a moral sense, however, is a normative concept, it concerns not what is but what ought to be. 96. In this moral sense, freedom has a negative meaning because it means independence from desire and passion, but it also has a positive sense because it signifies acting according to reason. 95. These senses of freedom are plainly distinct from one another, Windelband insists, because a person can have freedom of choice but not moral freedom. 96. This is the case when he or she acts immorally with perfect resolve and through reflective choice. Though they are plainly distinct, these senses of freedom are confused constantly, Windelband complains. We call a person unfree if he acts on base passions, and free if he acts on higher ones. But in both cases we are equally free in terms of freedom of choice. Windelband's complaints about this confusion apply to no one more than himself, because, as we have seen, 35 he was guilty of it in Normanuende Nedergesetze. The question of freedom of choice raises the hoary conundrum of whether there can be acts of choice without causes, motives, or reasons. Windelband admits the possibility of a choice between equal options when there is no sufficient reason for choosing one over another, 42. He gives this example: one comes to a round surface of grass in the middle of one's path, one can go around it by moving right or left, there is no sufficient reason for going one way or the other. In this sense it is necessary to admit the reality of a liberum arbitrium indifferentia whose basis lies in a so to speak principium rationis deficientis, 42. But if Windelband accepts the possibility of a choice where there are no sufficient reasons for one option or another, he denies that there is such a possibility in the sense of an act of will for which there is no cause. He distinguishes between reasons and causes, so that even if there is no reason for moving right or left, or choosing one lottery number over another, there is still a cause for such an action, 52. The principle of sufficient reason holds without exception if by reason one means simply a cause. Even in the cases where we are not self-conscious of the cause, there is still one there. In cases like moving to right or left or the lottery number, we allow something within ourselves to make the decision for us, namely, our motor mechanism, which has nothing to do with motives of will, 45, 47. Regarding the causes rather than just reasons for actions, Windelband is happy to affirm the central thesis of the determinist, that is, that there are causes for all human actions and decisions, such that if the causes are present, the action or decision happens of necessity, 75. All philosophers are determinists, he asserts somewhat boldly, insofar as they hold what we will and do is the necessary product of our momentary and constant motives, where these constant motives make up what we call character. Such determination of action through character Windelband calls self-determination, Selbstbestimmung, 76. When we say that we are the cause of our own actions, we mean that we are self-determining in just this sense, that is, that the actions follow from our character. Freedom of choice, Wahlfreiheit, Windelband goes on to say, just means that we choose to act according to our characters, 76. If this is so, he argues, then the whole dispute between determinist and indeterminist is in the end a verbal matter, because all the indeterminist wants to say is that the will itself, in addition to all other motives, gives one motive, i.e. cause, for the action. He wants us to recognize something constant in our character as at least one of the motives or causes for the action. The indeterminist is opposed to determinism only because he thinks that all motives have to be external to character. But once we recognize that motives can also be internal to the character, belonging to his or her very nature or self, then the quarrel between determinist and indeterminist vanishes, 78. In attempting to resolve the dispute between determinism and indeterminism in this manner, Windelband adopts the classical compatibilist position, according to which freedom is possible within a completely determined universe. This was the position that he had already advanced in Normanuende Nedergesetze, so it seems as if he has done little more than arrived, through a more circuitous route, where he already stood. It seems as if Windelband thinks the whole dispute about freedom has already been settled simply by adopting his compatibilism. His lectures might as well have ended, it seems, with the 6th lecture where he resolves the dispute between determinist and indeterminist. But Windelband does not leave matters here. The whole issue of freedom becomes much more complicated for him when he comes to the third concept of freedom, freedom of the will. Now Windelband seems to put on hold his earlier compatibilism and to consider a more refined and qualified position. His analysis becomes more intricate and involved, partly because he now breaches the issue of responsibility, and partly because he enters the field of metaphysics. Windelband now distinguishes the three concepts of freedom along the following lines. While freedom of action is a psychophysical concept, and while freedom of choice is a psychological one, freedom of will is a metaphysical concept. 123. Into the dark woods of metaphysics Windelband now enters. And the deeper into it he goes, the more murky his account becomes. The metaphysical aspect of the problem of freedom begins for Windelband with the idea of first causes or causeless willing. 123. We find ourselves presupposing this idea, he says, because of the concept of responsibility, which seems to demand that there are causes that are not the effects of other causes. 122. This idea is problematic, however, because it appears incompatible with the principle of causality, which holds for all events in nature, whether psychological or physical. 125. To resolve this apparent problem, Windelband advises caution, and more specifically noting different senses of causality. It is necessary to distinguish, he argues, between two senses of causality, that which holds between different events, and that which holds between a substance and individual events. 126. When we talk about the determinism of nature we are referring to the first sense, but when we speak of metaphysical freedom we mean the second. While first causes or causeless willing is incompatible with the first sense, it is still compatible with the second. The principle of causality that holds sway over nature holds only for events, and it does not pretend to hold for some substance that is not within the series of events. For this substance, Windelband says, we can apply the concept of a first cause or causeless willing. 127. The metaphysical concept of freedom makes sense, Windelband explains, only when we apply it to the whole personality, not to individual acts of will and the events that are their effects. 154. A person himself with his character stands outside all the series of events, even if all his individual acts fall inside it. 155. The person or character as a substance is contingent, having no necessary causes, whereas the occurrence of all events is necessary. 155. Windelband says that we can explain this concept of personality with the scholastic concept of acetas, that is, existing for oneself as opposed to existing from or because of others. 155. The concept of aceity is essentially that of self-determination, where the self-determining is that which determines itself into action alone and is not determined into action by anything else. 158. Spinoza had formulated this concept with his causa sui and Fichte with his self-positing ego. Having taken his reader deep into the metaphysical woods in his 10th lecture, Windelband then struggles to take him out of them in his final 2 lectures. The concept of metaphysical freedom, which he seemed to endorse, is now suspended and rendered superfluous. We are now reminded that if the will were really without a cause, then we could not hold someone responsible. 199 to 200, 210. Attributions of responsibility imply that we can act on someone's feelings and dispositions, through admonition or punishment, to make them act differently, so that it ultimately presupposes the principle of causality. 210. The whole procedure of making someone responsible is completely bound up with, both backwards and forwards, knowledge of empirical causality. 211. When we hold a particular person responsible, all we have to presuppose is the concepts of freedom of action and freedom of choice, but we do not have to presuppose that the person has some metaphysical power of will, that he or she had the power to act counter-causally, so that they could have done otherwise on this particular occasion. To say that a person could have done otherwise really means that he or she should have done so, or that they would have done so if their character had been different and the way it should have been. 212. Windelband attempts to remove the metaphysical connotations of moral responsibility by talking about 2 ways of considering, Betrachtungsweise, human actions. 195. We can consider human actions according to norms, where we appraise their value or worth, and we can consider them under laws, where we explain their occurrence. When we consider these actions under norms, we abstract from their causal explanation and focus on their compliance with rules, customs, or laws. The concept of freedom of the will, of a causeless willing, is simply the result of abstracting from the causal explanation of the action. It is a way of saying that treating the causes of the action is irrelevant to its moral appraisal, but it does not mean that the action really has no causes, or even worse that it has mysterious causes that operate only by interrupting the continuity of nature. 197. When we consider someone responsible for an action that he or she should not have done, this does not mean that we have some retrospective metaphysical knowledge of the action, but only that we are justified in judging it according to norms, and that we are going to do something to the person so that he or she does not commit the offense again. 218. So, in the end, Windelband interprets the normative and the natural not as different ontological domains but simply as different methods or perspectives for regarding human actions. The difference between the normative and natural is not that between kinds of entity something noumenal and phenomenal, but between different discourses about human actions. Just as we abstract from the causes of a belief when we judge its truth, so we abstract from the causes of action when we ponder its morality. While everything that exists falls under the natural perspective, it is not the only valid perspective on human action, the only method of dealing with it. 195. There is not only the realm of existence but also the realm of norms, which have a sui generis logical status that does not imply the existence of anything. The problem with the metaphysical conception of freedom is that it treats the normative dimension as if it were somehow ontological, implying the existence of a distinct kind of will and soul. But once we grasp the sui generis discourse of norms, we realize that we are not bound to special ontological assumptions. We can proceed to evaluate human actions and assess responsibility with perfect legitimacy without metaphysics. 7. Early epistemology. The origins and development of Windelband's normative conception of philosophy is a complicated and, as we shall soon see, controversial tale. Still, it is worthwhile to tell it because it alone fully explains the purpose and meaning of his mature philosophy. Windelband did not always define philosophy in exclusively normative terms, and he came to his later views about philosophy only by gradually working his way through earlier ones. We need to know why he kept, and why he discarded, elements of his earlier views to understand the rationale behind his later ones. Windelband's first foray into the territory of epistemology was his habilitation thesis, his Überdeichweisheit der Erkenntnis, which first appeared in 1873. 36. The central purpose of this little tract is to answer some big questions: what is certainty, how is it possible, and by what means is it attainable? 16. Windelband raises these questions because he thinks they concern all of us as moral and practical beings. We all have the thirst for certainty because we fear that our most important beliefs, those by which we lead our lives, could be false. The skeptic arouses this fear in us because he brings all beliefs into question. We therefore turn to philosophy, which is the only discipline to address these doubts and to offer us deliverance from them. In raising the classical problem of certainty, and in posing the dangers of skepticism, Windelband was deliberately, but cautiously, nudging philosophy towards foundationalism again. He defines philosophy as the investigation into the ultimate grounds of being and thinking. 15. He then declares explicitly, as if he were Descartes or Reinhold, that there is still the deep need for a deductive foundation of knowledge. 17. Philosophy has to proceed in this direction, Windelband assumes, because only such a foundation will slake the thirst for certainty and respond to the skeptic's doubts. Windelband is also taking issue with those of his contemporaries who maintain that philosophy should be nothing more than an investigation into the logic of the sciences. In his view, there are two problems with such a conception of philosophy: it accepts the methods and results of the empirical sciences as if they were dogmas, and it ignores the more general philosophical questions central to all cultural life. 17. Still, though foundationalism has its merits, Windelband makes it clear that he is not calling for a rehabilitation of the speculative idealist tradition. Although the great idealists were correct to address basic questions, they went too far in attempting to answer them entirely on an a priori basis. The time is over, he declares, when philosophy can chase the phantom of a completely creative knowledge in the blue air of the imagination. 18. The wax on the wings of Icarus has melted, so that philosophy has crashed to earth where it must learn to dwell among the realm of facts. Philosophy has to orient itself around the results of the exact natural sciences, and it has to walk hand in hand with them. Having made this concession, Windelband goes no further. We are told in no uncertain terms that there are different ways for philosophy to collaborate with the sciences, and that it must never let down its critical guard by simply accepting the methods, presuppositions, and results of the sciences as if they were the only possible. The positivists are guilty of making a dogma out of the sciences, as if they stood above all criticism. Without mentioning names, Windelband takes issue with the likes of Helmholtz and Lang, who too readily place their trust in the empirical sciences, especially the latest psychophysical research. That research, he does not doubt, has confirmed one of the main results of the critical philosophy, that the content of perception is the result of our perceptual and intellectual functioning. But the advocates of such an approach, Windelband protests, have not taken into account its implications for natural science itself. Namely, if all the content of our perceptual world is created by the mind, how can we claim objective truth for science itself? The results of psychophysical research have posed yet again the question of the foundation of the sciences, and it is necessary for philosophy to deal with it. 20. Windelband was not to remain entirely true to the foundationalist conception of philosophy outlined in Über die Weisheit. Never would he attempt to provide anything like a deductive foundation of the sciences along the lines of Reinhold and Fichte. In Was ist Philosophie, he is clear that we cannot prove the basic principles of logic or ethics without presupposing them. But, to an extent, Windelband never lost his foundationalist concerns, insofar as he always insisted, until his very last breath, that philosophy should determine and assess the basic principles of knowledge, morality, and art. The central and characteristic feature of Windelband's early conception of philosophy, in contrast to his later conception, is its syncretism, its holistic approach to epistemology. In Über die Weisheit, Windelband stresses that philosophy should be not only a logical but also a psychological and metaphysical enterprise. 32. This inclusion of psychology and metaphysics within the domain of epistemology is in marked contrast to his later strictly logical conception. Windelband not only preaches but practices this holistic approach. The account of certainty in Über die Weisheit is pursued in not only logical but also psychological and metaphysical terms. We bring all these disciplines together, Windelband proposes, when we show how a psychological process, by means of logical functions, is able to grasp metaphysical truths. 32. And with that as his goal, Windelband tries to show the interweaving of these logical, psychological, and metaphysical factors. In sharp contrast to his later conception of epistemology, the young Windelband is very emphatic about the need for psychology in epistemology. Any epistemological account of knowledge ultimately presupposes a psychological one, he argues in Über die Weisheit, for the simple reason that thinking and knowing are mental activities. The limits, worth, and justification of knowledge has to be determined by its purposes, which are the result of some psychological process. 22. Although we can abstract the forms of judgment and reasoning from the psychic activities that create them, we need psychology to grasp the actual driving mechanism behind knowing. 23. Formal logic tells us how we think, but it cannot tell us why or that we think, and even less what we think. 24. It cannot even tell us why, i.e. the causes or mechanism, we draw the inference S equals P from the premises M equals P and S equals M. 23. The motive and power to do that comes from our psyche, about which logic tells us nothing. As much as the young Windelband insists on the importance of psychology, he is very far from reducing epistemology down to psychology alone. The logical aspect of epistemology is of no less importance to him. Logic and psychology are for him two very different yet complementary approaches to knowledge. Windelband explains the difference between logic and psychology through two different senses of necessity. There is a causal or psychological sense of necessity, according to which a process of thinking is necessary because it conforms to natural laws. In this sense all thinking, whether valid or invalid, is necessary, simply because it is a natural event and all events conform to laws. But this is not the sense of necessity we have in mind in logic, because in logic we are concerned not with all thinking but solely with valid thinking. 82. While both correct and incorrect thinking obey psychological laws, only correct thinking complies with logical ones. The kind of necessity involved in logical laws, which is more akin to the laws of ethics than psychology, is that of an imperative. They tell us what we ought to do, or how we should proceed, if we are to think correctly. 85. We can make these logical laws into our habits, so that we learn to comply with them in all our thinking, and so that they become firm psychological realities, but we must not let this fact confuse us, so that we think that logical laws are only psychological in meaning and purpose. 86. In Über die Gewissheit Windelband provides an explanation of logical necessity that sheds much light on his later concept of normativity. The laws of logic turn out to be hypothetical imperatives. They prescribe means to ends. They tell us what we ought to do if we are to achieve a certain end, namely, the acquisition of knowledge. The laws of logic therefore lay down the necessary formal conditions for the acquisition of knowledge. They are, as Windelband calls them, laws of ends, norms, Zweckgesetze, Normen. This is the first instance in which Windelband uses the redolent term norms, which will later become a mantra for him and the southwestern neo-Kantians. We can see now why Windelband talks about a teleological justification of norms. They are the means by which we attain ends. If they prove to be effective means for these ends, if they are sufficient and necessary to achieve them, then we have all the justification we could give for them. Only at the close of Über die Gewissheit does Windelband introduce the third dimension of his epistemology, the metaphysical. As a student of Lotze, Windelband was fully convinced of the importance and necessity of metaphysics for epistemology, and he reaffirms his teacher's thesis that the problems of epistemology are ultimately resolvable only through metaphysics. The question of the essence and possibility of knowledge conceals within itself, he writes in his foreword, the whole puzzle of existence. For Windelband, it is the psychological dimension of epistemology that leads straight to the metaphysical, for that dimension regards knowing as an event, as a coming into being, as Aristotle would say, and to understand an event we need metaphysics. 119. Herbart had always said that his psychology presupposes metaphysics, and Windelband heartily agrees, making it the foundation of psychology. Windelband gives another reason for adding metaphysics to epistemology. The task of epistemology is to explain the relationship between the subject and object. But its analysis of that relationship always bumps up against something ultimately given, the particular content of sensation that cannot be derived from the laws of our subjectivity. What this given is, and in what relations it stands to experience and other things, is the concern of metaphysics. 105. Here again Windelband was gesturing towards Herbart, who made the ultimate simples of experience into the object of metaphysics. He expressly approves Herbart's view that metaphysics culminates in the theory of knowledge, because that theory treats the highest form of being, which is knowledge. 119. On this account, the theory of knowledge virtually became a special form of metaphysics. Already by the early 1870s, then, Windelband had worked out a conception of philosophy that was deliberately syncretic, combining logic, psychology and metaphysics. There was a normative element in his early conception of philosophy, because he explicitly conceived of the disciplines of logic and ethics in normative terms. But this normative element was only one part of a much broader epistemological program, which included psychology and metaphysics as integral components. Before he could arrive at his later conception of philosophy, then, he had to abandon his earlier syncretism, dropping psychology and metaphysics from his epistemological program. 8. A normative logic. The first sign of a shift in Windelband's syncretic position appears in a review he published in 1874 of Christoph Sigwart's logic. 37. Here Windelband shows himself to be sympathetic to Sigwart's project for a purely formal logic. The question for him now is how logic can be autonomous, a discipline in its own right, independent of psychology and metaphysics. Psychology and metaphysics are now presented as the Scylla and Charybdis that logic should avoid if it is to be an autonomous discipline. On the one hand, logic has to avoid conflation with psychology, which gives no place to the concept of truth. From a purely psychological standpoint, there is neither truth nor error because all thinking, whether true or false, conforms to natural laws. The distinguishing feature of logic from psychology is precisely that it retains the concept of truth and shows the means to attain it. On the other hand, logic should also steer clear of metaphysics, which poses too many unsolvable problems. As soon as we raise the epistemological question of the meaning of truth, we are caught in metaphysics, hence logic should avoid epistemology as much as psychology. The key to a purely formal logic, Windelband explains, is a strictly normative conception of truth, according to which truth consists in normative necessity, that is, in the need to follow norms to attain the ends of knowledge. This normative necessity, which is about what we ought to think, is very different from the natural or psychological necessity, which is about what we must think. If logic is understood as such a normative discipline, Windelband argues, then we steer clear of psychological questions about how we must think as well as metaphysical questions about whether logic conforms to being itself. The question will be only whether thinking conforms to its own immanent laws, whether it is consistent with itself. Whether it corresponds to a higher metaphysical truth can be left aside as unnecessary to determine the validity of thinking in particular cases. The review of Sigwart's logic shows Windelband concerned to separate rather than unify the disciplines involved in his syncretic project. It was significant that Windelband saw the normative dimension of logic as the means to separate it from psychology and metaphysics. He will later make the same point to provide an autonomous conception of philosophy. Still, it would be a mistake to assume that the syncretic project has fallen apart, that Windelband now thinks that logic, psychology, and metaphysics should be separated. After all, Windelband is concerned in the Sigwart review only with formal logic, which is only one part of epistemology. While logic should separate itself from psychology and metaphysics, the same does not hold for epistemology, a more general discipline which attempts to unite logic, metaphysics, and psychology. Indeed, even in the Sigwart review, Windelband stresses that formal logic should not completely isolate itself from epistemology and psychology, because it is only by constant reference to them that it will be able to show how logic is applicable and relevant to attaining knowledge of the actual world. That Windelband was far from relinquishing his syncretic project becomes clear from an article he published a year after the Sigwart review, Die Erkenntnislehre unter dem Völkerpsychologischen Gesichtspunkt, which appeared in 1875 in Zeitschrift für Völkerpsychologie und Sprachwissenschaft, 38, the very organ in which Cohen made his intellectual debut a few years earlier. This article very much reaffirms the syncretic approach of Über die Gewissheit. Following the standpoint of its editors, Windelband's article endorses the value of having a psychological, and indeed anthropological or historical cultural, perspective in epistemology. Although the laws of logic and ethics appear eternal and immutable, one must not assume, he argues, that they exist in some self-sufficient noumenal realm, as if they could be isolated from social and historical change. These laws too are the product of history and culture, and we become aware of them only through education into a cultural tradition and only through the growth of language and linguistic sensibility. 174. It is also a serious mistake, Windelband adds, to assume that the forms of logic have no reference to human psychology. The very opposite is the case. These forms have sense and meaning, Sinn und Bedeutung, only with reference to psychic activities. 167. They are norms that make sense only if they direct and regulate the activity of thinking, so that if there were no thinking they would completely lose their point and purpose. All the basic laws of logic presuppose the ends of discourse, viz. Persuasion, correction, and criticism, the basic human activities of communication. Even the law of contradiction rests on a psychological foundation, because it makes sense only in the context of affirming and denying, which are speech acts. 170. The principle of sufficient reason too presupposes a psychological activity, because its demand for reason serves the purpose of human persuasion, which is trying to get someone to have the same thought processes as myself. 171. The psychologism and historicism of this early article are clear and emphatic, so much so that it has been seen as the work of a relativist and pragmatist of the first rank. 39. But it is important to see that Windelband never departs from his earlier belief in the universality and necessity of logical norms. He closes his article by reassuring the logician that explaining the genesis of logical laws is perfectly compatible with their universal and necessary validity. The dignity of logical laws as absolute authoritative norms remains entirely intact. 177. Still, there can be no doubt that, in this early article, Windelband is bent on avoiding a strictly logical or normative approach to epistemology, and intent on complementing it with psychology, anthropology, and even cultural history. Nothing, it seems, could lead Windelband away from his syncretic conception of epistemology. But, little did he know, there were strong centrifugal forces lying just around the corner. 9 centrifugal forces. The first cracks in the syncretic project appear shortly after Windelband's article in the Zeitschrift für Völkerpsychologie. On May 20, 1876, he gave his inaugural lecture as ordinary professor in Zurich, über den Gegenwärtigen der psychologischen Forschung. 40. Windelband chose as the topic for his lecture the question of the relationship between philosophy and the empirical sciences. The topic seemed especially appropriate for his new position, because his chair was devoted to inductive philosophy, an attempt to modernize philosophy by aligning it with the new empirical sciences. True to that spirit, Windelband reaffirmed his position in Über die Gewissheit about the importance of close collaboration between the empirical sciences and philosophy. The bad old days, when philosophers believed that they could achieve meaningful results simply through a priori speculation, were long over and should never return. Having paid his homage to the new sciences, Windelband then turns around and insists that philosophy has to guard its borders from them. Philosophy and the empirical sciences, we are now told, need to respect their proper boundaries, and this is especially the case for philosophy and psychology. 3-4. If these disciplines are to collaborate, each must know its special task, so that it is more effectively pursued. Windelband was thus reasserting the very academic division of labor that his syncretic approach was designed to overcome. In stressing the importance of proper boundaries between philosophy and psychology, Windelband was addressing an issue that especially concerned German academic philosophy in the late 19th century, that because of the porous border between philosophy and psychology, positions once intended for philosophers were becoming increasingly filled by psychologists. This was the ultimate humiliating outcome of the identity crisis. If philosophers did not know themselves and set firm boundaries, they were going to be replaced by psychologists. Windelband's strategy in responding to the crisis is the very opposite of what we might first expect. Rather than declaring the independence of philosophy from psychology, he recommends the independence of psychology from philosophy. Windelband chose this strategy, partly because it was more appropriate for a chair in inductive philosophy, and partly because it was more effective in achieving his ultimate end, autonomy for philosophy. If you advocate the autonomy of psychology, psychologists will cease to compete with you. Instead, they will lobby for their own positions independent of philosophy, which is what philosophers want to. Windelband's argument for a sharp boundary line is simple and straightforward. Psychology will make progress, and be assured of achieving verifiable results, only to the extent that it becomes completely independent of metaphysics. Psychology must free itself from metaphysics for two reasons: first, because cooperation requires agreeing about the basics, and no one agrees about the basics in metaphysics, and, second, because metaphysics has all too often resorted to hypothetical explanations and abstract concepts, viz. The soul and Lebenskraft, which impede further empirical inquiry. 6-10. Assuming that philosophy should leave psychology to its own pursuits, what is left for it to do? Windelband only suggests his answer at the very end of his lecture. He now conceives the task of philosophy chiefly in logical terms, the justification of the methods of scientific research and the foundation of the principal forms of conceiving and explaining. 24. The implications of this lecture for Windelband's conception of philosophy are plain enough. The syncretic conception explodes, falling into three distinct pieces: logic, psychology, and metaphysics. Honoring the academic division of labor means these should be separate disciplines, each pursuing their distinct concerns. Psychology should be separate from metaphysics, which violates its autonomy, and philosophy should be logic alone, leaving psychology to pursue its own empirical inquiries. Windelband did not draw all these implications immediately or explicitly, but their latent presence made them cracks in the wall of his fragile syncretic project. That project came under further stress in an article Windelband wrote in the following year, his Über die verschiedenen Phasen der Kantianischen Lehre vom Dingen sich, which appeared in 1877 in the second issue of the Vierteljahrschrift für Wissenschaftliche Philosophie 41. This article is primarily historical in content, dealing with Kant's intellectual development, and more specifically the evolution of his doctrine of the thing in itself. One might think, therefore, that it holds little of interest for Windelband's philosophy. But, given Windelband's growing identification with Kant's philosophy, its implications for his own position prove to be considerable. We need not consider here all the details of Windelband's interpretation. Suffice it to say that he thinks that Kant, during his critical phase, held three incompatible views about the thing in itself: 1. That the thing in itself is something unthinkable and therefore impossible; 2. That it is something that we can assume even though we cannot know it; and 3. That it is something that we must assume to explain the world of appearances. 256-257. Anticipating the patchwork theory, Windelband thinks that Kant held these views at different times, that they were written down in distinct fragments, which he then stitched together in the final months of the composition of the Kritik der reinen Vernunft, 231-232. We can now see why Windelband famously said understanding Kant means going beyond him. We simply cannot, like Kant, hold all these views. Consistency alone demands moving beyond the confusions inherent in the texts. One view alone can represent the spirit of the critical philosophy. Which view should that be? Windelband is under no doubt about it. He thinks that the first view represents Kant's deepest intentions. The proper conclusion to draw from Kant's transcendental deduction, and the limits he places on knowledge, he argues, is that the thing in itself is a complete impossibility. The central thesis of the transcendental deduction is that objectivity derives not from the correspondence of representations to some entity that exists independent of them, but from the conformity of sensations to the rules of synthesis of the understanding. On this reading, the idea of a thing in itself is simply the hypostasis of the concept of an object, which really derives from the synthesizing function of the understanding. 254. And the limits Kant places on knowledge possible experience mean that it is not possible to assume the existence of anything that exists beyond it. 254. For these reasons, Windelband comes to the conclusion that the real spirit of Kant's critical idealism lies in the abolition of the thing in itself, which is only a hangover from a naive realistic view of the world that Kant intended to overthrow. And so Windelband declares his death sentence: from the standpoint of epistemology, the thing in itself is a completely meaningless and useless, confusing and annoying fiction. 258. The spirit of the critical philosophy resides in its principle, which is presupposed but never fully expressed, that knowledge must be explained completely within itself and not by transcendent postulates about something outside itself. 260. The divine gift of Kant to humanity, Windelband adds, lies in this thought that there is nothing beyond representations. 261. He admits that there is no particular text that unambiguously expresses the spirit of Kant's philosophy. Kant comes closest to it in the chapter on the distinction between phenomena and noumena, where he states that the very distinction between appearances and things in themselves is untenable, but even that text was altered in the second edition to make it accord with the hypothetical existence of things in themselves. 248 n.10. The implications of Windelband's interpretation of Kant for his general conception of philosophy are immediate and striking. Since Windelband stresses Kant's critical idealism, which limits all knowledge to experience, epistemology is now purged of metaphysics. The pivotal role Windelband was ready to assign to metaphysics in Über die Gewissheit vanishes. Perhaps there is a secret of being lying in the depths of epistemology, as he once said, but he now realizes that the epistemologist is in no position to tell it. There is another crucial implication of Windelband's interpretation, though it is less obvious. Towards the end of his article he insists upon connecting two aspects of Kant's philosophy that are apparently distinct, the postulate of the thing in itself and his psychology. When we drop the former, Windelband argues, the latter too disappears. Why? The explanation is perfectly straightforward. Kant's investigation into the possibility of knowledge originally arose from the question how a priori representations correspond to an object that exists independent of them. If these representations arise from the mind, if they are not the effect of the object itself, then how do they correspond to objects? This question assumes a thing in itself which exists independent of representations, and it is posed in psychological terms, because it deals with the causal relations between representations and their objects. If, however, we drop the thing in itself entirely, insisting upon explaining knowledge in entirely immanent terms, then the focus of inquiry is no longer on the causes but the content of knowledge. In other words, logical inquiry replaces psychological. 259. The more Kant became involved in the argument of the transcendental deduction, Windelband argues, the more he could see that all the assumptions about the dualism between subject and object, and the causal relations between them, should not be the starting point but the subject matter of investigation. Seen properly, then, psychology cannot be the key to epistemology, as Fries, Bennick and Meyer preached, because it is really part of the problem. Kant himself, Windelband thinks, saw this point, even if through a glass darkly. It explains why, in the preface to the second edition of the Critic, he demoted the importance of psychology, and why, in the Prolegomena, he formulated his problem in the terms of the possibility of synthetic a priori judgments. A purely immanent explanation of the possibility of knowledge thus became an essentially logical inquiry, an examination of the content of representation rather than its causes, of the quid juris, rather than the quid facti. And so not only metaphysics but also psychology was ejected from Windelband's conception of epistemology. Already by 1877, then, we find Windelband close to the strictly normative conception of philosophy that he will preach in the early 1880s. Windelband came to this conception chiefly from two considerations: first, the academic division of labor, which demanded separating philosophy from psychology and metaphysics, and, second, his interpretation of Kant's philosophy as critical idealism. From these considerations alone, it seems that Windelband's normative conception was utterly overdetermined, the necessary result of his thinking before 1878. As plausible as all this sounds, not everyone agrees with it. One scholar finds Windelband's crucial turning point after 1878, and, worse still, he sees all our reasoning as suspect. We must now give him a fair hearing. 10. The politics of normativity. According to Klaus Christian Kohnke, the account we have given so far of Windelband's intellectual development is naive. 42. It places Windelband in a stage of innocence that would explain his intellectual development entirely from systematic and philosophical considerations, as if he were a pure intellect who moved entirely in ethereal orbs. This is naive, Kohnke implies, because it abstracts Windelband from his social and political context, underestimating the political motives behind the formation of his philosophical views. Kohnke is convinced that there is one political event in particular that was decisive for Windelband's intellectual development, and that was the source of his normative conception of philosophy, the two assassination attempts on the life of Kaiser Wilhelm I in 1878. 43. This aroused a hysterical reaction among conservative politicians and the bourgeois, who abhorred the growing threats of socialism and democracy. This reaction eventually led to Bismarck's introduction of an anti-socialist bill in the Reichstag, which prohibited working-class associations and meetings. Windelband, Kohnke believes, was among those German mandarins who feared working-class agitation and universal suffrage, 44, which were alarming developments that threatened his entire world, not only elite rule but German culture itself. Socialism and democracy meant leveling, the decline of moral, aesthetic, and cultural standards to meet the demands of the ignorant masses. Windelband's chief defense against these dangers, Kohnke maintains, was nothing less than his normative conception of philosophy. It was philosophers alone who could and should be the standard bearers of culture by representing its universal and necessary values. The concept of normal consciousness, as Kohnke puts it, was a weapon, Kampfbegriff, against Democrats, Republicans, and Socialists alike. Dwelling in our stage of innocence, we might well be astonished that a philosophy that pretends to preserve and promote universal and necessary values somehow serves as a bulwark for the interests of the authoritarian Bismarckian state. 45. This seems unduly partisan and partial, given that universal values should represent everyone alike, all intelligent or rational beings, whether they be stout Bismarckians or rabid socialists. But, arguably, this too is naive, because so much depends on who knows, and who administers, these values. If the Windelbandian state is ruled by philosophers, or at least princes advised by philosophers, then knowing universal values demands intelligence, education, and talent. The masses, who lack such merits, cannot know these principles, and so they should not govern, or, in more concrete political terms, they should not have the right to vote. So Kohnke's political account of Windelband's development is more plausible than it might first seem. The case for his theory ultimately depends on the concrete historical evidence he marshals for it, more specifically, evidence concerning Windelband's political views in the late 1870s and early 1880s. But before we examine that evidence, we need to consider Kohnke's argument for resorting to a political explanation in the first place. Ironically, Kohnke turns to Windelband's politics and the events of the late 1870s because he finds a systematic or purely logical need to do so. There is, he argues, a break in Windelband's intellectual development in the late 1870s, indeed a conversion from Saul to Paul. 46. The break is away from a psychological historical approach to logic, ethics, and aesthetics to a normative one. In Über die Gewissheit and the article for the Zeitschrift der Völkerpsychologie, Windelband is a relativist of the first order, Kohnke thinks, because he advocates a radical psychological and historical standpoint, according to which the norms of logic, ethics, and aesthetics derive from psychology and history. But this relativist Saul became an absolutist Paul in the late 1870s. Why the sudden conversion? Politics, it seems, is the only plausible answer. This alone explains the shift from a champion of psychologism and historicism to an advocate of universal values and absolute norms. Something can be said on behalf of Kohnke's account of Windelband's intellectual development. We have seen that there was indeed a break in Windelband's development in the 1870s, a move away from a syncretic conception of philosophy to a strictly normative one. But, apart from this very general point, Kohnke's account of this break is inaccurate, on both historical and philosophical grounds. Historically, the break took place not in 1878, the year of the assassination attempts, but earlier, in 1876 with Windelband's inaugural lecture in Zurich, and in 1877 with his article on the Kantian thing in itself. Philosophically, Windelband's break was not a black or white affair, a move away from a completely historical and psychologistic conception of epistemology to a totally normative one. Windelband's normative conception of philosophy was already fully in place in the early 1870s in Über die Gewißheit, it's just that it was also mixed with psychological and metaphysical elements. Never was Windelband the radical historicist and psychologist, the total relativist, that Comte makes him out to be. We have already seen how, at the end of the article in the Zeitschrift für Völkerpsychologie, Windelband reaffirmed the absolute status of logical and ethical truths. Behind Comte's entire account there lingers a false assumption. Namely, that Windelband's normative and historical psychological approaches to epistemology are contradictory. It is for this reason that he has to portray Windelband's development in such black or white terms. But the assumption would have been rejected by Windelband, who always insisted that these approaches are complementary rather than contradictory. Because we have to distinguish between validity and fact, norms can have a universal and necessary validity even though they arise from particular and contingent psychological and historical causes. Granted that Comte's account of Windelband's break is mistaken, it is still possible to rescue a weaker version of it. For even if the normative conception of philosophy was already present in the early 1870s, it was not entirely or exclusively normative, and that entirety and exclusivity might well have a political explanation. Perhaps there were political reasons that motivated Windelband to advance a purely or strictly normative conception of philosophy. We have seen that Windelband had systematic reasons for developing that conception. The sharp distinctions he had drawn between philosophy and psychology are sufficient to explain its genesis. But they do not exclude a political explanation as well. So perhaps there were indeed political motives after all. At this point everything rests on the evidence Comte provides about Windelband's political views in the late 1870s. Comte rests his case chiefly on two lectures that Windelband gave around 1878, Über Friedrich Hölderlin und die Senngeschichte and Über Socrates 47. Both these lectures show Windelband to be a staunch political conservative. In them his opposition to democracy, to a universal franchise, is especially apparent. In Über Friedrich Hölderlin Windelband laments the specialization, fragmentation, and atomism of modern civil society, which stands in sharp contrast to the unity of the ancient world, where each individual could understand and feel part of his entire culture. The paltry surrogate for this modern malady, Windelband says, is dilettantism, the attempt to recapture a sense of wholeness by knowing a little bit about everything. This dilettantism appears in the salons and the alleyways. If it is comic in the salons, it is tragic in the alleyways, because those who practice it there are the demagogues, who use scientific themes to preach to the people. The political form of this dilettantism, Windelband then declares in a revealing passage, is parliamentarianism, which would give everyone a right to speak about public matters. 256. In Über Socrates the same contempt for democracy emerges. Windelband paints a picture of Socrates as a spokesman for the authority of reason against the shallow enlightenment of the sophists, who popularized the democratic idea that everyone should express their opinion about everything. That idea was dangerous because it undermined cultural unity and the authority of the laws. There follows from the democratization of knowledge, Windelband tells us in no uncertain terms, the demoralization of culture. 61. Windelband's Socrates was a Wertwissenschaftler avant la lettre because he recognizes that there is a standpoint of a universal reason that stands above the individual and to which his judgment must submit. 67-68. That standpoint thus serves as a bulwark against a rampant relativism and democratization, which would level all opinions and values. So, much as Comte says, these lectures show Windelband to be a political conservative, and indeed during the social hysteria of 1878. But the crucial questions remain whether Windelband's political beliefs have the meaning Comte reads into them, and whether as such they were the chief motive for his normative conception of philosophy. And here it is necessary to be sceptical. Kant tells us that Socrates' standpoint of reason, as portrayed by Windelband in Über Socrates, was meant to be utterly authoritarian, durch Autorität gemeint, 48. But Windelband stresses that Socrates' standpoint is accessible to everyone alike, that it has to be confirmed by the judgment of each individual, and that it will appear as an external authority only for that individual who has not sufficiently reflected and engaged in a full inquiry. Kant ignores the fact that Windelband's Socrates represents the standpoint of moral autonomy no less than rational authority, and that, like a good Kantian, he encourages every individual to think for himself. On Windelband's interpretation, Socrates was not an opponent of enlightenment as such but only of a half-enlightenment which did not go far enough and stood only halfway. There were three stages each individual went through, Windelband held, in his journey to philosophical enlightenment: blindly following external authority, liberation from that authority, and then rediscovering that authority from within through the exercise of one's own reason. 75. All this suggests that Windelband was not opposed to democracy or republicanism as such, but only to granting it to a public who were not ready for it because they lacked sufficient education and all too common conservative belief in the 1870s and 1880s. All the plausibility of Kant's reading of Über Socrates rests on a notorious but mysterious fact, that Socrates preferred aristocracy as his ideal form of government. The precise role of this fact in Socrates' trial has always been obscure. But to many it was decisive, making the trial into a contest between an aristocratic Socrates and a democratic Athens. This fact then makes it seem as if Socrates' stand on behalf of reason was meant to be aristocratic, indeed authoritarian. But it is striking and telling that Windelband does not present Socrates' trial in this light. It was a mistake of Socrates' judges, he tells us, that they read his contempt for their tribunal as a contempt for democracy itself. 84. The trial was not a contest between aristocracy and democracy but between individual autonomy and tradition. 75 to 76. It is significant, Windelband points out, that Aristophanes, Socrates' most passionate critic, never gave any importance to Socrates' aristocratic beliefs. 79 to 80. For Aristophanes, the issue was the social and political dangers of giving each individual the right to question the laws and traditions. Where Aristophanes misunderstood Socrates was in lumping him together with the sophists, whose shallow half-enlightenment he too regarded as dangerous. The upshot of this closer reading of the text should be clear, that if Windelband intended Socrates' standpoint of reason to be a weapon against all democratic tendencies, it was not very effective at all. For this standpoint was not meant to be esoteric, the preserve of philosophers alone. All were supposed to see its evidence and authority, if they were only properly prepared and educated. The point at issue then becomes whether Windelband was liberal enough to advocate equal opportunity for all to have a general education. And here there can be no doubt. In Über Frederick 48 Könk, Anstehung und Aufstieg, p. 427. 530 The New Establishment. Hölderlin Windelband expressly advocates an education for all classes and individuals which ensures equality in its intellectual foundations. 257. The ultimate irony is that in diagnosing the problems of modern education and culture, Windelband proposes moving philosophy in a direction opposed to his purely normative conception of philosophy. For at the close of Über Friedrich Hölderlin, Windelband laments the fact that there is no longer a general philosophy that can forge all the results of the sciences into a single worldview. 259. Only such a philosophy would help to overcome the fragmentation and specialization of modern life. This was the true student of Lotze speaking, whose microcosmos was an attempt to provide just such a worldview. But this demand for a worldview would eventually push Windelband away from the exclusively normative conception of philosophy and back towards his more syncretic approach. Now, at the end of our foray into Windelband's politics, we can perhaps rest content that our original explanation was not so naive after all. Kohn's political account does not begin to explain the nuances, details, and complexities of Windelband's philosophical development. To do that, we need to resort to systematic and internal philosophical considerations. The attempt to determine the rationale for a philosophical position through politics alone will never take us very far. The German mandarins, who might all have shared the same political interests, still held the most diverse philosophical positions. 49. 14. The realism of Alois Riel. A realist from the Tyrol. The third major neo-Kantian thinker to emerge in the 1870s is Alois Riel, 1844–1924. Unlike Kohn and Windelband, Riel never became the leader of a major neo-Kantian school, though he was a renowned teacher and lecturer. Among his students were Eduard Spranger, 1882–1963, Heinrich Scholz, 1884–1956, Max Frischgießen-Kohler, 1978–1923, Oswald Spengler, 1880–1936, Hans Reichenbach, 1891–1953, and Richard Königswald, 1875–1947, all of whom became noteworthy scholars or philosophers in their own right. One last but not least, though not among his students, the young Herbert Fagel, 1902–1988, and Moritz Schlick, 1882–1936, were much influenced by Riel. Riel was born in Bozen, Bolzano, which is now part of Italy, though it was then part of Austria. Since he grew up in the Tyrol Mountains, he liked to call himself a Tiroler Bauer. All his life he loved to hike in the hills, and it was after one such excursion, when he was only 12, that he discovered in a Weingarten a friend's copy of the Kritik der Reinen Vernunft. He started reading it, and never really stopped for the rest of his days. After attending gymnasium in Bozen, Riel studied philosophy, history, and geography at the universities of Vienna, Munich, Innsbruck and Graz. Though he left Austria in 1882, a little bit of Austria went with him. He was the only neo-Kantian to be raised a Roman Catholic, and during his university days in Vienna, he came under the influence of Austria's official philosopher, Johann Friedrich Herbart. It was Herbart who planted the seeds of realism in Riel's thinking. Through Riel we can still hear the last faint echoes of the lost tradition. For most of his career, Riel was an academic nomad. He held posts in Graz, 1873, Freiburg, 1882, Kiel, 1895, and Halle, 1898. Finally in 1904, at the ripe age of 60, he reached the pinnacle of success with an appointment in Berlin. He taught there until 1921, retiring to a house, designed for him by the up-and-coming Walter Gropius, in Neubabelsberg. Of all the neo-Kantians, Riel had the greatest international stature. In 1913 he received an honorary doctorate from Princeton University, in 1917 he went to the Baltic States on a lecture tour, and in 1923 he was invited to give a lecture at the University of London, though he had to decline because of his age. Despite his illustrious career, Riel, like so many neo-Kantians, suffered for his political and religious convictions. An early writing on religion had incurred the disfavor of the Catholic authorities, so that Catholic theology students and faculty in Freiburg were prohibited from attending his lectures. Indignant, Riel's response was to convert to Protestantism and to leave Freiburg for Kiel, which had a freer atmosphere for him. Riel's major work was his Der Philosophische Kritisismus, which appeared in 3 volumes from 1876 to 1887. Its chief aim was to criticize and develop Kant's philosophy, to reinterpret and revise it so that it was more in accord with the positive sciences. 8-volume I treats the history of the critical philosophy and the interpretation of Kant's method. Volume 2/1 examines the foundations of knowledge, and Volume 2/2 concerns issues in metaphysics and the philosophy of science. This tome is one of the classics of the Neo-Kantian tradition, deserving to stand alongside Cohen's Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung and Lang's Geschichte Materialismus. Though its sheer length places great demands on the reader's time and energy, it also rewards his efforts with its many insights and ideas. Real wrote with great clarity and vigor, and took an original and interesting stand on all the central questions facing the critical philosophy. The book was quite successful in its day, and it was a token of its success that it was translated into English, Dutch, Japanese, Russian and Hungarian. Real rewrote many parts of the work for a second edition, though it was published in its complete form only posthumously, from 1924 to 1926. 9. Real was very much a champion of the new epistemological approach to Kant characteristic of the 1870s. He agreed with Cohen and Windelband about the essentially epistemological nature of Kant's enterprise, and joined them in helping to defeat the psychological interpretation that was so predominant in the 1860s. There was, however, something new and distinctive about Real's approach to Kant, something that sets him apart from Cohen and Windelband. Namely, Real stresses the realistic dimension of Kant's philosophy. He maintains that Kant's philosophy is a form of realism insofar as it affirms the existence of things in themselves, which we know to be the ground of appearances, and insofar as it affirms the existence of a given manifold of sensation. The very thing in itself that Cohen and Windelband were so desperate to remove from the body of Kant's philosophy, Real was equally determined to retain. He argued that the thing in itself is not inconsistent with but the very foundation of Kant's philosophy. The heir of Real's interpretation, though it was never acknowledged, was Martin Heidegger. Realism was the leitmotif of Real's philosophy, its signature theme. Real first expounded his realism in his first philosophical writing, his Realistische Grundzüge of 1870. One of the main tasks of Der Philosophische Kritisismus is to explain and defend his early stand on behalf of realism. We shall soon see, however, that Real's realism has no simple and straightforward meaning, and that he vacillated between a weaker and stronger form of the doctrine. It should come as no surprise, therefore, that the doctrine has often been misinterpreted, either as a form of materialism or identity philosophy. Concerning Real's relationship with Cohen and Windelband, his two great contemporaries, very little is known. In the early 1870s he wrote positive reviews of Cohen's Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung and Windelband's Über die Gewissheit. 10. Windelband thought enough of Real to recommend him as the successor to his post in Freiburg, but Heinrich Rickert, Windelband's student, tells us that Real, for reasons best known to himself, did not like Windelband and thought little of him. 11. What Cohen thought of Real is unknown. 12. The most controversial question surrounding Real concerns his complex and tricky relationship to positivism. After his death, Real's friends and students were divided. Heinrich Rickert, a friend from Freiburg days, insisted that Real was no positivist. His realism demanded belief in the existence of a thing in itself, which could not be resolved into the positivist's facts of experience. 13. But Heinrich Mayer, a student, thought Real more a positivist than a neo-Kantian. He taught respect for facts and he surrendered all claims to knowledge to the positive sciences. 14. Indeed, Real outdid the positivists themselves, because, unlike Kant and Spencer, he saw no role for philosophy as a conspectus or system of the individual sciences. Even today, Real is readily classified as a positivist, and he is often cited as one of the main figures in forging an alliance between neo-Kantianism and positivism in the late 1870s and early 1880s. 15. There is no simple answer to this question. Since Real accepted and rejected important strands of positivism, his philosophy is neither entirely positivist nor anti-positivist. There are indeed important positivist themes in his philosophy. Real rejected the metaphysics of classical philosophy, and he indeed insisted that all knowledge of the world lies with the positive sciences. He even declared criticism to be the foundation of positive philosophy. 16. For many years Real was an editor of the Viertelgeschrift für Wissenschaftliche Philosophie, a journal promoting the positivist agenda of scientific philosophy. He also acknowledged the influence upon him of Eugen Düring, the arch-German positivist. 17. However, These positivist strands have to be balanced against even weightier anti-positivist ones. Real protested against positivist attempts to replace philosophy with science as well as positivist attitudes towards the history of philosophy. If he held that the sciences alone give us knowledge of the world, he also insisted that philosophy still plays a crucial role in helping the sciences understand philosophical issues. And, like a good Kantian, Real had no time for positivist naivete about facts, which for him were never simply given but the product of conceptual interpretation. 18. It is decisive against the positivist interpretation that Real himself, in a late essay, 19, contrasted the Kantian approach to epistemology with the positivist, and came down firmly on the Kantian side. He conceived his own realism in opposition to positivist phenomenalism, which would reduce an object down to the sum total of its sensations. The existence of an object independent of sensation, the central principle of his own realism, he made into a condition for the possibility of knowledge itself. 20. Of all the neo-Kantians of the late 19th century, Real was the most challenged by the popular demand for reflection on the mystery of existence. The positivist strands of his thought did not fit well with that demand. Real had been very strict and adamant in stressing the purely epistemological role of philosophy, in handing over all knowledge of the world to the positive sciences, and in banishing worldviews from philosophy. He realized all too well, however, that he could not simply turn his back on the question of existence, because this would have indeed doomed his philosophy to obsolescence. Real's response to the crisis was drastic and dramatic, to divide philosophy into a scientific and non-scientific half. Beginning in the late 1880s, Real devoted much of his time and energy to this non-scientific philosophy. Yet that begged the question how this aspect of philosophy could be intellectually rigorous and respectable. Real seemed to have hoisted himself on his own petard. It was more his reputation as a hard positivist, rather than his neglect of the latest developments in the sciences, that explains the rapid demise of his philosophy after his death. 21. It is clearly impossible in a single chapter to do justice to the many aspects of Real's philosophy. Our task therefore will be a very limited one, to understand the sources and meaning of Real's realism, his signature doctrine and his chief contribution to the Neo-Kantian tradition. The account we give here of Real's philosophical development, which is based only on his published writings, will be crude and sketchy, the result of a lack of documentary materials. 22. Two early realist tendencies. The origins of Real's thought lie in a little tract he published in 1870, Realistische Grundzüge. 23. Though he later dropped some of its themes, this tract still anticipates doctrines of his mature philosophy, especially his realism and interpretation of Kant. 24. From it, we can understand much about the motives and reasoning behind them. In his foreword, Real describes his philosophy as syncretic, an attempt to combine the best in the philosophies of Leibniz, Herbart, and Kant. We do well to take Real at his word here and to see his philosophy as a synthesis of these three philosophers. It would be one-sided to interpret it only as a Herbartian metaphysics. 25. If Real corrects Kant through Herbart, he also completes Herbart with Leibniz, who plays the central role in his synthesis. Real's early work might well be described as a neo-Leibnizian metaphysics, though much of that metaphysics would disappear in his mature philosophy. The young Real would have bristled at the label neo-Leibnizian metaphysics. That is first and foremost because he never expressly intended to rehabilitate metaphysical dogmatism. He professed to abhor metaphysics, and he understood his project chiefly in critical terms, as a second-order investigation into the fundamental concepts by which we understand and interpret experience, viz., matter, force, cause, change and motion. Any philosopher who built his system without a prior critique of these concepts, Real warned, was in danger of having his edifice torn down by the critical philosopher, this intellectual building inspector, dieser Wissenschaftlichen Baupolizei. 3. Yet, the more closely we examine Real's project, the more metaphysical it reveals itself to be. He first describes it as a critique of concepts, as a fundamental science, fundamental Wissenschaft, whose basic task is to create a system of concepts. 3. 6. But this system is not, as these descriptions suggest and as Real would like us to think, simply a second-order account of the logic of concepts. For we soon learn that the ultimate goal of any such investigation is to reach the real, das Reale, through its sensible appearance and disguise, and that the aim of inquiry is knowledge of the real. 6. Philosophy seeks to acquire, Real tells us in no uncertain terms, a realistic concept of the world, einen realistisch ausgebildeten Weltbegriff. 6. So, as much as Real professes to abhor metaphysics, his project proves to be nothing but that under a critical disguise. Its basic aim is to provide not a second-order knowledge of concepts but a first-order knowledge of the world, and indeed a knowledge of reality in itself. Here is indeed the starting point of Real's later realism. We would be selling Real short, however, if we exaggerate the dogmatic or metaphysical dimension of his early project. It is not as if he, like Schelling, were shooting absolute knowledge out of a pistol. 26. Though Real is indeed engaging in a metaphysics, it is meant to be a critical metaphysics, one which takes its path through the critical philosophy itself. The realistic elements in his project will emerge from a close examination of the chief presuppositions of Kant's epistemology. Hence Real immediately warns his skeptical reader that there are more realistic elements in the critical philosophy than one would think. 7. The starting point of Real's realism was Herbart's observation that there is a startling gap in the critical philosophy between the general forms of possible experience and the given content of sensation. However much the critical philosophy is idealistic about these general forms, ascribing their origins to the self-conscious subject, it has to admit a kind of realism about the particularities and determinate relations between sensations, which must be just given to us. What these particularities and relations are, when, where and how they appear, is independent of our self-conscious activity, our will and imagination. From the general a priori forms of intuition and the understanding we cannot derive the particular facts of experience, more specifically, how one particular kind of sensation stands in relation to another particular kind. As Kant himself put it, the particular empirical laws of nature are contingent for the human understanding, given that they are only one possible form to instantiate its general categories. 27. The foothold for Real's realism lay precisely here, that these determinate relationships, these particular truths, are given for the forms of understanding and sensibility. They have their source not inside but outside us. Real rejected Fichte's attempt to deduce the manifold from the ego as well as Schopenhauer's attempt to explain it as the product of a blind will. 6. If these projects are indeed impossible and few philosophers in the 1870s believed they were feasible, then philosophy had to begin by explaining the hard facts of experience. These, and nothing less, would be the basis of Real's realistic worldview. Despite his critical starting point, Real's metaphysical intentions are still plain and brazen, even if he does not want to describe them as such. For the subject matter of his realistic philosophy is nothing less than things in themselves. Real was eager to trespass and explore the very terrain prohibited and posted by Kant. Sure enough, the very first chapter of the Grundzüge begins with a theory about the most basic entities of the world, which we can call monads with Leibniz, reals with Herbart, or things in themselves with Kant. Real postulates these entities to explain the objective component of sensation, that is, the component that does not depend upon the subject's will and imagination, and that is the cause of its sensation. 11. Though this being cannot be known directly, though we know it only through its appearances, we can still know it indirectly, by making inferences from appearances. 17. This is because, Real later explains, sensations correspond to their stimuli in a law-like manner, so that from the constant determinate relations between particular sensations we can infer constant determinate relations between things themselves. Even though the sensations are qualitatively distinct from their stimuli, depending on the sense organs, the particular relations between them depend on objects themselves. 27 to 28. Unabashedly, Real is willing to apply the categories beyond appearances to things in themselves. Beginning from the assumption that they are the causes of the content of experience, we can begin to develop an entire theory about them. Quickly, perhaps all too quickly, however, the reader of the Grundzüge soon finds him/herself launched into the wonderland of Herbart's metaphysics, which provides much of the contours of Reel's ontology. Our passport into this world is not any empirical or analytic method but the ways and means of sheer a priori excogitation. We do not make careful and gradual inferences about things in themselves. From the structure of appearances, rather, we reflect on what is meant by a thing in itself, and it turns out that we can know much about them through sheer a priori reflection. The most simple concept we apply to reality in itself, Reel informs us, is being, sen. But being in itself means something absolute and simple. It is absolute in the sense that it has an independent reality, depending on nothing else to exist, and it is simple in the sense that it is an indivisible unity, resisting all partition in thought. Since these things are the grounds of appearances, and since there are a multitude of different appearances, we are justified in assuming, Reel argues, that there is a variety of simple basic entities. 11. From this simple analysis weighty consequences follow. We can think of these simple entities as atoms, perfectly in accord with modern physics. But we need to realize, Reel declares with the ghost of Leibniz speaking through him, that these atoms are non-physical and non-spatial beings. 18. 28. The physicality and spatiality of things is entirely due to the composition and aggregation of atoms, so that the simple things themselves cannot be spatial or physical at all. It follows from this point, Reel further contends, that there is no such thing as matter as such. Matter is a composite or aggregate of more simple things, so that to believe that it is a thing itself is simply the hypostasis of an abstraction. 20. Nothing better shows the depth and extent of Reel's new realism than his response to Kant's theory of space and time. 21-42. The transcendental aesthetic, which Fischer, Meyer, Lang, and Schopenhauer regarded as the model of philosophical reasoning, Reel finds deeply problematic. He cannot accept the central idealist thesis behind the aesthetic, that space and time are only subjective a priori forms of intuition, such that space and time would disappear if there were no human beings with their characteristic sensibility. He maintains, however, that there are realist elements or tendencies to Kant's theory which only need to be developed to explode its idealist thesis. Thus Reel points out that Kant never intended to derive the determinate spatial relations between things from the a priori intuition of space in general, and that he even attempted to derive spatial relations from dynamic ones, from the attraction and repulsion between bodies. 23. Furthermore, he notes that Kant expressly denied that space is an innate idea that precedes our perception of things in space, and that he held that we develop our idea of space by our reaction to determinate spatial relations. 23. All that Kant's arguments forbid, Reel insists, is that our subjective idea of space is qualitatively like real space. 23. Kant, however, did not expressly limit his conclusions in this way. His intention was to uphold the strictly subjective status of space and time, hence he explicitly stated that space and time are only a priori intuitions, and that they would completely disappear if there were no human beings. 23. There was a reason for this Kantian subjectivism, Reel explains, which derives from Kant's intention to save faith. Kant did not want the world of things in themselves to be spatial or temporal because he needed a distinct kind of noumenal world to save transcendental freedom. 24. Whatever the implicit realist tendencies of Kant's transcendental aesthetic, Reel does not think that they are enough to save his theory. The theory of space and time he goes on to sketch in the Grundzüge is the virtual reversal of Kant's. Rather than holding that spatial and temporal order depend on human perception, Reel argues just the opposite, that we human beings perceive things temporally and spatially only because we have been conditioned to do so by the spatial and temporal order of things themselves. 24, 25-26. There is an objective order of space that arises from the interrelations between things. Space does not precede these things as a vast receptacle in which they are placed, rather, these things are the basis of space itself. In other words, if there were no things, there would be no relations between them, and if there were no such relations, there would also be no subjective space. 33 to 34. Space, as the interrelations between things, arises from the aggregation or composition of simple entities, an order that Real, following Herbart, calls intelligible space. We do not perceive this intelligible space directly, but we know it through pure thinking, by inferring it from the correspondence between the order of things in our sensible space and their causes. 28. Thus far, Real's theory of space closely follows Herbart and Leibniz, and it seems to have no Kantian element at all. Real maintains, however, that there are two orders of space, one objective and another subjective, and that the Kantian theory is broadly correct about subjective space. Real agrees with Kant that there is an a priori dimension to our concept of space and time. We must not understand this a priori dimension as an innate idea, however, but simply as a universal psychological disposition to construct the idea of space as a single infinite magnitude. There is no such infinite space in nature, but we proceed as if it exists because we can naturally extend our idea of place beyond any given magnitude. 32 to 33. Given the importance of Kant's theory of space and time for his transcendental idealism, and given Real's sharp criticism of that theory, we are left wondering if there is much of Kant left in Real's syncretic philosophy. The Kantian dimension of his philosophy seems limited to its methodology, to the critical investigation of knowledge, and nothing more. But Real himself carefully corrects this impression in the final chapter of the Grundzüge, which discusses the relationship between appearances and things in themselves along Kantian lines. He very much wants to uphold Kant's distinction between appearances and things in themselves, and is very far from wanting to affirm a kind of direct or transcendental realism, according to which how things appear to us is the same as they are in themselves. Although Real does not accept Kant's theory of space and time, he still affirms the central Kantian thesis that our cognitive faculties condition what we know, so that what we know are the appearances of things in themselves. His only worry with the distinction between appearances and things in themselves is that it is used to defend a two-worlds doctrine like that of Schopenhauer, which would place appearances in the realm of phenomena, and things in themselves in the realm of noumena. 64. Appearances are not a distinct kind of entity apart from things in themselves, Real explains, because they are simply those things as they appear to us, as they are perceived by us. We are perfectly correct in our normal speech when we say this is red rather than I see this as red because the object is indeed red, it is just an objective fact about it that it is red in relation to human beings. 65. The relation of things in themselves to appearances, Real explains, has to be understood along the lines of the relation of simple things to their composite products. 65. Although what exists are masses of independent substances, what we perceive is joined together by the senses to form a single appearance. This analogy brought Real's theory very close to Leibniz's, who understood appearances as confused representations of things in themselves. That this was hardly orthodox Kant goes without saying, and it reveals again the Leibnizian dimension of Real's early metaphysics. There are three salient principles or ideas that determine the contours of Real's early philosophy, all of which are more or less explicit in the Grundzüge. The first principle is Real's nominalism, which appears in his statements that everything in nature is individual, and that the universal exists only in and for thinking. 13. This principle has significant consequences for Real, which he does not hesitate to draw and explain. First of all, it means that there is no such thing as power or force in nature, because that concept is only a general term that we use to designate similar appearances in nature. 15. Secondly, it means that there is no sense to teleology in the classical sense, which ascribes causal efficacy to mere ideas or forms. 57. Hence Real's model of explanation is essentially mechanical. Thirdly, it implies that there is no such thing as empty absolute space or time, which is only an abstraction from the particular relations between things. The second fundamental principle is Real's naturalism, which comes to the fore in his statement that knowing too has its historical origins on earth. 26. Real was fundamentally opposed to dualism, any doctrine that would postulate a noumenal, spiritual, or intelligible realm independent of the natural world. All things were, at least in principle, explicable according to natural laws. It was this naturalism that was driving Real's realism, because he saw human thinking and willing as parts of nature. He was committed to giving an independent reality to nature. The third basic principle of Real's early philosophy is its vitalism, which here means the doctrine that everything in nature is essentially alive or psychic. It does not mean the doctrine that life is inexplicable in natural or mechanical laws, which is incompatible with Real's naturalism. Still less does it mean that there is some vital force behind all natural or organic phenomena, which violates his nominalism. Rather, Real was moved towards the metaphysical doctrine of vitalism by the reflection that simple basic entities must be active and dynamic and cannot be inert and static. Since matter arises only from composition, Real argues, the distinction between the physical and psychic is not original or primitive. 20. We must understand atoms according to the analogy of psychic beings that are endowed with an original striving or nisus. We must postulate a continuum in nature, according to the extent or degree this striving is realized. Its highest state of development would be consciousness itself. 20-21, 54. This vitalistic aspect of Real's early philosophy shows his great debt to Leibniz. It was, however, that aspect that completely disappears in his later work. 29. It was altogether a heady concoction, this syncretic philosophy of the young Real. It was a combination of Kant's transcendental idealism with Leibniz's monadology, all under the direction and discipline of Herbart's nominalism and naturalism. Although Real never claimed originality for his philosophy, generously acknowledging how these three philosophers provided its essential components, he did claim that he had reconciled them, bringing them together into a single coherent system. But had he achieved even this? Despite all his efforts, there were still tensions. Although Real had thrown out teleology, he had to admit that there was something to it, because the fundamental elements of the world were endowed with striving, which makes no sense without the concept of a purpose. 58-60. But, even more problematically, Real's ontology of monads, of simple independent atoms, made it difficult to explain the interaction between them. How and why do they interact if each of them is self-sufficient, a universe unto itself? That was Leibniz's classic problem, which Real resolved only by the question-begging assumption that each monad causes the sensations of others. 48. The problem of explaining the interaction between monads raised broader issues about whether Real's ontology could support his naturalism, which, like all naturalism worthy of the name, has to assume the reality of change and interaction. Finally, Real had really given very little justification for the central assumption of his realism, that, somehow, we could know things in themselves. He simply assumed that we could make accurate inferences from the order of our sensations to the order of things in themselves. But can we? What warranted such a bold practice, especially in the face of Kantian objections? It should come as no surprise that these tensions and unanswered questions set much of the agenda for Real's later philosophy. 3. An early discourse on method. Real, like all the neo-Kantians, was worried by the obsolescence of philosophy in the modern scientific age. To ensure its survival, he had to explain how philosophy differs from the natural sciences, and how it too has its own unique vocation. Such was the purpose of a little book Real published in 1872, Über Begriff und die Form der Philosophie. 30. In it Real stakes out his own position on the obsolescence crisis, which differs in important ways from that of Fischer, Zeller, Meyer, and Windelband. Most of his later views about the purpose and method of philosophy are contained in this little book, though it also has ideas which were later discarded. Only 2 years separate Real's Grundzüge from Über Begriff und die Form der Philosophie, yet a marked conceptual distance lies between them. Real is no longer a syncretist who wants to combine the best from the great systems of the past. He is much more critical of Herbart, whose method and metaphysics he now rejects, and he no longer gives Leibniz a central role in his thinking. Kant, however, has become more important for Real, who praises his transcendental method for having made the greatest progress towards the resolution of epistemological problems since Aristotle. 61. 31. This is not to say, however, that the young Real had become a Kantian. As we shall soon see, he distances himself from Kant in important ways. Real begins Überbegriff und die Form der Philosophie by sketching a broad historical picture of the relationship between philosophy and science, 1-16. Since antiquity, he writes, there have been two basic philosophical traditions. 2. There has been the scientific tradition, which is exemplified by Aristotle, and there has been the aesthetic religious tradition, which is represented by Plato. The Aristotelian tradition had a discursive paradigm of knowledge, according to which we know things through following strict methodological procedures, whose results we elaborate in concepts, judgments, and inferences. The Platonic tradition, however, had an intuitive paradigm of knowledge, according to which we know reality through an act of intellectual insight. Such insight transcends all discursive exposition, and we acquire it through inspiration, by cultivating the right feelings and dispositions. By no means a thing of the past, this ancient tradition has its modern protagonists in Schelling and Schopenhauer. To determine the right method of philosophy, Real says, we must choose between these traditions. Not for a moment does Real hesitate to decide for the scientific tradition, and he even describes his tract as a polemic against the aesthetic religious tradition. 4. V. It is a big mistake, Real warns us, to confuse aesthetic and religious feeling with scientific knowledge, and it is an even bigger mistake to think it is superior to science or even to rank it alongside science. 12. The proper criterion to decide between these traditions is purely pragmatic, we judge them by their fruits. We all know the rewards of the scientific method, whose successes have been spectacular. But what have we gained by the aesthetic religious approach? All the systems of philosophy that have followed it have met the same fate, they cannot derive the concreteness and determinacy of the actual world from a vague and obscure intellectual intuition. 14-15. The aesthetic religious tradition leaves us with an insurmountable dualism between its pretended knowledge of reality and the hard facts of the empirical world. In affirming the scientific tradition, and in repudiating the aesthetic religious one, Real reveals his positivist leanings. The positive sciences had now become for him the model of intellectual excellence. If philosophy claims to be a science rather than just an art, then it should follow the methods and standards of the positive sciences. 17. It should follow rigorous procedures of induction and deduction, it should strive for clarity in the definition of concepts, and it should consult the facts of experience. It would be a mistake, however, to see Real's tract as a positivist manifesto. The very opposite is the case, its central argument is directed against positivism, specifically its attempt to dissolve philosophy into science. Real's intent is to save philosophy from its positivist and materialist detractors, to provide it with its own vocation distinct from the sciences. How, one might ask, is this possible if philosophy is to adopt the methods and standards of the positive sciences? Prima facie this seems a recipe for obsolescence rather than survival. Real's strategy for dealing with this problem is to distinguish philosophy from natural science through their different subject matters. The difference between them lies not in their form or method but in their content or object. What, then, is the distinctive subject matter of philosophy? The proper object of philosophy, Real declares, is consciousness, Bewusstsein, so that philosophy is the doctrine of consciousness, Bewusstseinslehre, 27. While the proper subject of science is the natural world, the true subject of philosophy is the consciousness of that world. The natural sciences simply remove consciousness from their purview, while history examines it only in its particular instances with no concern with its general structure. 27-28. Although the traditional disciplines of philosophy, epistemology, ethics, and aesthetics concern the true, good and beautiful, we need to remember that these objects exist only for some consciousness. 28. Hence Real thinks that we should define philosophy as the scientific investigation of consciousness, its objects and laws. 28. Such a definition immediately raises the question, how does philosophy differ from psychology? Real seems to be working with a very narrow definition of natural science, one which limits its subject matter to the natural world. Why, though, adopt such a narrow definition? If we extend the method of science to the psychic world, then it seems we have Real's idea of philosophy, which is indistinguishable from psychology. By conflating philosophy with psychology, Real seems to be hastening the demise of philosophy. A closer look at Real's texts, however, shows that he can avoid this dire conclusion. Real has in mind a very specific kind of psychology, one so unlike the usual or normal kind that he might as well call it philosophy. He explains that philosophy differs from psychology in that it deals with psychic content or the objects of consciousness, whereas psychology concerns the origins or causes of consciousness. 31. Alternatively, philosophy studies psychic products while psychology examines psychic processes. Real's distinction between philosophy and psychology is strategic and significant. It is strategic because it is sufficient to secure philosophy a distinctive domain and to save it from obsolescence at the hands of psychology, which really is more concerned with psychic processes. And it is significant for several reasons, because it precedes Brentano's psychology, 32, which will not appear until 2 years later, because it anticipates the later interpretative psychology of Dilthey, which will not emerge for at least another 2 decades, 33, and because it marks a sharp break with Herbart's psychology, which had limited itself to psychic processes instead of contents. 34. So the young Real, if rashly and confusedly, was pushing philosophy in a new and interesting direction. But as promising as this direction might seem, Real had failed to grasp its problems and implications. For the question immediately arose, what method should philosophy use to grasp the contents of consciousness? Real had assumed that the methods of philosophy and natural science are the same. But can we use the methods of natural science to analyze, understand, and interpret the contents of consciousness? Dilthey would famously argue that this is impossible, and that it is necessary to make a firm distinction between an interpretative psychology, which deals with content, and an explanatory psychology, which concerns origins and laws. Real, however, was not ready for such a major distinction. Unlike Dilthey, he had no appreciation of the hermeneutical tradition with its very different methods of interpretation of psychic content. Real's difficulties are compounded by the fact that he agreed with Dilthey about the limits of natural science in explaining the contents of consciousness. While he insisted that the methods of philosophy and science are the same, he went on to argue that consciousness, insofar as it concerns content, is really inaccessible to natural science. The contents of consciousness are too heterogeneous with the laws of motion for them to be explained by, or reduced down to, natural laws. 38. This points towards a larger tension in Real's position. While he insists on aligning philosophy with the sciences, so that they have one and the same method, he also, as his argument unfolds, distinguishes philosophy from the sciences. No border is more clearly drawn than that between the investigation of nature and consciousness, if by nature we understand the object of physical investigation and not the totality of phenomena. 39. Real stresses that the methods of natural science are patently insufficient for epistemology, ethics, and aesthetics, and that these disciplines need a completely different kind of inquiry whose presuppositions are different from those of natural science. 39. What kind of inquiry should this be? To such a basic question Real had no answer. We should not, however, stress this shortcoming. Real's little tract has much more to offer, and we need to do justice to some of its other themes. One of its more striking and important motifs is its compelling defense of philosophy against its positivist or scientistic detractors. 35. Real strikes a new chord, insisting that the relationship between philosophy and natural science needs a complete rethinking. The commonplace depreciation of philosophy in comparison with the natural sciences rests upon false premises, he argues. It assumes that philosophical method is a priori and deductive, whereas the proper method of the sciences is a posteriori and inductive. All the excesses of Hegelian speculation and Schellingian nature philosophy are attributed to the a priori and deductive method of philosophy. The proper scientific method, these critics contend, rests on slow and patient induction, experiment, and observation. This position seemed confirmed by Mill's logic, which stressed the importance of induction and generalization in natural science. Real, however, is highly critical of such empiricism. A purely inductive science is for him a contradictionary in adjecto. 8. The more we examine the method of the sciences, he argues, the more we see the role of pure thinking, of deductive reasoning, which is vital in formulating the ends of inquiry, in posing questions, and in formulating laws in mathematical terms. If science were mere induction, the enumeration of facts, we would arrive at no general laws at all. 51-52. Induction by itself is only an aid in collecting facts, but it is not really involved in the proof or verification of a theory. Real agrees with the critics of Hegelian speculation and Schellingian construction that they have relied too heavily on pure thinking and that they have imposed constructions on the facts. But he finds that the problem with the speculative tradition does not lie simply with its use of deductive or a priori methods. Such methods are as vital to natural science as philosophy, he insists. To understand the method of science as well as that of philosophy, he recommends that we get beyond a one-sided empiricism and rationalism. Real's account of scientific method stresses how it rests on the combination of several procedures. Human knowledge is no simple product that can be produced in one way and according to one formula. The scientific course of proof needs different methods and aids for its completion. Mere induction does not exhaust its nature. 49. We cannot acquire knowledge through deduction alone, because everything rests on the truth of its premises. 50. We need to resort to experience to determine whether premises are true. But to formulate a scientific law, the scientist does not normally wait for a long induction, an enumeration of all the instances. Rather, he begins from one example taken as typical, and then generalizes on the basis of intuition. Intuition is the productive element of each scientific discovery, and the way to discover new truths. 53. There are, then, three fundamental components to scientific method. 1. The use of a priori intuition in the formulation of laws. 2. The use of deduction in determining the consequences of these laws. And 3. The construction of an experiment according to this deduction. 54. This procedure confirms, Real maintains, Kant's dictum that we know only what we a priori create. To this extent he cites a maxim of Schelling: every experiment is a question to nature, to which she is forced to answer, but each question contains a hidden a priori judgment. That Real should cite Schelling approvingly is a sea change from the 1860s and marks the beginning of a reappraisal of the speculative tradition. Not the least important contribution of Real's tract is its interpretation of Kant, 61-71. Only a year after Cohen's Little Book and before Wendell Band, Real attacks the psychological interpretation of the critical philosophy and advances a logical account of Kant's critical enterprise. 36. Although the question of the origins and limits of knowledge seems to be psychological, there are two very different ways of approaching it, Real maintains. We can attempt to understand the origins or genesis of knowledge, and we can attempt to analyze its essential constituents or content. 64. Kant's primary task was the second one, and only incidentally or occasionally was he concerned with the first. Kant reached his conclusions about the structure of experience not through introspection but through logical analysis. 65. His primary concern was not to understand psychological activities or forms of consciousness but to investigate the reasons for and kinds of judgments we make in science, art, and morality. 65, 70. The psychological interpretation of Kant is especially misleading, Real charges, when it comes to the analysis of the a priori. It understands the a priori as if it were some kind of innate idea, some form inhering within consciousness, but Kant himself expressly denies the doctrine of innate ideas. The a priori concerns not some innate structure of consciousness but the necessary and universal conditions of empirical knowledge. Anticipating some contemporary interpreters of Kant, Real wants to distinguish Kant's method from his transcendental idealism. While he finds the subjectivism of transcendental idealism objectionable, he thinks that Kant's method was the most important advance in epistemology since Aristotle. 61. The great step forward of Kant's method consists in its logical investigation of the conditions and limits of experience. This analysis was not intended to be psychological, as it is in Locke and Hume, but to be logical, an account of the content rather than causes of our representations. The problem with Kant's transcendental idealism, however, is that it ripped consciousness from its place in the totality of nature. 62. Kant created a transcendental subject who stands above and beyond the sphere of nature, and who is the origin of the necessary forms of experience. Since man is not natureless, he plainly cannot be torn from the ground of nature. 62. Kant also assumed, arbitrarily, that the a priori forms of consciousness hold only for the subject, excluding the possibility that they are also true of the world itself. Helmholtz was right, Real thinks, in holding that the law of causality is a priori yet still valid beyond the strictly subjective sphere. 62. However salutary in itself, Real's rejection of the psychological interpretation of Kant leaves us with some nagging doubts about his general definition of philosophy. Real saw Kant's critical method as central to and paradigmatic for philosophy itself. But if this method is non-psychological, what sense does it make to define philosophy in terms of psychology, as an investigation into consciousness, its objects and laws? The psychological connotations of Real's definition of philosophy did not sit well with his purely logical, indeed anti-psychological, account of the method of transcendental philosophy. Real's tract closes with a remarkable salute to the history of philosophy. Nothing earlier in the tract prepares the reader for what comes in two closing sections. Real makes the history of philosophy central to philosophy itself. 37. This is surprising even to the closest reader because Real had proscribed genetic inquiries from philosophy, and he had banished psychology from the critical philosophy. But now the psychological definition of philosophy returns, and its method is made genetic. Since the central object of philosophy is consciousness, and since consciousness cannot be separated from its development, Real reasons, the history of philosophy is integral to philosophy itself. 86, 90. Philosophy, Real goes as far to say, should be an historical science, and it should adopt an historical method. 90. A phenomenology of spirit, a history of consciousness, development of the ethical, aesthetic, and logical spirit, are its philosophy's tasks. 91. The history of philosophy is now even made into a touchstone of philosophical truth. What proves to be enduring and common to all the systems of the past can serve as a test for the value of new thinking. 86. The hero of Real's new historicist conception of philosophy is Hegel, whose historical sense points philosophy towards the future. 91. Kant's philosophy, however, cannot help philosophy in moving in this new and exciting direction because it is fundamentally non-historical. 89, 90-91. What motivated this historicist frenzy? It is not surprising to find that Real returned to sobriety and never attempted to realize the program he had dreamed up in these final sections. Yet his enthusiasm for history is all too understandable if we see it as a reaction against positivism. With an almost indignant fervor, Real was assaulting the positivist dogma that the history of philosophy before natural science is only a history of delusion and superstition. The historicist sections were just another respect, then, in which Real's thinking proves to be profoundly anti-positivist. For arrival of a neo-Kantian in 1876, some 4 years after his tract on method, Real published the first volume of his Der Philosophische Kritisismus. 38. With this volume Real's conversion to Kant is complete. There is no longer any dream of taking philosophy in a historical direction, and there are no longer any qualms about Kant's unhistorical thinking. Philosophy now means for real first and foremost critical philosophy, that is, the criticism of metaphysics and the investigation of the logic of the sciences. 1. The psychological definition of philosophy, which played such a leading role in the tract on method, has now been pushed into the background. 39 Real now tells us in no uncertain terms, the critical philosophy of Kant knows no psychology. 8. Just what this conversion meant was spelled out by Real in his preface. Critical philosophy, Real is emphatic, does not mean exclusively the philosophy of Kant. Although Kant was the greatest representative of the spirit of criticism, the critical manner of thinking is not exhausted by, or dependent on, Kant's system. 3. It was one of Kant's great achievements to have allied philosophy with the natural sciences of his day, but the progress of the sciences since then makes it impossible to remain on Kant's standpoint. 4. To think in the spirit of Kant, Real would have agreed with Windelband, means to go beyond him. And so Real says, my aim is directed toward the critique and continual development of Kant's philosophy. 4. What makes it necessary to go beyond Kant, Real explains, are some fundamental ambiguities in Kant's system. While one part of Kant's system is oriented towards the positive sciences, the other part is directed towards a practical metaphysics whose chief goal is the moral justification of religious belief. This ambiguity corresponds to another in the Kantian system: things in themselves are either the basis of appearances or noumena, the objects of intellectual intuition. 4. We must resolve the first ambiguity, Real thinks, by developing the orientation towards the natural sciences and by dropping the practical metaphysics, which has only a reactionary meaning in our present age. We must resolve the second by preserving the ground of appearances and by proscribing noumena, which are spooky speculative entities. After executing both these maneuvers, we are left with a philosophy that is critical in spirit but one that corresponds only partly with the historical Kant. As Real's critical attitude towards Kant's practical metaphysics suggests, there was a moral and political agenda behind his new philosophy. This new critical philosophy was meant to be humanist, a philosophy for man, who is urged to build his heaven on this earth, and who is warned not to squander his riches on an imaginary heaven beyond it. Criticism is the destruction of the transcendent, the foundation of the positive philosophy. It rouses the spirit out of its metaphysical dreams and toward the waking life of the day and reality. 3. The identification of criticism with the foundation of positive philosophy reveals Real's sympathy with positivism. It is not least because of this sentence that Real's philosophy has been identified with positivism. 40. We must be careful, however, not to lump Real under the positivist label, as if it described the essence or whole of his philosophy. Sympathy with some aspects of positivism does not alone make a positivist. There are too many passages in Real's work where he is critical of the positivists for him to be described as a loyal disciple of the positivist cause. Real was critical of Kant's crude empiricism, which gave no place to the form of cognition. 41. He disapproved of Dühring's naive realism, which could not account for the role of the cognitive subject in forming experience. 42. And he rejected Losse's idealism, which ended out in an extreme subjectivism. 43. While Real, like any good positivist, recommends that philosophy orient itself around the positive sciences, he also preaches that the sciences sometimes lapse into dogmatism and need to learn from philosophy. 44. While Real goes to some pains to distinguish his critical philosophy from the historical Kant, it would be a mistake to think that the historical Kant is irrelevant to formulating his own position. Some scholars have gone too far in distancing Real's philosophy from the historical Kant. 45. The truth of the matter is that Real orients his own critical philosophy around the spirit of Kantian doctrine, and he does his best to read that spirit into the Kantian letter. Of course, Real regards his own philosophy as a species of realism, but this is a form of realism that he finds in Kant's own system, and which he thinks is the proper interpretation of Kant. He also describes Kant's philosophy as an idealism of appearances on a realistic foundation, 10, which is very much, as we shall soon see, an accurate account of his own philosophy. Real, like many neo-Kantians, never broke with the habit of conflating what Kant ought to have said with what he really meant and, in his better moments, did say. This habit is very much in evidence in Real's account of the two major misinterpretations of Kant's philosophy. The first volume of his work is devoted to rooting out the two most prevalent prejudices of Kant exegesis. The first is the psychological prejudice, according to which the main purpose of Kant's philosophy is the investigation into our mental faculties and the origins of knowledge. Real insists that the critical philosophy has nothing to do with psychology, and that it is only an investigation into the grounds for our knowledge. 8, 310. The second prejudice is the idealist prejudice, which would conflate Kant's idealism with Berkeley's, and which maintains that idealism is both the method and result of Kant's philosophy. 311. Real thinks that describing Kant's philosophy as idealist is completely misleading because Kant never intended to deny the existence of things independent of our consciousness, which he regarded as the grounds of appearances. 9, 311. In thus attempting to root out all psychology and idealism from Kant's philosophy, Real shows how far he was from fully distinguishing what he thought Kant should say from what Kant really did say. The historical Kant never intended to purge all psychology from his philosophy, and he described his own doctrine as a species of idealism, calling it transcendental, critical, or formal idealism. The mere fact, however, that Real thinks his own interpretation is true of the historical Kant shows how closely he wants to follow him. So much is Real concerned with understanding the actual historical Kant that volume I of Der Philosophische Kritisismus is devoted to an accurate account of the origins, context, and content of Kant's first critic. The first part, which has chapters on Locke, Hume, and Wolff, concerns Kant's broader historical context. The second part deals with Kant's intellectual development and the proper interpretation of the Kritik der reinen Vernunft. It is striking that Real finds the origins of the critical philosophy in the empiricist tradition of Locke and Hume, which he regards as the most important influence on Kant. 46. This is in stark contrast with Cohen's account, which stresses the role of the rationalist tradition, of Descartes, Leibniz, and ultimately Plato. Although Real agrees with Cohen in distinguishing Locke's and Hume's psychological method from Kant's critical one, he still thinks that Locke and Hume set the agenda that Kant was intent on following. While Locke and Hume were wrong about method, they were still right about the basic goals of epistemology, the critical examination of the powers and limits of knowledge. Real's discussion of Locke and Hume in Volume I of Der Philosophische Kritisismus reveals his critical view of empiricism, and with it his stance towards positivism itself. As Real sees it, Locke and Hume have the same fundamental shortcoming: they have a much too narrow empiricist criterion of knowledge, which judges claims to knowledge strictly according to whether it corresponds to ideas or impressions given in experience. 47. While this is a good test for the content of knowledge, it is inadequate for its form. If we adopt their criterion alone, then we have no justification for the universality and necessity involved in the fundamental principles of the natural sciences and common life. Anticipating a later theme of Ernst Cassirer, 48. Real notes how Locke's and Hume's criticism fails to understand the mathematical dimension of natural science. 49. Locke's nominalism made him equate concepts with mere names or generic concepts, and he failed to see how concepts in the natural sciences have an essentially mathematical meaning. Hume's critique of causality suffers for the same reason: it does not appreciate that in modern science cause and effect stand for the two sides of an equation. The lesson that emerges from Real's treatment of Locke and Hume in Volume I is a negative one for positivism, that if philosophy is to justify the natural sciences, then it has to get beyond empiricism. 5. Aims and varieties of realism. A central task of the systematic part of Real's Der Philosophische Kritisismus, volumes 2/1 and 2/2, was to explain and justify the realism that he had first sketched in 1870 in his Realistische Grundzüge. If that realism was promising and original, it was also problematic and controversial. Real had to defend it against not only skeptical or dogmatic idealism but also common sense or naive realism. Real's realism, in its most basic and weak form, stood for two theses: 1. That we have knowledge of the existence of a thing that exists independent of our consciousness of it, and 2. That our knowledge of the essence or nature of a thing depends, at least partly, on our conscious activity, so that we know it only as an appearance. 50. The first thesis was at odds with dogmatic idealism, which claims that only ideas exist, so that there is no independent reality for us to know, as well as skeptical idealism, which holds that we know only ideas and can only make uncertain inferences beyond them. The second thesis was in conflict with common sense or naive realism, according to which we know the essence or nature of things as they exist in themselves. The stumbling block of this realism, Real maintained, is its naive assumption that representations simply mirror things as they are, that the world is just as it appears to us. This completely failed to take into account the contribution of the knowing subject in forming the object of knowledge. 51. While idealism fully recognized that contribution, it took that point to such an extreme that it made it impossible to know an independent reality. After all, if all knowledge is only our own product or construction, how do we see around it to the things themselves? With his realism, Real wanted to combine the strength of idealism recognition of the knowing subject's role in forming the object of knowledge with the benefit of common sense realism knowledge of a reality independent of consciousness. But how could we acknowledge that strength without admitting the drastic conclusion that we know only the appearances of things? That was the question. The central role of realism in Real's book becomes clear from his introductory account of epistemology. The aims and problems of epistemology, as he explains them in the introduction to Volume 2/1, revolve entirely around his realism. Real states that he is beginning with the realist hypothesis that something exists independent and different from consciousness, and that the problem of knowledge acquires its meaning and significance from this hypothesis. 2/1, 18. The problem of knowledge, Real explains, is to answer the question under what presuppositions does knowledge have real significance. 4. The real significance, reale Bedeutung, of knowledge means that it is true not only of our representations about the world but of the world itself, that is, the world as it exists independent from these representations. Real understood his formulation of the problem of knowledge to be a move beyond Kant. The central concern of Kant's critical philosophy, he held, was the critique of metaphysics. This is why Kant wrote a critique of pure reason. Pure reason was the modus vivendi of classical metaphysical rationalism. 2/1, 17. 52. It was not Kant's main intention to investigate the possibility of knowledge in general or even empirical knowledge in particular. The aims and methods of empirical science were really not a theme in the first critique. The transcendental deduction demonstrated at best only that the most general a priori concepts are valid of experience, but it did not explain how we acquire knowledge of particular matter of fact, still less empirical laws. This gap in Kant's transcendental project Real now intends to fill. His epistemology will be less about the possibility of metaphysics than empirical science. 17. In attempting to justify his realism, Real believed that he was also defending the metaphysical presuppositions of natural science itself. Natural science presupposes that there is an objective world outside our awareness of it, and that furthermore it can provide us with knowledge of this world. 53. But how can we begin to justify such an assumption? Real immediately notes a major problem for such a project. We cannot prove or disprove the existence of anything, and we determine whether something exists only by experience. Whether that experience is veridical also cannot be demonstrated, because the same empirical content can be in dreams and hallucinations. So Hume was right. Real admits that we can only have faith in the existence of the external world. 2/1, 3. He even concedes that his inquiry is caught in a circle. It must justify yet assume the existence of reality in itself. 3. Real reassures us, though, that the circle is not vicious, the presuppositions of the inquiry will be justified as it proceeds. Though Real recognizes that he cannot prove realism, he still thinks that he can provide an indirect proof for it by considering the problems of idealism. Although idealism is not self-contradictory, it cannot be proven, and even worse, it cannot be fully carried out to explain appearances, that is, the apparent independent reality of the external world. 2/1, 19-21. Neither Berkeley nor Fichte were successful in pushing through their idealism. To explain the tree in the quad, Berkeley had to postulate the mind of God, and to account for the finitude of the ego, Fichte had to posit an obstacle to its infinite striving. Even Mill's phenomenalism, which did not deny the existence of things but analyzed them into permanent possibilities of sensation, had a similar problem. For Mill had to assume that these permanent possibilities, which are constant and hold for all observers, are based on the permanent and independent reality of some external object. Although the existence of the external world cannot be demonstrated, Real does think that it provides us with the simplest and most plausible hypothesis about the recurrence of the same sensations to different observers. 21. It is more plausible to assume that these sensations arise from some reality independent of the observer's perceptions than that they arise from some mysterious pre-established harmony between them. Assuming that this is the sole justification of realism, it would seem that the philosopher's task is already complete. There is little point in doing more epistemology, at least on Real's understanding of that discipline. If providing that justification is the chief task of epistemology, as Real says, and if we now already have all the justification we are going to get, as Real also says, why go any further? Real, it seems, need not have written any more than his introduction. Of course, Real had not begun to answer his real problem, which went much deeper. The real problem was not simply to show that there are external objects, it was to determine how, to what extent, and indeed whether, we know them. This deeper problem arose chiefly because Real, despite all his criticisms of idealism, was something of an idealist himself. He stresses that the world we know is not only the product of things outside us but also the result of the activities by which we know them. 2/1, 4-5. Like a good Kantian, he holds that there are certain a priori laws of consciousness, and that these laws are the precondition of our thinking and perceiving things. 11. Hence, to take account of these Kantian assumptions, Real reformulates his conception of epistemology. Its task is to determine whether and how a priori concepts are true not only of appearances but also of reality itself. 11-12. The crucial question for Real, then, was not whether we should be a realist but what kind of realist we should be. It seemed to him clear that the world exists, but the problem was how, and the extent to which we could know that existing world. 54. To solve that problem it was necessary, somehow, to separate the contribution of the knowing subject to experience from its given content, a seemingly impossible task, given that these were completely intertwined. Another part of the problem was that Real himself was uncertain about how far to push his realism. The two theses above represent its basic and minimal form, but sometimes Real was tempted to push his realism further, so that we have some knowledge of the essence or nature of things themselves. In the Grundsatz he had maintained that though the qualities of things depend upon us, we can still have knowledge of their relations and mathematical form. This stronger form of realism reappears in the volume 2/1 of Der Philosophische Kritisismus, though, as we shall eventually see, it disappears again in volume 2/2. The reason for this vacillation we shall examine later. To clarify Real's realism, we will have to examine closely the details of his epistemology, especially his theory of sensation and space and time. Before we turn to these tasks, however, we can get a better preliminary picture of Real's realism by distinguishing it from two common forms of realism that were close to his own. One was Kant's empirical realism, the other Locke's scientific realism. The similarities between them are striking. Both shared a common goal with Real, attempting to combine the existence of things outside us with the recognition that the world is, if only partly, the creation of consciousness itself. Yet each form of realism was unique. According to Kant, transcendental idealism is not only compatible with, but presupposes empirical realism, according to which reality consists in the intersubjective order of consciousness. Although empirical realism teaches that we know only appearances, it still thinks that these appearances amount to reality because they conform to the universal and necessary forms of experience which hold for all observers alike. An appearance should not, therefore, be conflated with an illusion, which violates these rules. However plausible and appealing, empirical realism was simply not enough for real. He complained that it still leaves us caught inside the circle of appearances, so that we cannot make any claim to knowledge of reality itself. The mere agreement of representations among themselves, a play of the mind, he wrote, can satisfy only a subjective interest. 55 This empirical realism, he insisted, required a deeper and stronger realism to support it. It would seem that Reel's realism is closer to something like Locke's scientific realism than Kant's empirical realism. The scientific realist maintains that we have knowledge of a world independent of consciousness, and he avoids the naivety of common sense realism because he does not simply equate our perceptions of the world with the world itself. The scientific realist makes a distinction between secondary qualities, which depend entirely on the perceiver, and primary qualities, which exist in the world itself. These primary qualities are those which we can measure, and which we can formulate in general quantitative laws. Despite the apparent affinity of their positions, Reel is a very harsh critic of scientific realism. There is no tenable distinction, he argues, between secondary and primary qualities, because the content of each depends as much on the subject having them as the stimulus that excites them. 56 As far as the qualitative aspect of sensations goes, Berkeley was entirely correct in criticizing Locke's distinction. 57 The scientific realist's attempt to explain sensation was no better than his distinction between primary and secondary qualities. He attempts to explain sensation on the basis of physiological laws, holding that there are strict correlations between sense qualities and the motions of particles or waves striking our sense organs. Reel objects that these kinds of explanations put the cart before the horse, reversing the true course of ontological priority. 58 What we know for certain is the content of sensation, and what we construct on their basis are motions, particles, and laws. Rather than explaining sensations on the basis of particles and motions, we need to explain particles and motions on the basis of sensations. The belief in motion, Reel further contends, is not primitive but constructed, arising from perceiving an object in different places at different times and then postulating a continuum between these perceptions. To want to observe a movement in itself, as Reel ironically puts it, is to demand to be able to observe without the senses themselves. 59 The last refuge for the scientific realist is his belief in the reality of laws themselves, which seem to hold sway over all the phenomena, whatever these might be. But, for Reel, this belief is sheer hypostasis. There are no scientific laws as such existing in some realm governing the phenomenal world, we discover in nature only the laws that we make. 2/2, 44. Given Reel's rejection of dogmatic and sceptical idealism, of empirical and scientific realism, we are left wondering what kind of realism his could possibly be. Somehow, it would have to walk the middle path between the extremes of idealism and realism. But what is that middle path? And can we really go down it without falling into the precipices on either side? For Reel, explaining true realism was no easy task. It could come only at the end of inquiry, after investigating the fundamental factors involved in all knowledge, sensation, space and time, and the basic principles of the understanding. Our task now is to see how Reel's realism grew out of his analysis of these factors. 6. Analysis of sensation. Fundamental to Reel's realism was his analysis of sensation, which takes place in many places in Der Philosophische Kritisismus, primarily in chapters 1 and 3 of volume 2/1 and chapter 2 of volume 2/2. Our most basic contact with external reality, Reel holds, happens in sensation. It is primarily through sensation that we know of the reality of things independent of our consciousness. Hence Real writes, only following the guiding thread of sensation do we achieve knowledge of the external world, and what we should validate as real must connect with sensation. To verify hypotheses that we form about events in the external world means to demonstrate their connection with sensation and direct perception. 2/2, 34. How is it that sensation gives us knowledge of an external reality? Real thinks that the sense of touch is the most basic in giving us an awareness of an external world. 2/1, 203. When we attempt to touch an object, when we try to push or pull it, we feel resistance. The source of this resistance is something external to ourselves. The basic fact that sensations come and go independent of our will and imagination, Real also argues, makes it evident that they have a source independent of our own conscious activity. 2/1, 188. Descartes imagined that these sensations could be created by some deep subconscious activity within us. But Real finds this hypothesis implausible. It cannot explain why this world clashes with our will, and why we have to adjust to it. 2/2, 151. If this activity is so powerful as to create the whole world, why does it not make one we like? Real also argues that the sheer heterogeneity of sense contents, the very different qualities of the different senses, is evidence for an external world. 2/1, 194 to 195. We would not unite such different contents if there were not one object in which they inhere. Sensation, for Real, gives not only the most certain knowledge of external reality, but also the most certain knowledge in general. 2/1, 46. All knowledge has to be based ultimately upon sensation. If we insist with Kant that all knowledge has to be grounded in experience, he argues, then we have to go the further step and hold that it is based on sensations, which are the ultimate elements of experience. 26:47. The norm of positive knowing, of material truth, Real tells us, is the guiding thread of sensation. 47. Since the most certain knowledge is that based on direct concrete sensation, knowledge becomes less certain the more abstract it becomes, the more removed from sensation. 46. What makes knowledge through the senses so certain? One reason, Real explains, is that it is immediate, that is, it is not based on inference. 2/1, 196. There is no causal inference that takes place when we sense things, as if we tacitly or subconsciously infer that the sensation is the effect of an object which serves as its cause. If that were so, we could make an error by inferring the wrong cause of a sensation. But we make no such inferences. What we sense are real objects, and not simply the ideas, representations, or images of them, from which we then infer their causes. Real is therefore critical of Helmholtz's theory of subconscious reasoning, 60, according to which the perception of external objects consists in subconscious inferences that are based on visual, tactual and motor cues. He thinks that Helmholtz simply reads his own reconstructions into experience. 2/2, 47-49, I. 126. We do not see images on our retina, or feelings at the end of our fingertips, and then construct an object out of them. Where we perceive the object is outside us in space and not inside us in our head through images and feelings. 2/2, 56. These images and feelings too are fictions of the physiologist, the product of his analysis of sensation that he hypostasizes and reads into the phenomena. 2/2, 56. So far Real's analysis of sensation seems to be very empiricist. It emphasizes the importance of sensation as the basis of knowledge, and it stresses the passivity of the senses in perceiving things. Yet this is only one half of his theory, which, like Kant's, is intended to be a fusion of the empiricist and rationalist traditions. True to his Kantian roots, Real insists that sensation is not a purely passive response to stimuli, but that the subject plays an important role in shaping even the quality of sensation, which is never simply given. 2/1, 50, 59. It is in virtue of this active element, he maintains, that sensation is cognitive, making a claim to knowledge of reality itself. All sensation involves a tacit reference to an object, a localizing of its source to something outside us that is not a sensation. 2/1, 34, 42. To that extent it also involves an implicit judgment that something exists, that there is a thing outside us. 148, 2/1, 32, 42-43. Because we cannot prove such a judgment, sensation involves an element of faith, Glaube, as Hume said, the belief that there is something out there to which we are responding, and that we are not simply imagining things. 46. It seems remarkable that Real maintains both that sensation is the most certain form of knowledge and that it is a form of faith. But Real's position is perfectly consistent. He is following Hume, who held that all belief in the external world is certain even though it is indemonstrable. In Volume I he had often discussed Hume's doctrine, although then he stopped short of approving it. 156. Now, in Volume II, he seems to endorse it. Real's analysis of sensation is partly a reaction against the idealist interpretation, which would deprive sensation of any reference to the existence of something outside it. It is interesting to see how Real takes issue with Johannes Müller's theory of specific nervous energies, which had been cited by Liebman, Lang, and Helmholtz as evidence for this interpretation. According to Müller's theory, the quality of a sensation depends not on the stimulus but the nerves that perceive it. Real counters that the nerves have no specific energies at all, that they are not conditioning factors that determine the quality of a sensation. 2/1, 51-53. Basing his argument partly on Wundt's psychology, Real maintains that the nerves are really nothing more than conductors of stimuli that they cannot produce or alter. 52. It is a new finding of anatomy, he points out, that all nerves are basically alike and that the differences in their cells are not great enough to account for a change in their function. 2/1, 53. Real also appeals to the theory of evolution to bolster his case against Müller's theory. 2/1, 56-57, 58. 61. Our specific senses are adaptations, evolving in response to different stimuli in the environment. By giving us direct awareness of reality, they help the species to survive by informing it about the threats and opportunities of its world. Müller's sensations, which inform a creature only about itself, make no sense from an evolutionary standpoint. Attempting to strike a balance between idealism and empiricism, Real maintains that there is both an objective and subjective component involved in sensation. A sensation has an objective component insofar as it refers to some object, to something distinct from sensation, but it also has a subjective component in feeling, which accompanies each sensation. 2/1, 37. To sense something is also to feel it, and that feeling means that it never consists of a completely indifferent state of consciousness. Real thinks that it is a mistake to make a distinction between subjective and objective sensations along the lines of Locke's distinction between primary and secondary qualities. 2/1, 62-63. Each sensation has a subjective and objective component, and it is as false to regard size and shape as completely objective as it is to hold color and sound as completely subjective. The fact that sensations are both subjective and objective means for Real that appearances are the product of both the subject who is aware of them and the object that stimulates them. 2/2, 30. The content of the sensations is both a psychic as well as a physical fact, and we have to recognize that the facts of experience are psychophysical. The result of the interaction between subject and object in perception is appearance, and not merely representation. 2/2, 152. It is appearance in the proper sense of the word, that is, the appearance of something. All our knowledge of things is therefore relative, depending on our sense organs as well as the objects that stimulate them. What is not relative to our physiology, however, is the sheer existence of things, which remains the same no matter how many different ways that we perceive it. 2/2, 153, 130. What ultimately emerges from real's analysis of sensation, then, is a very qualified realism, one so qualified that we can even regard it horrible dictu, as a species of idealism. According to this version of realism, all that we know of reality in itself is only its existence, not its nature or essence. What we know of reality depends so much on our cognitive activity that we can say that it does not represent or reflect the nature or essence of reality itself. Still, even though we know only the appearances of things, these appearances are not simply representations or ideas floating in our mind, rather, they are how real things exist relative to us. Appearances are properties of real existing things in themselves, it's just that they are relative properties, how those things exist for human beings with the cognitive faculties that they have. This theory could be described as idealism, because it holds that all the appearances of things exist only relative to our consciousness, but it is also a qualified form of idealism because it insists that the real existence of things is independent of our consciousness. In the Prolegomena, Kant himself had described his idealism in just such terms. He called it formal idealism because it made only the formal dimension of things depend on consciousness, and he distinguished it from Berkeley's idealism because it affirmed the existence of things in themselves, which Berkeley's idealism denied. 62 Simply because it allowed for the existence of things in themselves, Real took issue with the tag formal idealism, claiming that Kant's doctrine should not be called an idealism at all, 2/2, 137. But this was more a matter of nomenclature than substance. 7 A realist theory of space and time. We are still very far, however, from a complete analysis of Real's realism. If the realism we get at the end of his analysis of sensation is very thin and flimsy, limited to affirming only the existence of things in themselves, the realism we obtain from his theory of space and time is thicker and firmer. For now we learn that spatial and temporal relations are objective, properties of things in themselves. The apparently conflicting conclusions can be easily resolved when we consider that sensations account for the qualitative dimension of experience, whereas space and time constitute its quantitative dimension. If this quantitative dimension is true of things in themselves, then Real's realism comes close to a scientific realism after all. This stronger and more robust realism is the chief result of Real's theory of space and time, which is expounded in the longest chapter of Der Philosophische Kritisismus, chapter 2 of volume 2/1. 63 The special task of this chapter is to determine which properties of space and time, if any, are objective, and which, if any, are subjective, 2/180. It turns out that relations of Susassian, simultaneity, and coexistence are indeed objective, and that we can have precise scientific measurements of them. Much of Real's chapter on space and time is devoted to a searching examination of Kant's theory of space and time in the Transcendental Aesthetic, which is a great challenge to Real's realism. Its central thesis is that space and time have a merely subjective status, that they are the product of the a priori forms of human sensibility, so that if there were no such forms, space and time would cease to exist. Although Real was determined to resist this conclusion, he still found much to accept and applaud in Kant's analysis of space and time. He admits that we need the ideas of absolute space and time to measure motion, 2/194, and he stresses that the purely formal features of space and time are a priori, having a subjective source in the mind itself, 102, 115, 133. These purely formal features are the homogeneity, continuity, and infinitude of the spatial and temporal manifolds. It is just a fact that these purely formal features cannot be derived from experience, and that we can make all kinds of mathematical theorems about them whose truth is strictly a priori. We construct these features of space and time a priori in thought, by reiterating numerically the pure concepts of unity and identity, 116, 132. While Real thinks that Kant is right that these formal aspects of space and time are a priori, he also maintains that he is wrong to conclude that space and time have a strictly subjective status, as if they were true of appearances alone. Kant went astray, Real argues, in conflating purely formal or mathematical space and time with true or real space and time. 115. Homogeneity, continuity, and infinitude are true of our idea of mathematical space and time, which we construct in our imagination and according to the concepts of the understanding. Real space and time, however, are based upon particular relations of coexistence and succession, which cannot be determined by the pure forms of space and time, and which we have to learn entirely from experience. 116, 128, 129. Kant himself had admitted, Real notes, that these purely formal features on their own, which are general and indeterminate, cannot explain or derive the empirical ones, which are particular and determinate. 90. This concession gave Real the crucial foothold necessary for his own realism. Among the purely empirical features of space, according to Real, is its three-dimensionality. Kant was wrong to think that the three-dimensionality of space is a universal and necessary property of it. The three-dimensionality of space, Real insists, is a fact about its content, not its form. Alluding to the new non-Euclidean geometries, Real insists that there are no a priori limits to the number of dimensions of space. Though three-dimensionality is true of our experience, it is not the only thinkable or conceivable form of space. 166 to 167. The proposition that space has three dimensions is what Real calls an axiom of experience because, though it is certain and a basic fact about our world, it is still based on experience. 173. Though Real is happy to take into account non-Euclidean geometries, it is still noteworthy that he is rather conservative in his view about their application. He thinks that Euclidean space is at the basis of every empirical concept of space. 179 to 180, and he foresees no value in the use of non-Euclidean spaces in physical theory. 180. Regarding the origins of our representations of space and time, Real maintains that we acquire them partly from experience, by learning how to coordinate our tactual and visual sensations, and partly from applying and exercising our original innate powers. He suggests, however, that the whole dispute between empiricists and nativists is a mistake, because these concepts are acquired both from experience and native activities and dispositions. Although there are no innate ideas of space and time, we could not learn them from experience if we did not already have dispositions to perceive things in certain ways. 112 to 115. It is striking that Real throws out Trendelenburg's third possibility in developing his own realistic theory of space and time. 107, 108. If all the particular relations between space and time were determinable a priori, Real argues, then we would indeed have to admit that they are only subjective, having no correlate in things themselves. It is not possible for space and time to be completely a priori and subjective in origin and for them to still correspond with things in themselves. The problem with Trendelenburg's third option seems to be, though Real does not fully explain, that there would not be a sufficient reason to assume objectivity if the representations of space and time were entirely a priori. Why assume that they are still objective if all relations originate in the mind? Fortunately, Real thinks, we do not have to go down Trendelenburg's twisted path, simply because spatial and temporal relations themselves do not have an entirely a priori origin. The particular relations of coexistence and succession cannot be derived from the a priori formal and general features of space and time. These particular relations have to be given in experience, and the simplest explanation for their existence and order is that things themselves exist and are ordered in these ways. They appear to be in just these relations independent of our will and imagination just because they exist in these relations, whether or not we perceive them. It was a mistake on Kant's part, Real argues, to claim that what orders sensations in certain relations the form of experience cannot be given in sensation itself, because these relations of succession and coexistence are given to us, independent of our will and imagination, just as much as the sensations themselves. 2/1, 104. Real also gives realistic significance to measurement in determining exactly the size of objects themselves and the real distance between them. 165. We have good reason to assume that their measured size and distance are properties of the objects themselves, because the reason we must apply the measuring rod or stick exactly so many times lies with the objects themselves and not simply the activity of our measuring them. 165. It now seems, at the end of Real's theory of space and time, that we really have a robust realism worthy of the name. It is not only the existence of things that we know to exist independent of our consciousness of the world. We also know the spatial and temporal relations of these things, and we are even able to measure them precisely. Whatever Real's qualms about the distinction between primary and secondary qualities, we are now fully in a position, it seems, to say with scientific realism that we know the world in itself through its quantitative dimension. And yet what Real gives he also takes away. We shall soon see that Real retreated from this bolder realism, and that he did so for all too Kantian reasons. But this will require a little explanation. 8. Retreat from realism. Real's Der Philosophische Kritisismus was a work in progress. Its 3 volumes appear years apart from one another. Volume I in 1876, Volume 2/1 in 1879 and Volume 2/2 in 1887, and during these intervals Real's thinking evolved, and so much so that what he writes in an earlier volume he sometimes contradicts in a later one. 64. With the end of Volume 2/1 we have the robust realism of his theory of space and time. By the end of Volume 2/2, however, we lose that very realism. The reason for the loss concerns Real's theory on the classical mind-body issue. In developing his theory Real finds it necessary to distance himself from materialism, but in keeping materialism at bay he also undermines his robust realism. Real develops his mind-body theory, which he expounds mainly in Chapter 2 of Section 2 of Volume 2/2, 65, to resolve an apparent antinomy in the life sciences. Developmental biology and physiology have completely antithetical assumptions and approaches, yet both seem to be vindicated by experience. 2/2, 178-9, 181, 203. Biology assumes that function follows use, and it assigns a great role to consciousness in the survival of an organism. Its theory of natural selection works only if we assume that an organism's consciousness responds effectively to dangers and opportunities in its environment. Physiology, however, sees everything in an organism as the result of physical and chemical processes, where consciousness is the result of nervous processes, which are the result of physical and chemical interactions. While biology assumes the efficacy of consciousness as an agent in nature, physiology regards consciousness as something completely epiphenomenal, the result of physical and chemical interactions. Because both approaches seem necessary and true of experience, Real calls this conflict between the disciplines the physiological antinomy. The only reason that the life sciences are caught in this predicament, Real claims, is that they have relapsed into a kind of scientific dogmatism, as if the naturalistic view of the world were true of reality in itself. 2/2, 182. They assume that the world as analyzed by science exists in itself, independent of our consciousness, and they do so because they refute the concept of matter, as if it designated an entity independent of our experience. The natural scientists have therefore failed to heed the chief lesson of Kant's Paralogismus chapter in the Kritik der reinen Vernunft, that both the mental and the physical are aspects of a single experience, and that the idea of matter as an entity existing on its own independent of consciousness is only an hypostasis. The antinomy appears, Real argues, only under a certain presupposition, the absolute reality of mechanical events in nature. It disappears as soon as we assume the opposite, that these events are only appearances of the real, whose properties are known to us only by their effects on consciousness. 2/2, 181. Real provides several formulations for his solution to the physiological antinomy, though only the most prominent formulation concerns us here. According to that formulation, biology and physiology are two different approaches to, or perspectives upon, one and the same reality, 2/2, 191, 196, 199. They do not explain distinct kinds of entity but are simply distinct explanations for one single entity. The activity of consciousness and the will, and the chemical and the mechanical interactions underlying them, are really one and the same activity, though seen from two standpoints, 199, 200. When we assume the efficacy of consciousness and the will, we are speaking from a first-person and qualitative standpoint, where we attempt to explain the agent from within, and when we explain consciousness and the will by chemical and physical processes we are taking a third-person and quantitative standpoint, 193, 201, 211. To avoid the antinomy, Real argues, we must replace a metaphysical dualism with a methodological one, 191. Real called his own doctrine critical monism because it saw a single entity explained by different methods, in opposition to dogmatic dualism which assumed different entities as objects of these different methods. Whatever its intrinsic merits, Real's critical monism raises the most profound questions about his own realism. For it is a consequence of his critical monism, as he understands it, that the mechanisms of the spatial and temporal world belong only to the appearances of things, not to things in themselves. Real is perfectly explicit in spelling out this consequence, when he insists that the mechanical explanations of physiology are valid only for appearances and not nature in itself, 2/2, 194, 200, 216. After stressing this point, Real retreats to his thinner and more anemic conception of realism, according to which we know only the existence but not the essence of things in themselves, and so the proposition still holds, knowledge of ourself and things outside us is, although real, still relative regarding the reality of its objects. It is the knowledge of the relations of things to our consciousness, of consciousness to things. 2/2, 190, 66. This point is meant to apply not only to our qualitative knowledge of things in sensation, but also to the quantitative knowledge of things through the measurement of their spatial and temporal relations. The reason for Real's retreat to the weaker form of realism is not difficult to surmise. It is his fear of materialism. If we assume that knowledge of spatial and temporal relations gives us knowledge of things in themselves, as the stronger form of realism wants, then we grant one of the most important premises of materialism, namely, that the spatial and temporal world is valid of things in themselves. Real defines materialism as the doctrine of the congruence of external appearance with the external cause of appearance, 2/2, 188, which is exactly what one must accept if one assumes that spatial and temporal relations are true of things in themselves. As a good Kantian, Real is not willing to allow the materialist the slightest quarter. He insists that his belief in the reality of matter as an independent entity is the result of hypostasis, just as Kant had taught in the first Critic. The final result of Real's theory of critical monism, then, is the evisceration of his realism. Rather than the robust doctrine that we know not only the existence but also the spatial and temporal relations of things, his realism again becomes the anemic thesis that we know only the existence of things. That more feeble doctrine, as we have seen, could just as well be described as a form of idealism. But, in the end, Real had no choice but to retreat to his weaker realism. He faced a terrible dilemma: hold the critical monism and weaken the realism, or strengthen the realism and support materialism. Real chose the former option, though that left him with a very weak form of his signature doctrine. So when all is said and scrutinized, Real's realism proves itself to be only another name for Kant's formal idealism. Again, this was more a matter of emphasis than substance. 9. How to keep things in themselves. Throughout the history of Neo-Kantianism, the greatest stumbling block to the interpretation of Kant's transcendental idealism had been its concept of the thing in itself. Ever since Jacobi's famous statement that he needed this concept to enter Kant's system but had to drop it to stay inside it, it has proved to be a great challenge for all Neo-Kantians. We have seen how many neo-Kantians Fischer, Liebman, Lang, Cohen, and Windelband did their best to dismiss this concept or to reinterpret it in strictly regulative terms. Yet what was for them the greatest weakness of Kant's philosophy was for real its greatest strength. His realist interpretation of the critical philosophy depends first and foremost on giving full and robust reality to things in themselves. Real rejected interpretations of the thing in itself that construed it in a strictly regulative sense or that made it an ideal of inquiry. Yet Real's willingness to defend the existence of things in themselves placed a great burden upon him. How could he defend their existence in the face of the apparently telling objections against them? Real took up these interpretative challenges in the last and longest chapter of the first volume of his Der Philosophische Kritisismus, 67, to which we must now turn. Although Real is never so explicit, it is fair to say that the starting point for his realist interpretation lies in Kant's statements that his philosophy is critical or formal idealism. In the Prolegomena, Kant had described his philosophy as critical and formal idealism to distinguish it from Berkeley's idealism, with which it had been conflated. 68. A critical idealism is one that sets limits to knowledge, and that forswears all claims about reality in itself. A formal idealism is one that ascribes ideality to the forms of experience, but which maintains that the matter of experience is given to us. In both respects Kant meant to contrast his idealism with Berkeley's, which is metaphysical, because it claims to know the essence of things, and which is material, because it dissolves the content of experience entirely into ideas. For Real, Kant's statements about his idealism show not only that it is compatible with the reality of things in themselves but that it even presupposes them. 9-10, 311. It was only by assuming the reality of things in themselves that Kant could distinguish his idealism from Berkeley's, 423-424. This was a point on which Kant himself had insisted, which we therefore have to take into account in any proper interpretation. It might seem, on one plausible interpretation of Kant's critical idealism, that we should give a strictly hypothetical status to things in themselves. After all, if we limit knowledge to experience, we cannot know whether these entities exist or not. As we have seen, this was the interpretation of Kant's critical idealism set forth by Meyer. 69. Real, however, rejects this interpretation from the outset, mainly on textual grounds. It was beyond all doubt for Kant, he writes, that things in themselves exist and that they are the ground for appearances. 9. It never occurred to him that there could be appearances floating on their own, without something that appears. 10, 311. Here Real cites Kant's statements to the effect that the very concept of an appearance requires something that appears. In conceiving his idealism as a formal idealism, Kant naturally presupposed and expressly assumed that there is something in itself that is the cause of its matter. Formal idealism means that it is only the forms of experience, the a priori forms of sensibility and the a priori concepts of the understanding that arise from the knowing subject, so that the content of experience is given. But the very givenness of that content means for Kant, that it has a source that lies beyond the subject and in some object existing independent of it. 433. Thus Kant's philosophy was an idealism in form and a realism in content. 10, 312. Or, as Real also put it, Kant's doctrine is an idealism of appearances on a realistic basis. 10. Real is highly critical of any strictly dualistic account of the distinction between appearances and things in themselves. Appearances and things in themselves are simply two aspects of one reality. 10, 313. Appearances are things in themselves as they happen to appear to us, whereas things in themselves are things considered apart from how they affect and appear to human sensibility and understanding. There are two sides or aspects to the concept of appearance, Real maintains. 425. One side is turned towards the subject, which provides the form of representation, the other side is turned towards the object, which provides the particular material for the form of representation. With these two aspects, Kant walks a middle path between a realistic dogmatism, which just assumes that objects are in themselves just as they appear to us, and an extreme idealism, which reduces appearances down to representations alone. Real felt it necessary to defend his own realist interpretation of the appearance/thing in itself distinction against Schopenhauer's popular idealist interpretation, which converted the realm of appearance into mere representations, the veil of Maya or realm of illusion. 70 In a passage from his Parerga, Schopenhauer had argued that Kant had no reason to assume an independent material component of experience because even the content of sensation is determined by the subject and exists only for it. 71 Picking on this passage, Real finds its reasoning tendentious. Schopenhauer, he argues, failed to observe the strictly formal limits of sensibility, which can no more determine the details and determinacy of sensation than the categories of the understanding. 431. All that depends on sensibility, apart from its a priori forms, is simply feeling, the awareness that we are passive and that things act upon us. Sensibility does not have it within itself, however, to determine when, where, how, and which sensations appear to us. Granted that there is an independent material component to experience, how does Real justify the assumption that it has for its cause things in themselves? This was the very assumption that Jacobi had found hard to justify according to the critical philosophy, which expressly limits the category of causality to experience. If things in themselves are not in experience, then we transcend the limits of knowledge in assuming that things in themselves are the causes of appearances. Real's response to this classic difficulty is to make a distinction between the principle and concept of causality. 432. While the principle is indeed limited to experience, because it applies only to temporal sequences, the concept can be extended beyond experience. Here Real was relying on Kant's important distinction between knowing and thinking according to the categories. The restriction of the categories to experience holds only for knowing but not thinking. While this distinction indeed goes some way towards obviating Jacobi's difficulty, it does not go far enough for Real, who claims not only that we can think of things in themselves as the cause of experience, but also that we can know this. It was probably because he was aware that this simple distinction did not go far enough that Real insisted that Kant's justification for assuming the thing in itself did not lie in a causal inference. 432. To arrive at the existence of things in themselves, Kant did not make an inference from effect, the given sensations of experience, to cause things in themselves, but he simply analyzed the content of experience itself. If we analyze our representations, then we find that they have a formal and material element, and that while the formal element arises from our mental activity, the material element has to arise from a source independent of it. 433. This maneuver made it seem as if Kant's method were purely phenomenological, limited to an analysis of the content of representation. Yet it too did not remove the sting of Jacobi's difficulty, because it tacitly postulated some cause for the content of representations, a cause that lies outside and not inside them. Real's realist interpretation of things in themselves stood in stark contrast to the idealist interpretations of Cohen and Windelband, which attempted to formulate the thing in itself in strictly regulative terms as a limiting concept or goal of inquiry. Though Real never engages in explicit polemic against their interpretations, it is plain that he feels constantly challenged by them. The constant citations of texts for his realist interpretation were doubtless made to counter Cohen's interpretation, of which Real was well aware. 72. It is at least very striking that he addresses that textual passage that seems to provide the most compelling evidence for Cohen's view, namely, Kant's statement at the end of the Noumena and Phenomena chapter that the concept of the noumenon is a mere limiting concept and that the division of the world into noumena and phenomena is inadmissible. B 310-311. Real deals with this passage by making an important distinction between a noumenon and thing in itself. The former is only a specific form of the latter. A noumenon is a distinct kind of intelligible entity, the object of an intellectual intuition. This is indeed a purely problematic concept, just as Kant tells us, because there is no evidence for the existence of such an object. The thing in itself, however, can be taken in another sense to mean the thing that is the basis of appearance, and in that sense its reality is not problematic at all, because we must assume the existence of such things to explain our experience. Although Real advocates a realist interpretation of things in themselves, he also acknowledges that Kant's concept is ultimately ambiguous. There is not only the thing in itself as the thing that appears to human sensibility, but also the thing in itself that is a pure noumenon, the thing that is created by an intellectual intuition. 438. The reason for this ambiguity, Real explains, lies with Kant's moral motivations. To save moral and religious faith, he postulated a noumenal realm completely distinct from phenomena. Real is just as anxious as Cohen and Windelband to remove this purely noumenal realm. He questions whether it really would provide the foundation for the moral and religious belief that Kant intends, given that it has a strictly hypothetical or problematic status. In basing moral and religious belief upon this realm, Kant was making it rest on a mere logical possibility. 435. Can the empty possibility of a realm of transcendent things be the true support for our moral ideals, which are inescapable and demand realization? 438, Real asks. He was convinced that realism alone could provide the proper foundation for ethics. 73. But just how this is so he did not explain. 10. Redefining philosophy. The meaning and purpose of philosophy in the modern world never ceased to concern Real, who thought about it until his last days. Some 10 years after his Überbegriff und Form der Philosophie, Real returned to the topic in his inaugural lecture in Freiburg, his 1883 Überwissenschaftliche und Nichtwissenschaftliche Philosophie. 74. This lecture is one of the classic statements of the Neo-Kantian conception of philosophy, reaffirming unequivocally Fischer's and Zeller's standpoint expounded 2 decades earlier. Yet Real's lecture takes into account something new and troubling, a problem that threatened the entire Neo-Kantian program. His response to this problem will force him to rethink that program and redefine philosophy itself. The Freiburg lecture shows Real at his most positivist. His chief message is that the positive sciences alone give us knowledge of the world, and that traditional philosophy should surrender all claims to such knowledge. What is philosophy? We are told that it is nothing but Greek science. 18. That means that it was the primitive form of what we now know today as natural science, whose many different subdisciplines have realized and surpassed all the wildest dreams of Greek philosophy. In short, philosophy, in its classical form, has become obsolete. This theme is hammered home constantly in Real's lecture, whose first half is devoted to a withering critique of traditional philosophy. Real's first target is the foundationalist ideal of philosophy, its attempt to be systematic, to create a complete system derived from a single self-evident first principle. 3, 8. This ideal proved to be impossible to realize. We cannot derive the concrete content of experience from first principles, and applying them to different kinds of content is only to force them into a straitjacket. 4. The idea of a complete system should be reformulated as a regulative ideal, Real advises, so that it is a goal for future inquiry. But this ideal or goal, he insists, cannot be achieved by philosophy itself. Since all theoretical knowledge is acquired by the sciences themselves, they should take over the traditional systematic ideal of philosophy. Hence Real declares, the true system of knowledge is the totality of the sciences themselves. 7. Real also takes issue with the popular conception of philosophy as a worldview, Weltanschauung. This conception had been made popular by Dilthey, and it had been proposed as a substitute for an antidote to the positive sciences. A worldview is meant to be something more than a system of knowledge, because it attempts to provide us with an orientation towards the world, to address not only our intellects but also our souls. 8-9. But even here, Real contends, traditional philosophy fails us. There are 2 elements to a worldview, an objective element, which involves knowledge of the world, and a subjective element, which contains a person's attitudes or feelings about the world. But the objective element is provided best by the sciences themselves, and the subjective element is a matter of faith and personal experience, which is no matter for scientific discussion at all. 10-12. Given the obsolescence of traditional philosophy, either as a system of knowledge or a worldview, it would seem that Real is close to announcing the death of philosophy itself. But Real does not take this last drastic step, and in this respect he resists positivism. He attempts to give a definition of philosophy that provides it with a vocation and method distinct from the sciences. Philosophy is for Real first and foremost epistemology, Erkenntniswissenschaft, 38. Rather than directly investigating things, as the positive sciences do, it investigates the understanding that knows things, 37. Its fundamental task is therefore an examination of the logic of the sciences themselves, 38. Such a definition means that philosophy can maintain its independence from the positive sciences while also not competing with them. As epistemology, philosophy is still a form of knowledge, and indeed a science, but it does not attempt to be a form of knowledge or science about the world. It is a second-order knowledge, knowledge of knowledge, which is distinct from the first-order knowledge of the sciences themselves. Real does not shirk from the conclusion that his conception of philosophy essentially makes it an under-laborer to the sciences. Philosophy must abandon its old claim to stand above the sciences, and it must learn to stand below them, recognizing its more humble role of a servant. 38. The final message behind Real's Freiburg lecture is that philosophy can survive in the modern world only as a footman to the sciences. The examination of the logic of the sciences ensures philosophy its autonomy and its claim to be a science, but it has to abandon its pretensions to be a system or worldview. That was, in essence, the same doctrine proclaimed by Fischer and Zeller in the 1860s. It was all very simple and very strategic, seeming to provide the ultimate solution to the obsolescence crisis. So far, so good. Yet it was not really good enough. As Real could well see, the whole position had a deep fatal flaw. It saved one half of philosophy only at the price of forfeiting its most noble and important half, namely, the inquiry into human values. Philosophy had always been more than epistemology and logic, it had also been ethics, politics, and aesthetics, the inquiry into the good, the just and beautiful. Its task was not only theoretical but also practical. Since antiquity, it had been central to philosophy to determine the basic goals of human life, to be an ars vivendi or a guide to life, Lebensführung, 50. In short, the definition of philosophy in terms of epistemology was simply too narrow, allowing no place for these traditional disciplines or the inquiry into values. What was Real to do in the face of this difficulty? Should he abandon his narrow definition or one half of philosophy? To his credit, Real takes the former option. He decides to expand his original definition, so that there will now be two sides to philosophy. There will be not only the theoretical or Wissenschaft-like side, which is logic and epistemology, but also the practical or Nicht-Wissenschaft-like side, which treats ethics, politics, and aesthetics. The practical side has the task of laying down the plan for a truly human conduct of life or a teleology of human life, 51. This task is non-scientific because its ultimate aim is not to know but to achieve the good life. It not only describes values but also prescribes them, telling us how we should think, act and feel. Such is Real's concession to this practical side of philosophy that he even regards it as its nobler side. If epistemology is below the positive sciences, ethics, politics, and aesthetics stand above them, 50. Why did Real make this decision? Why did he not simply stick to his more narrow definition, leaving ethics, politics, and aesthetics to the particular sciences and arts? Part of the answer is that Real was playing to the zeitgeist, adapting to the new interests and tastes of his age. According to Heinrich Rickert, a close friend during his Freiburg years, Real had come to see in the early 1890s, after finishing his Der Philosophische Kritisismus, that his own ideal of a scientific philosophy no longer suited the needs of the age, that it failed to address the interests of the youth, who longed for some spiritual guidance from philosophy. 75 Now that religion was losing its authority and attraction, students were turning to philosophy. Since they could not find answers in epistemology and logic, they were turning towards philosophers like Nietzsche and Schopenhauer. So Real, in the early 1890s, faced another uncomfortable choice: change with the times or become an irrelevance. Real moved with the times, and in no half-hearted or begrudging manner. His interests moved more towards ethics and aesthetics. In 1897 he published an essay on poetics, 76, and one of the first monographs on Nietzsche. 77 The greater attention to practical philosophy is most evident in Real's 1904 introductory lectures on philosophy, which were published as Zur Einführung in die Philosophie der Gegenwart. 78 Now Real solves the obsolescence crisis by stressing the role of philosophy as a guide to life. While he does not abandon his old view about the central role of epistemology, Real now gives pride of place and greater emphasis to the practical tasks of philosophy. However much the sciences take over the theoretical side of philosophy, they cannot compete with its practical side. The former critic of worldviews, Weltanschauungen, now becomes an enthusiast for life views, Lebensanschauungen, whose chief function is to provide a general view of life and the basic values needed to get through it. Real's lectures conclude with a long critical discussion of Schopenhauer's and Nietzsche's views on the value of life. The Einführung was Real's chief attempt to address the new interests of the youth, and in that it proved to be very successful, going through 6 editions from 1904 to 1921. Now that Real had given such importance to the practical side of philosophy, he needed to provide it with a foundation no less than the theoretical side. The foundation for the theoretical side was easy: we simply refer the philosophers to the natural sciences, who should begin their work of logical analysis and commentary. But what about the practical side? The simple positivist answer is to refer the philosopher to the social sciences, to jurisprudence, history, and sociology. But it is striking that Real never took this easy route. For he insists that the practical philosopher should be something of a moral legislator and guide. He does not simply describe the values embedded in social, political, and legal life, but he also prescribes them. To discover values, and thus to create them, is the vocation of that philosophy that is not a science but a life view and guide to the spirit. 195. Fitting that practical task, Real sometimes refers to Kant's doctrine of ideas, which, he reminds us, is properly founded strictly on practical reason. 168. But just how ideas are based on practical reason, Real did not explain, and it is difficult to understand how his faith in Kantian ideas squared with his skepticism about the Kantian categorical imperative, which questioned its power to provide specific maxims for conduct. 169. Just how far Real was from thinking through the foundation of practical philosophy becomes clear from his wavering about the logical status of value itself. He insisted that values are a matter of volition and feeling, and that they are not objects of knowledge. 149, but he also stressed that values are not created but discovered, as if they were somehow facts in the world to be known. 153. In 1904 Real still had a long way to go towards a foundation for practical philosophy. Rickert informs us that, even in his final years, Real was willing, even struggling, to provide one. 79 He planned to write a book on value theory, which he was going to call Kritik der allgemeine geltenden Wert. But it never came to that, because his powers were gradually fading. Though his plans were great, his flesh was weak. Real died November 21, 1924, never having completed his work on value theory. He left his conception of philosophy divided into theoretical and practical halves with no unifying force between them.